Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Entangled by Vera Kane, narrated by Reagan West and Tyler Darby. And for that one moment, everything was perfect. And then that moment ended. Eugene Fitzherbert, Tangled. Prologue. Elias Canella sat at the desk in his study, papers strewn every which way. This was his least favorite part of being a Dawn. The damned paperwork. He'd rather be elbows deep in blood than have to sign his name any longer. It sounded dramatic when he thought about it. But alas, what Mafia man didn't have a tendency to lean towards the dramatics? A river of blonde hair caught his eye as his daughter Soren stepped through the door, her signature blinding smile gracing her face and instantly making his mood feel lighter. Although she was now an adult, her smile still disarmed even his strongest defenses. She was the sunshine in his cloudy sky, the last remnant of her beloved mother. He loved Soren's stepmother dearly, though nothing would replace his first love, or the loss of her in his heart. But having Soren was enough to dull the ache. "Daddy!" Soren exclaimed, waving a letter around frantically, her eyes shining brightly. "Yes, Princess?" he asked, setting his pen to the side and giving her his full attention. "I got in!" she squealed, piercing his eardrums in the best way. "I got into the Fine Arts program at the University of Georgia." "Of course you did. I never had a doubt," he said as he rounded his desk and pulled her into a hug. "I'm so proud of you, Soren." He felt overwhelmed with emotions. He was so thrilled for her, knowing she'd wanted to attend UGA since her freshman year of high school. She had always had a passion for the arts, expressing herself through drawing and painting, since she could hold a pen and a paintbrush. But he couldn't help but also feel a pit of sadness growing in his chest. Soren was his only child, his wife having passed before they had the chance to expand their family. She was his baby girl, and letting her go to chase her dreams felt so bittersweet. Part of him wanted to hold on to her forever, but he knew she had to go out and experience everything life had to offer. The life of a Mafia princess was no life for her. She deserved to have some bit of normalcy. He wouldn't have chosen this life for her. Now it was up to him to release her from it before she got wrapped into it any further and got hurt. Or worse. A storm was brewing between the Mafia families in Boston already, and he knew the sooner she was out of the city the better. Granted, he never told her that, and he never would. She may have found out about his line of work when she was young, but he never wanted her to be wrapped up in it or to know its full extent. He just let her be excited about getting into the school of her dreams and celebrated her achievements. "I'm sorry to interrupt." A voice came from the doorway. Elias's wife, Lila, stood there, and a bit of anger pinched his heart. Why wasn't she jumping into celebration with them and just as excited and rejoicing in this moment? "The housekeeper is asking for you, Soren." Soren looked at Elias, her eyes silently pleading to not send her away. He watched as deep breaths filled her lungs as she relished in this moment a little longer. Private moments between just the two of them were so fleeting nowadays. "I'll see you at dinner," he whispered reassuringly, so only she could hear him. She was 18 years old, but she had a lot of growing to do. She had become too dependent on him, another reason he was excited for her to jump from the nest and embrace the next wave of life. Soren nodded solemnly, moving past Lila and into the hallway and out of earshot. "Why couldn't you have congratulated her?" Elias snapped at his wife, his patience already growing thin. He did indeed love his wife, but the more he watched her interact with Soren, the quicker it soured in his gut. "I'm not even sure what you mean," Lila replied coolly. "What was being celebrated?" Elias knew deep down that his wife was trying to play mind games with him, and he had no time or strength for it. He heaved a deep sigh before rounding on his desk to sit once more. "To what do I owe the pleasure of being graced with your company, my dear wife?" he asked, his head already back down and focused on his stack of paperwork. "I brought you a drink. I figured you'd need one after dealing with all the contracts and such." She waved her hand as she spoke, gesturing towards the mess that was his desk. "Thank you." His eyes connected with her, and he nodded as she set down his glass of whiskey. His fingers grazed hers as he took the glass from her, and he decided to hell with it, tossing the drink back before setting the now empty glass on the table. "Much better." He smiled at Lila. "Thank you." Before he could finish his sentence, a deep pain stabbed his heart, and it took only a second before his head felt ready to explode, and he landed with a lifeless thud on the table, right on top of the wet ink of his last signature. Lila Canella tiptoed away from the doorway to Elias's study, a venomous smile plastered to her face. She'd wiped herself clean of the king of the Canella mob, and nobody would ever know she had anything to do with it. She'd make sure of it. Everyone would think Elias Canella had died of a heart attack. The poison would be out of his system long before anyone could question differently. Now, if Lila could only rid herself of this bratty daughter, then she'd be 1,000 times happier than she was in this moment. A new plan started to formulate in her head, and the laughter that threatened to bubble over was manic. Elias's princess would never know freedom. Lila would keep her as a nice little trophy for herself, hoping the thought made Elias roll in his freshly dug grave, or at least the desk in his study where his body currently lay. She had never liked the girl, always with such a sunny and happy personality. It didn't fit in this kind of world. It wasn't the expected behavior of a Mafia princess. Lila would break her and show her what kind of darkness this world was truly capable of. 1. Soren. March 23, 2021. I've spent my entire life locked away in a tower. Okay, maybe not in a literal sense, but that's what it feels like to be in my world. All of my decisions were made for me. My entire life, and all my choices had been scrutinized under a microscopic view. I wasn't able to take a breath or even a single step without someone watching me. Don't wear that, Soren. What are you doing, Soren? Is that really the best choice for this family, Soren? Watch your tone, Soren. But unlike the tale of the princess who got rescued from the tower, there wouldn't be a knight in shining armor to save me. The man I thought was my savior turned out to be a monster. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning. I've spent my entire life in Boston with my dad, who was a Mafia boss. My mom died when I was born, so I never knew her. I found out the secret of my father's profession when I was 8 years old. I wasn't even supposed to find out, but When you're a smart child and a man walks into your father's study with his hands dripping in blood and a fistful of money, you put two and two together. But you'd never know, looking at my dad, that crime and money lead his life. He was one of the nicest men to grace this shitty planet. Was. My dad died when I was 18, just as I was about to venture out of Boston for college. I'd gotten into the University of Georgia for a fine arts degree. I was ready to spread my wings and fly. And my dad was supportive 110%, both financially and emotionally. He died the same day I got my acceptance letter into UGA. And though I'd never admit it to anyone, I blamed myself. Maybe the excitement, mixed with the heartache of his only daughter leaving, made his heart give out. But as time went on, and I began to peel back more layers of Lila and who she truly was, I began to have a different theory. My dad was my best friend. He supported every dream I'd ever had. He bought me my first paint set when I was 3. I've lived my entire life in a perfect bubble of happiness. And then my dad met Lila. Now, 6 years later, here I was, still stuck in Boston. Soren? Lila's screechy voice bellowed up the staircase to my room in the attic. Time to go! I quickly adjusted my button-up shirt and my blazer and stepped into my heels. Today's my first day working at the company, as Lila likes to call it. She decided if she was going to keep me in Boston, she might as well get her use from me. At least it was easy work, from what I'd been told. All I had to do was answer the phones and whatever administrative tasks they had for me. Nobody should be fooled by the shiny glass tower in the middle of the city. My family's front was that we did international trading, but it was all built on crime and blood money. I wasn't entirely innocent in all of it. I spent my fair share of the murderous fortune. My entire paycheck from Canilla Inc. would go to my account controlled solely by Lila. It'd mix in with the dirty money already in there and become it. I sighed and ran my hands down my top one last time before deciding to leave well enough alone and head out the door. I made my way down the stairs, heels clicking on every step before I made it to the bottom landing. This house was entirely too big for only 2 people and the help to live in. I was desperate to move into my own apartment in downtown Boston, with lots of windows, the complete opposite of my attic bedroom. But Lila kept me trapped here. If I didn't stay here and do everything her little heart desired, she'd somehow take away the inheritance I was meant to get at 25. She held it over my head any time I even considered rolling my eyes at one of her requests. My father had set up a trust for me as soon as he found out my mother was pregnant with me, but the guidelines of the trust and his will stated I had to be 25 to obtain it. Since Lila had been written into the will when they got married, I had no idea how much of that was still true. She was such a snake. She could have snuck a document in for my father to sign without his knowing. The man signed so many things, he'd probably have no idea and think nothing of it. So, even though I'm allowed to leave and do as I please for the most part, I couldn't leave permanently. All I did was spend my days in my room and my nights on the town getting so wasted I could barely remember my name. Now with my job, I'd have to keep my nights sober, unless it was the weekend. Getting a job may have meant more freedom during the day, but the nights were what I lived for. I lived for quiet nights under a blanket full of stars, the same way I liked the buzz of a dancing crowd in a club. Either scenario helped with the loudness of my thoughts and the itching of my skin to be free. "Ready to go?" Lila asked, slinging her purse over her shoulder. I couldn't deny that she was drop-dead gorgeous, bottle blonde hair and all. But I'd always believed it was what's on the inside that mattered. I could never understand what my dad saw in her, because on the inside, Lila Canella was a vile, venomous bitch of a woman. I closed my journal on the diary entry from 2 years ago. I'd read online that writing your thoughts down was supposed to be a healing experience, but for me, it just cemented the hard facts of my past down on paper. Fuck, I mumble under my breath. What I'd give for it to be 2 years ago, to have Lila be my biggest problem. I slowly brought my fingers up to graze my busted and bloody lip. It wasn't my first, and probably wouldn't be my last, but it still hurts like a bitch every time. My life felt so much simpler back then. I almost took for granted how easy things were. I would work at my father's office under Lila's command and watchful eye, come home every night and stay alone. It was a cycle I'd gotten used to, and one that I would always seek comfort in. I'd even begun to be at peace with some of the darker parts of myself. The way I blamed myself for my father's death. The sadness I had over the missed opportunities of my life. But in the last 2 years, I've gone from one prison to another. The souring of my marriage at first started off as little things. If I got the wrong kind of wine for dinner, or if I wore the wrong shade of lipstick, he'd coldly correct me, and I'd made the mistake of not taking him seriously, and I'd slip up again. Then he told me I embarrassed him in front of his family at dinner one night by wearing a shorter dress. And that's how I ended up with my first black eye. I'd known some ruthless girls in high school, but never had I ever gotten into a fight or my ass beat. Lila was a bitch, but at least she kept her hands to herself. But now I'd gotten so numb that the pain was a normal part of my life. At this moment, I was currently sitting on the chaise in the study section of my bedroom, reading over my journal entries from the last several years. Sometimes I'd lift up the floorboards and pull out my journals and reminisce on my previous hell during my new one. It was something to pass the time and fill my day. At least I have my own personal library where I can read all day and paint. But there's only so many books to read, and only so much paint I can use before I have to ask my husband for more. I try to avoid Jude any way I can. If I did have to interact with him, it was to do everything in my power to keep him happy, or fulfill whatever sexual duty he needed from me. Not to mention that my motivation to paint anything full of beauty had crashed and burned at a rapid rate. Some days it felt like I was better off staring at the walls than painting a portrait of sadness. Jude had gotten everything when he'd married me, and I'd lost everything. My inheritance, my body, my freedom. I was merely alive to exist for my husband's benefit. Shortly after I'd started at Canella Inc., my stepmother had begun setting me up on what I thought were blind dates, but I just shrugged it off because of the free meal and wine, right? Gave me something to do, and I'd never have to see them again. Or so I thought. Instead, she was showing off her inventory, because 2 months of blind dates later, I came home from work one night and was told to put on my favorite dress. It was cute, kind of short, black as the night sky. It was always my go-to whenever I went clubbing, and it had been so long since I'd worn it. It made me feel like myself again, slipping it on. And I felt hopeful for the first time in a long time. At first, I thought maybe Lila was shipping me off for another blind date. But instead, I was led into our extravagant and large dining room to a table full of rich and powerful men and sold off to the highest bidder. She was preparing me for an auction. A fucking auction to be married to a man. What or how much she got in return, I'll never know. But I got a lifetime with Jude Pirano, who, would you believe it, was the son of a notorious crime boss in Rhode Island. So, I finally got my wish to spread my wings and leave Boston. But it wasn't in the way I'd ever hoped or dreamed. Instead, it was my own personal nightmare. I could still remember how full of hope I'd been when Jude had been the one to win the auction for me. How it could have been someone worse, or someone older. But little did I know that Jude was one of the worst men there. I smoothed my dress down for the 100th time, not ready for another impromptu date that Lila had decided to send me on. It was always a shot to my nerves to have to go on these dates. One, because I had absolutely no idea who it was going to be. And two, what was going to come out of it? What if one of them decided they wanted more out of this than just a meal? What if I had to hand myself and my body over? Soren! Lila's voice traveled up the stairs as it always did, alerting me that the driver was ready to take me to the restaurant of my date's choosing. It was usually so disgustingly expensive, but the food was good, so at least I got something nice out of it. But as I came down the stairs and heard the murmurs of voices, something felt different. Our house was never this busy. There was never any noise to fill the dead silence within the walls. Soren, I have a surprise for you, Lila said, sickly sweet. It was another sign that something wasn't as it should be. Any surprise Lila brought was liable to get me in some sort of trouble. What is it? I asked hesitantly, noticing the driver wasn't waiting at the door like he usually was before these dates. Strike number 3 on the checklist of signs that things were about to go to shit. Lila wordlessly placed a hand on the small of my back and led me towards the dining room. As the table came into view, the blood rushed from my face, and nausea coiled in my gut, because surrounding the table sat a variety of men. Old, young, black, white. Some looked harmless, while some looked like they could snap my neck with their bare hands. Behave yourself, Lila hissed as she practically shoved me closer to the table. And every single set of eyes landed on me. I tried so hard to swallow my fear, but I was petrified. I hadn't yet learned that powerful men could smell fear from a mile away, and some would be wicked enough to use that against me. Welcome to our very special auction tonight. This is our honorary guest, Soren, who will be yours for the right price. I think every bit of air I'd ever inhaled left my lungs at her statement. Because what kind of fucked up horror movie scene did I just walk into? What did she mean I would be one of theirs for the right price? Did they all see me as if I was some cattle to be auctioned off at a fair? Glancing nervously into every single set of eyes that now scanned me up and down, mine connected to a pair of eyes so blue that I felt like it would take one leap and I'd drown within them. They were attached to a handsome-looking man who gently smiled at me, as if to tell me everything was okay. As Lila introduced everyone around the table, the mystery man who sent chills down my spine spoke. I'm Jude Pirano, and unfortunately for the rest of these men, you'll be coming home with me. But it didn't come easily to him. Let's start the bidding off at $3 million, Lila had said, as if that kind of money was nothing, which I suppose in the eyes of men like these with endless pockets it was. A man sitting at the far end of the table lazily lifted his fingers, like the effort was too much for him. Lila gave a nod in appreciation, and it was almost enough to make me sick. $3.5 million, anyone? She asked, looking around the table at the array of men. A man at the opposite end of the table made the same lazy gesture to put his bid in for my life. It went on like this for a minute, each man seeing just how far the other would go to win. I nervously glanced at Jude and saw a smug look on his face, but he hadn't raised his hand yet to bid. Sweat began to bead my forehead because neither of the men in this current bidding war were people I wanted to go home with. The first man looked well into his 50s, and his hair had turned entirely gray, not a speck of color left. The second man was far younger, with greasy, slicked-back dark hair and an equally greasy smile. Each reeked of trouble and desperation for a woman's touch, whether she gave it willingly or not. $5 million? Going once? Lila looked around the table. Twice? $10 million. My mouth fell open as this came from Jude. Looking around the table, I could tell I wasn't the only one who was stunned into silence. Each man shook their head in disgust and withdrew their bids. Jude was sitting at the head of the table, which was incredibly fitting in this moment. And true to his word, $10 million later, I was signing a contract to be his bride. At first, I thought it was so charming of Jude to say that I was going home with him to all the other men. Like maybe he was coming to my rescue with his words. But Jude Pirano was anything but kind and gentle, and he did anything but rescue me that night.
2. Cade. What the fuck do you have to say for yourself? Matthias Lucetti was not one to be fucked with, and yet here was one of my father's henchmen pushing his buttons. That tends to happen when you lose a deal for my father, which in turn loses his money and his respect. Anyone who knew my father knew you didn't get a second chance. He didn't believe in them. Once you crossed him, you never saw the light of day again. It's what made him one of the biggest and most influential crime bosses in Boston. He had one living soul who rivaled him, but he wouldn't let it stay that way for long. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a cleanly buzzed head and a Boston accent, my father had the ability to scare even the strongest of men. He sure did scare the piss out of me and my brothers when we were all growing up, whenever we got in trouble. Even now, towering over him at 6'2", he still intimidates me. We used to joke around that my dad was a giant teddy bear who was stern when he needed to be. But ever since our little sister was murdered several years ago, at just 12 years old, he started to reserve that softer side of himself for my mother. He lost the best parts of himself when Ava passed away. To be fair, I think we all lost a bit of ourselves when she died. Besides my mother, she was the sunshine in our otherwise dark lives. Well? Matthias's voice boomed, his impatience growing for the man kneeling before him. My older brother Finn had already begun to dish out his punishment, if the guy's bloody lip and blooming black eye had anything to say about it. Finn had inherited our father's temper, that was for damn sure. He wasn't afraid to show it either. The man spit blood before he finally spoke, looking my father directly in the eyes. "I'm sorry, sir." "Wrong move, you stupid son of a bitch. Never admit your wrongs." "Unfortunately for you, I don't have time for sorry," Matthias said, before pulling out his handgun from his side holster and shooting the guy point blank, splattering his brains all over the floor of the living room we'd turned into a place where we held all our business meetings. I flinched internally, but kept my features schooled. This isn't the first time I've seen a light snuffed out before my eyes. I was no stranger to death, nor was I a stranger to bringing death to someone's doorstep by my own hand. As a Lucetti, you either kill or be killed. Don't waste a second on a decision. That had been ingrained in my brain since I was born. I didn't know anything else. "Clean this filth up," my father said as he lazily shooed at his men surrounding the room. "And let this be a lesson." I swiped my hand down my face and walked over to the table to the side that housed our best bourbon. After pouring myself 2 fingers worth, I brought the glass to my lips and turned to face my father. The alcohol didn't even burn when it went down my throat anymore. Bourbon ran through my veins. "Where were you tonight, Cade?" Maverick, my youngest brother, asked. "I was on the east side with Smith, closing another deal. What's it to you?" I growled. Maverick may be younger, but he's always thought he was my boss. "He was supposed to be with you," he said, pointing to the blood stain on the floor, which was all that remained of the man whose name I didn't even bother knowing. I only knew a few of them by heart, and that's only due to the fact they'd been with us for so long, by some stroke of luck. Not dying by my father's hand or due to some deal gone sideways in this world is a skill all its own. Dangerous business, the crime world is. Numbing business, the crime world is. I shrugged my shoulders. Not my fault. "You're such a prick," Maverick grumbled, thinking since he'd turned his back to me I couldn't hear him. He'd come a royal pain in my ass ever since he'd turned 16, and my father believed it was time for him to enter our world. 8 years later, soon to be a college graduate, he still acts like a damn child. "You better shut that smart mouth up before I do it for you," I snapped, pointing at him over my bourbon. "Oh, yeah?" he replied, turning quickly and making his way towards me from across the room. "Boys," my father said with a deadly calm. Maverick and I both straightened up, knowing he wouldn't ask so nicely again. Even though we were his sons, we weren't given second chances either. I glared at Maverick to communicate to him that it was best to drop it. For once in his life, he actually listened and flopped on one of the leather couches. Better mark that on the calendar. Finn looked between us with a smirk, as if he fully expected our spat, and it surprised him none. He was the oldest, and had come to expect and find laughter in our banter. Even though he could handle us and our bullshit, he was unhinged when it came to everyone else. His emotions were so up and down, and he could snap in an instant, He may have had our father's temper, but when it came to putting it into action, that was another story entirely. He didn't know when to pump the brakes or turn it all the way up. He was a loose cannon, and it made for a dangerous heir to the Luchetti throne. He was too soft when he needed to have a heavier hand, or he was too heavy-handed when he needed to ease back. There was no gray area or happy medium with Finn anymore. Done with my father's bullshit and my father's violence, I downed the rest of my bourbon, placed the empty glass on the table, and walked out of the double doors to my car without so much as a backward glance. It's a quiet ride home, and before I know it, I'm pulling up to the gates of my house. I nod to the security guard as he lets me in and pull up to the garage. My mansion was modest in comparison to my father's, but a big house nonetheless. I walked through the side door from the garage and into the dark silence. So much house, so much emptiness. My mother, Elizaveta Luchetti, had been nagging me for years to finally settle down and fill the house with grandkids. My younger brother Sawyer was the only one who married, so he didn't get the marriage lectures anymore. He did get the baby lecture, though. My mother was dying for one of us to breed. I knew as well as my other brothers that if we didn't hurry up and get married, she'd do it for us. I made my way up the stairs, fingers loosening the tie at my neck. My footsteps echoing throughout the empty house. Today hadn't even been that long of a day, but regardless, I felt the exhaustion deep within my bones. I was tired of this life that my father had built for us. I was tired of the crime and the blood on my hands. Sure, the money was great. The amount of women begging for me to fuck them wasn't a downside either. Unless you're like me and had had your fill. Fill of death. Fill of money. Fill of someone making my choices for me and watching my every move. I was sick of looking over my shoulder in case some bastard decided he was brave enough to kill me as revenge towards my father. I couldn't imagine how paranoid Finn must feel, being heir to the crime throne and all. I stripped my clothes off and stepped into the steaming shower, letting the steam of water burn my skin, willing me to feel something. It had been so long since I'd felt something other than anger that I wasn't sure there was anything else left. I'd been turned into a vicious killing machine who was finally growing tired. I wanted to know what else was out there before I didn't have the chance to know any longer. I'd been at this for 13 years, ever since the night of my 15th birthday, when my father decided it was time for me to become a man by placing a Glock in my hand and making me pull the trigger on a man I didn't even know who'd evidently wronged him. It was the first and last time I cried myself to sleep, knowing there was no way I could do it again. But it didn't take long for me to realize that I had to. I had to bottle everything I'd ever feel on the inside if I wanted to survive the life that was being built for me without my permission. I had to turn the switch off on the pesky emotions that threatened to seep through. I stepped out of the shower, skin thoroughly scorched by the heat, and wrapped a towel around my waist. My phone vibrated on the counter, and I made my way over to it to figure out who could be texting me at almost midnight. Sawyer. You needed back at Matthias's. You've got to be shitting me. I could throttle someone. I was so irritated with the fact that I couldn't hop into bed right now with a book. It had become my nighttime ritual to help calm the voices raging inside my head, and even then, Sometimes they were just too damn loud to let me get any meaningful rest. Just because I was a trained killer didn't mean I wasn't able to enjoy a good novel or two. I'd never tell my brothers about it, though. They'd tease me about it endlessly, more than they already did when we were growing up. We all had our talents. My brothers just saw mine as weaker. My father wasn't afraid to let me know how displeased he was with my hobbies either. "Put that pussy shit away. We don't become crime lords by reading fairy tales," he told me once, as if all books were fairy tales, as if he had never read a book before in his life and forgot that he was the one to get me into reading. That's what scared me the most. Knowing how much this life had changed my father, and knowing if I let the darkness in, it would destroy any scrap of light I had left, no matter how little. After throwing on a pair of sweats and a t-shirt, refusing to put a suit back on to endure whatever level of bullshit this was about to be, I made my way back to my father's. I seriously considered pretending I never read Sawyer's Message, but we were at our father's beck and call, and all that would get me was a beating. 28 years old and still getting disciplined by my old man. Yet another reason I was desperately hoping for some sort of escape from the world I'd grown up in. Maybe if my father didn't have me under his thumb anymore, he'd start seeing me as a son again. Maybe we could actually have a relationship that consisted of more than just money and blood and death. What was so urgent we had to come back so soon? I asked, waltzing in without a care in the world. Sleep deprivation made me brave and stupid. "Check your attitude, boy, before I check it for you," my father said in a calm tone. I wasn't to be fooled into thinking that he was actually calm, and that there wasn't a threat laced in those words. I took a seat in between my brothers and gave my full, undivided attention. He took a moment to look at all of us and the handful of men he had in his meeting chambers before he spoke again. "I brought you all back here again because I've been informed of a situation," he began, his smirk gracing his lips. It caught me by surprise. My father found nothing amusing, so I knew what he was about to say would not be good. "Lila Canella's men have been spotted putting their noses where they don't belong. This is not a new problem, but this time it's over by the new turf by the harbor. Good turf, which means good business and good money. What should be ours, Canella has decided should be hers, due to the proximity of Vincent Periano's territory, and the fact that her daughter is married to his son." He paused, folding his hands in front of him and giving a dark chuckle before continuing. "Anyone with half a brain cell knows any harbor land is ours. But we also know Lila lacks reason when it comes to money and turf. So tomorrow evening, we will be meeting with the Canellas and the Perianos on neutral ground, per their request, to see if we can come to a peaceful agreement." He looked at each of us again, staring us down and penetrating us with his gaze. "But be warned. All of you know by now that Luchettis don't go down without a fight, and we aren't ones to give things that belong to us away peacefully. If this meeting was happening at neutral ground and wasn't happening here, then that meant we were traveling into the den of the viper who called herself Lila Canella. I took a moment to look at my father, to truly look at him and see if there was any of the man I once admired left inside. but all that stared back at me were blank eyes, not a trace of the gentle side that I missed. At this moment, I vowed that this business with the Canellas would be my last. After this, I was wiping my hands clean of all future wrongdoings. I refused to lose the tiny spark I still had left inside me that kept me human.
3. Soren. Soren! I groaned internally at the sound of Jude calling my name. I'd fallen asleep with a book in my hand last night and forgot to set an alarm. Up too late, reading about a life I wish was my own. Okay, maybe I didn't truly wish to live the life of the main character of a Stephen King novel, but escapism was escapism. Coming, I replied, getting out of bed, pulling a robe over my nightgown, and stepping into my slippers. Jude didn't like to be kept waiting. I came down the stairs to the kitchen where Jude was seated at the table, sipping coffee and reading the newspaper. Fuck. I didn't realize just how badly I'd slept in this morning. Seeing Jude have his coffee and breakfast already in front of him was a bad enough sign that I was very late. Usually it was me who cooked breakfast for Jude and got him the newspaper. But I refused to believe he had gotten it together himself. "Good morning, Mrs. Pirano," a stout, older woman said from the sink, already cleaning the dishes from breakfast. "Soren, this is Martha," Jude said, not taking his eyes away from the paper. "She'll be staying with us and taking care of things for a while. I require your presence at an upcoming business meeting." I didn't know whether to feel excited about the fact that I'd get to leave the house, or worried. Jude rarely let me leave the house anymore unless I was under the watchful eye of him or one of his watchdogs. I only went out on the town a couple of nights a week, if that. It had dwindled down to once every couple months, if I was lucky. None of the girls I went out with wanted to feel watched all night. Plus, Jude didn't like it when I drank anyway. "Nice to meet you, Martha," I said, making my way to where Jude was seated at the table. "Good morning, love," I said to Jude, pecking him on the cheek. I pulled a chair out and took a seat next to him, waiting for the shoe to drop and my punishment for not being awake in time to greet the new maid and prepare his food. He always preferred me to be punctual, else I became an embarrassment to him and made him late. I took this time to take in my husband's features. He was someone men looked at and wanted to be friends with, and who the ladies looked at and wanted to fuck. His hair was a warm blonde color, and his smile could light up a room. It was in the depths of his ocean blue eyes that gave away the coldness within him. Jude's eyes snapped to mine, and I quickly looked away, realizing I'd been caught staring. Making eye contact with a man like him was a mistake, a sign of disrespect. Strike 2 for the day. "We'll be going away this weekend, to your mother's house," Jude said, giving his attention back to the paper. He was acting nonchalant, but I knew not to see it as a sign of hope. I bit my tongue and swallowed my response of, "She's not my mother," before I blurted it out and caught strike 3. Every time he mentioned Lila and said she was my mother, which he did despite me, bile rose in my throat. I could hardly stand her as it was. Lila would never be half the woman my mother was. Even though I'd never known my mother, from what I'd gathered from my father's stories and the pictures he would show me, she was an amazing, one-of-a-kind soul. She'd been caught up in the violence of being a crime lord's wife and been taken from us shortly after I was born. My father had never been able to recover from that loss. Sometimes I wonder if he died of a broken heart. I knew in my soul that he didn't marry Lila because he loved her. Even if he truly did, She didn't deserve it. There was no way anyone could love a woman as vile and manipulative as her. "Okay, my love," I replied, twisting a piece of my hair between my fingers. I could see the split ends getting worse, but for some reason I couldn't cut it. It was a comfort to me, and I had an irrational fear of cutting even an inch of my hair. "We'll be leaving tonight once I return home," he continued. "Make sure our bags are packed so we can leave soon after." "Of course, love," I replied obediently. Jude insisted on being called Love. He'd shit bricks if I ever called him by his government name. In the beginning, I adored calling him by something sweet. Now the pet names felt like poison on my tongue. They held no love or meaning anymore. Jude neatly folded the newspaper and laid it down on the table, sipping the last of his coffee from the mug in front of him. "Thank you, Martha," Jude said, giving her a big smile that I knew to be fake. I watched as Martha returned it, not at all able to see through his mask quite yet. For her own benefit, I hoped she learned sooner than later to see through his facade. "Goodbye, Soren. I'll text you when I'm close to home tonight so you can bring the bags out and we can leave," Jude said, planting a kiss on top of my head. I didn't let out a breath until he was out the door, and I knew, for now, I'd evaded his wrath. Of all the things I refused to believe, Jude softening up was the biggest of them all. He would never spare me any kindness ever again. It was likely he was saving my punishment for later tonight when we were alone. He kept up the nice husband and happy marriage charade in front of people, but behind closed doors he was a much darker man. After he became a monster and showed the true darkness of his soul, he would always remain a monster in my mind, and I would always be his unwilling victim. It made me think about the first time he showed the darkest parts of himself over something so simple. We were at dinner one night at one of the fanciest restaurants in Providence not long after the deal between Jude and Lila had been finalized, and we were celebrating in a sense. Jude was celebrating the woman he'd bought, and I was celebrating being free for the first time since my father died, and that some old man hadn't won. Although I teased him like he was since he was a couple years older than I was. I had confided this to Jude like a fool, and how I was so happy for this new stepping stone of my life. How I hoped we could be happy together and tell this crazy story to our grandchildren one day of how we'd met. I felt like we talked for hours from the appetizer until the dessert, when his first red flag showed, and I made the mistake of brushing it off. Our waiter was a younger man, similar to my age from what I could tell, and had been shamelessly flirting with me since he introduced himself. I brushed it off and smiled politely, and at first Jude did his best to ignore him. But each time the waiter came to the table, I could tell his patience was becoming thinner and thinner. "Can I get you something for dessert, gorgeous?" he asked. And before I had the chance to respond, Jude slammed his hand on the table, practically silencing the entire restaurant. "Flirt with my wife again, and I'll cut your tongue out," Jude hissed in a low tone, and a shrill of terror ran down my spine at his words and the seriousness of his tone. From the fire in his eyes, I knew he was serious about his threat and would hurt this man and not blink an eye. I should have listened to my gut during that first instance and walked away while I could, because the next morning, that same waiter showed up on the news, missing and presumed dead. For fuck's sake! It was winter time in Providence and freezing balls outside while I waited for Jude to pull up. He'd texted me 10 minutes ago that he was 5 minutes away, but here I was, still waiting. I knew if I even took a step back towards the house, he'd roll up and see me changing course, and it'd be my strike 4 for the day. I'd carefully packed our bags, making sure everything was in there that he may need. I'd been packing for him long enough that I don't think there was anything that I could forget. When you're married and have known someone for so long, it's normal to know their tells, their little flaws, and the way they like things. But I didn't memorize everything about Jude out of love. I did it out of survival. I could write an entire book on all the things Jude had smacked me around for. Forgetting his toothbrush, turning the thermostat up in the dead of winter, making eye contact with one of our drivers. I'm pretty sure that same driver was floating in one of the rivers, since I never saw him again after that day. There's no such thing as just plain getting fired in this world. It's either kill or be killed. I didn't want to know how many people had died at the hands of my husband because of me. I never knew there was such rage within a person before. I never thought this would be my life. And you never do either. You never think, hey, I'm going to be forced into a marriage with an abusive, narcissistic asshole. This was not the life I imagined for myself. Not in a million damn years. Insanely bright headlights from a black Audi blinded me, signaling the arrival of my dear husband. I grabbed our bags, ready to put them in the car, when he turned off the engine and got out. Change of plans. Randy's going to drive us to the airstrip and we're going to take the jet. Jude barked, loosening his tie as he walked towards the front door to wait alongside me. Bad day at the office? As if he could sense he was being summoned, Randy pulled up the black Rolls-Royce and smoothly got out of the driver's seat to open the door for us. Mr. and Mrs. Pirano? Randy greeted with a nod. Thank you, Randy, Jude replied, getting into the back seat, with me close behind. After Randy shut the door and loaded up the bags, we were off to the airstrip. I had no idea why Jude felt the need to take the jet. We didn't live that far from Lila's house. It was as easy as taking a ferry across the bay and driving the rest of the way. But I knew if he was taking the jet, it was for a reason, and one I didn't bother asking about. Rich men and their money. The advantage of trips on the jet was that I got to enjoy a glass or two of champagne. It was the only time Jude allowed me to drink, and the world looked so beautiful from the clouds. Everything looked so small and insignificant down below. It left me feeling the smallest bit buzzed from the alcohol and the view, and made whatever this night held feel a little more bearable. Jude, Soren! Lila greeted us at the double doors of her mansion. Between the three of us, there wasn't an ounce of love or a real smile. Lila pulled me into an embrace, and I tried to keep myself from shivering from the cold of her dead, icy heart. Seriously, what did my father see in you? Let me have the butler get your bags for you and show you to your room. You two must be exhausted, Lila said as she quickly hugged Jude. She said it as if we'd been traveling all day, instead of the measly 45-minute trip it had been. One of my least favorite things about coming and staying at Lila's was the fact that Jude and I had to share a bed. At home, I had my own room with my own bed. Jude didn't like to share the bed with me unless we were having sex. And once we were done, it was expected that I go to my bathroom and clean up before sleeping in my own bed. I'd begun to feel like nothing but a rag doll for him to throw around and fuck. What a lovely life to live. I probably thought up to 1,000 times a day about how this couldn't be my life, how this had to be a dream and I'd wake up any moment. My father would be alive, Lila would be back in hell, and Jude would be in Rhode Island, still under his father's thumb. He'd only escaped because of our marriage. You're welcome for that, by the way, douche canoe. I wasn't asking for my life to be a fairy tale, but hot damn, I'd take an average, normal, boring life over this one. I followed Jude up the familiar staircase and up to my old room, which had been stripped of any personalization. Lila had put her own dull, modern spin on it. The walls that I used to paint on in my spare time, more as an adult than as a child, were now painted over with a mute gray. It was as if I'd never been here at all. "I love what you've done with the place, Lila," Jude complimented. "It looks like an entirely new space." Of course you'd love it. Jude's house was full of dull and muted colors. It was as if every shade of black, white, and gray had thrown up on it. Don't get me wrong, those colors have the ability to look amazing when done right. But inside the four walls of that house, it just felt like a prison. "I'm going to shower before dinner," Jude announced, undoing the first couple buttons of his dress shirt. "Make sure you freshen up and look presentable beforehand. We'll be having guests tonight." He said it as if this was his house and they were his guests. But I knew better than to correct him. Before I could bother responding, he had already made his way into the bathroom and turned on the shower, drowning out any possible response. There was a time when I'd have joined him in the shower, begging for a quick fuck before we had to go somewhere. But the thought of his skin on mine now repulsed me. But he still loved to make me beg for him and feel so insignificant and small while I did it. I made my way over to my suitcase and unzipped it, pulling out my makeup bag and my hairbrush, along with my curling iron and a simple black dress. I wore makeup so often that I almost forgot what I looked like without it. Like the light dusting of freckles underneath didn't exist. Or the woman, for that matter. After touching up my loose curls and makeup, I slipped into the dress and strapped my heels on. I walked over to the mirror and peered at myself, running my hands down my dress and smoothing it out. I took a moment to take myself in as the water stopped running in the bathroom. I'd changed so much in recent years, life having dulled my shine. But damn it if I were to deny that I cleaned up well. The bathroom door opened, and steam billowed out as Jude walked towards me with a towel wrapped around his waist as he dried his hair with another. Seeing him half naked did nothing for me anymore, and tempted not a single sexual spark in my body. "Very nice," Jude said, walking over to the bed and the suit I laid out for him. He wasted no time getting ready. I could have sworn the man only needed 5 minutes. What it must be like to be a man. "Make sure you behave yourself in front of the dinner guests," Jude warned, as if I wasn't already planning on it. "Of course, my love," I replied in a voice as sweet as honey. If I didn't think it would get a one-way ticket to the bottom of a river, I'd give him a piece of my mind. But alas, I preferred to keep my legs on solid ground, and I made my way towards the bedroom door, having no idea what was in store for me tonight. As we made our way down the staircase, arm in arm, I could hear the sound of the piano being played. It was a rather beautiful tune, now that I stopped to really listen to it. It stopped suddenly, as the man behind it made his way towards the dining room. The only snippet of his features I was able to catch was his dark brown hair and his sharp black suit. Despite the hour, Lila was still determined to entertain her so-called guests. But I knew this dinner wasn't for pleasure. I knew the underlying reason for this gathering had to do with business. It always did. We were the last ones to enter the dining room, everyone else already seated. Jude and I circled the table, and he pulled out the chair for me to take a seat as we stopped. Perfect manners for a jackass. It looked like I wasn't the only one who was on their best behavior tonight. "Matthias, this is Jude Perano, my son-in-law," Lila said, gesturing to my husband as he sat beside me. "Jude, this is Matthias Lucchetti." I took in the man sitting next to my stepmother, and instantly regretted looking him in the eye. If looks could kill, I'd have been dead long ago. I knew just by looking into his eyes for a split second that this man was not to be fucked with. There was power behind those eyes. Doing my best not to look his way again, afraid he could smell fear, I looked around the table at all the men surrounding it, Lucchetti and Canella alike, when my eyes landed on the most beautiful man I had ever encountered. His hair was short on the sides and long on the top, intentionally tousled in a I don't give a fuck kind of way. And his dark, stormy gray eyes were stunningly beautiful against his tanned skin. It was the same man, I realized, who had just been playing the piano when I waltzed down the stairs with Jude. And as our eyes connected, I knew I was in deep shit.
4. Cade. I'm in deep, deep shit. That was the first thought that crossed my mind as my eyes were met with a pair of stunning light green ones. They were the kind of green you'd see in meadows full of flowers, or the color of fresh-cut grass on a sunny day. I wouldn't be in such deep shit if this wasn't Lila's daughter, who she'd sold off to the highest bidder, who just so happened to be the son of another powerful Mafia boss, the same one who was fighting with Lila against us for the territory now. Most definitely a marriage for power. I tried and failed not to stare at her and take in everything about her. But it wasn't her beauty that stuck out to me the most. It was the cold, dead look in her eyes, the hopelessness. I knew it all too well, because whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw it in my own. Pity sliced through me like a knife, because she looked too young and too innocent to already seem so dead inside. How had she gotten caught up in something like this? I knew, without even truly having to think about it, how she'd gotten trapped into this life. Lila had made her a prisoner and thrown away the key, forever trapping this girl in misery. Just as the thought entered my mind, so did confusion. Why did I care so much about a girl who was nothing to me? Why did I care about the relationship she had with her husband, or the hurt in her eyes? But something underneath my skin began to sing the more that I looked at her, at the need to claim her as my own without any logical reason. Something deep within me called for her. Mine. I finally broke eye contact, not missing the warning glare her husband gave me as introductions were made around the table. Jude Periano didn't know it then, but he should consider himself grateful that I was being a good boy for my father, because now I felt a very strong possessiveness over his wife, and everything in me screamed to take her from him. A seed of obsession began to take root in that moment, and I could do nothing to stop it. These are my sons, Finn, Sawyer, Cade, and Maverick, my father said, gesturing to us one by one. There wasn't a single bit of warmth about any of us, or the body language we currently displayed. Looking at any single one of us the wrong way was asking for a death wish. Everyone knew not to fuck with any of the Lucetti men, and for good reason. Boys, this is Lila Canella, my father said as he gestured to the Mafia queen of Boston. I'd heard plenty about her, but never met or put a face to the name before. Honestly, I wasn't impressed. I nodded in greeting to her, the bare minimum of response, whilst Maverick and Finn barely acted like she existed, just staring coldly at her. Sawyer seemed indifferent, as if he wasn't sure which response to give. He had always been the most reasonable and softest of us brothers, and it had only gotten worse once he'd married his wife, Vanessa. Pleasure, Lila responded, a sickly sweet fake smile plastered on her face. This is my son-in-law, Jude, and his wife, Soren. She didn't have to introduce them. I already knew who they were when I stepped into the room. Everyone knew about the notorious Jude Periano, who had bought his bride. Not to mention she'd just introduced Jude to my father not 2 seconds ago. Just like Lila, I had no idea what either of them looked like until now, but the way he carried himself, like the prick I knew he was, I nailed his identity down in 2 seconds flat. Only he would arrive so fashionably late with his wife on his arm. I didn't tempt myself to look at Soren again, nodding to Jude in greeting and knowing damn well by the look on his face that he was daring me to look at his wife again. Protective prick. I wanted to stare and laugh in Jude's face just to piss him off. If this was a game he wanted to play, then game on. I'd make him regret ever thinking he could cross me. "Thank you for joining us, Matthias," Lila began, as the greetings and the introductions finished. "Although I'm afraid it will just be a waste of time and gas for you." I could see my father's blood begin to boil already, and I'm surprised there wasn't steam blowing out of his ears. "You'd do well to remember who you're talking to, Lila," my father warned, surprising me slightly that he hadn't threatened her worse than that. "I remember very well who I'm dealing with, Matthias. You'd do well to remember who exactly you're trying to duel with," Lila replied, clasping her hands together on the table in front of her. I could almost hear my father's jaw breaking as he clenched it, using every bit of restraint he had left to not strangle this woman. "Everyone in Boston knows that any territory in the harbor belongs to the Luchettis," Finn piped up, knowing my father clearly needed a minute to collect himself. "Unfortunately for you, that territory intermingles with that of the Periano family, and since it's in Boston, it belongs to us." If I could describe what Lila's voice sounded like, I could equate it to nails on a chalkboard. She had me grinding my teeth with each word that came out of her mouth. I couldn't imagine how my father must be feeling. I snuck a peek at Maverick to see how he was taking this, and he was about as close to losing his shit as my father was. That's what happens when you inherit his lack of patience. My father, and his father, and his father before him have owned the harbor, and it will continue to be that way as I pass it to my sons, and they pass it to their sons. I don't give a fuck if the Queen of England's territory intermingles with it. It belongs to us. The only reason this is up for debate is because some small, unimportant mob member who owned the turf was murdered, and he didn't belong to either of us. How he managed that, I'll never know. But that's not what's important here. Only a fool would question whose ownership it belongs to now that he's dead. That's the only time it's left Luchetti hands, and it won't happen again. "So you think I'm a fool?" Lila hissed, and I could have sworn I saw venom fly from her lips. "Must be," Maverick grumbled, causing Lila to whip her head towards him and pin him with a death stare. "The land is ours. There's no room for compromise, adjustments, or argument. You've wasted your time coming here tonight, Matthias, and you will be the one who leaves here a fool. We're done here," my father hollered to us all, giving us our cue to leave. He stopped short, turning once more to face Lila, and spoke in a low and menacing tone. "But be warned, Lila. You've made a grave mistake thinking you can cross me and my family. With that, he turned and made his way out the front door, followed by my brothers and his men. I should have known better that coming here tonight wouldn't result in anything. My father and Lila both craved power so badly there was no way in hell either of them would give something up so easily. No, I had a feeling this war was just getting started. And although I was already screwed, knowing I'd get a mouthful from my father tonight about keeping my focus on the task at hand, I couldn't help but spare one more glance at the beautiful girl who had eyes filled with hopelessness. With a wink in her direction, I sealed my fate and felt no fear about the potential consequences coming my way. On the drive home, I pondered ideas in my mind of how to prevent a massacre during this war, because that's exactly what would happen. A massacre. Blood would be shed, and neither side would stop until they won. It wasn't just about the turf. It was about showing who had the biggest balls and wasn't afraid to make everyone around them aware of it. It was almost 2 a.m, and I desperately craved my bed. But my father had sent out a message to me individually that he wanted to see me again, which was strange. Strange that he'd texted me individually and not in a group with all of my brothers, and strange because this couldn't wait until morning. I pulled up to his mansion, wiping the tired from my eyes and pretending I couldn't fall over at any moment and sleep into oblivion. This was the longest I'd kept going in a while, having gotten used to my bedtime at midnight. I needed to mentally prepare myself because this was war coming our way, and it would be the first of many sleepless nights. When I made my way inside, my father was sitting on his black leather couch in the living room in front of the fireplace, holding a glass of brandy. "Sit down, son," he commanded, a deathly calm tone to his voice. I knew I was in trouble, but this badly? So bad it couldn't wait until later, and my father was drinking at 2 a.m? Maybe it had been incredibly stupid to throw that wink at Jude's wife on the way out, but seeing how red his face got with anger was too good of a sight to pass up. I just hope Soren didn't catch any of the repercussions because of my actions. My father stared at me for a long moment as I made my way to the couch opposite of him, pinning me down with his dark, cold eyes and intending to make me squirm before he realized it was useless and began to speak. "Lila Canella is a royal pain in my ass," he muttered. "I've been sitting and thinking about how to get us out of this situation ever since that mobster died and the land became available. It should have never gone to him in the first place, but your grandfather was a soft, damn idiot." He sat for a moment, swirling his drink around as if lost in thought. It wasn't until tonight that I finally realized what needed to be done. I had a bad feeling about what he was going to say next, and before he even began speaking, I knew I wasn't going to like it. "I noticed you eyeing Jude's wife tonight." "Yup, I'm really not going to like this. I figured why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? For fuck's sake, this cannot be happening. In order to win this turf war, you're going to steal away Lila and Jude's precious princess." Oh yeah, I'm definitely in some deep shit now. The irony of the universe and the karma it dealt with didn't escape me. I had set myself up for this when I let my newfound possessiveness for her come to the surface. But no matter how messy this is going to be, I couldn't wait to have her. Mine. All the bourbon in the world couldn't give me enough courage to say no to my father's request. Whoever came up with the concept of liquid courage has never met Matthias Lucetti. It would have been smart of me to say no and to kill the obsessive bug I had for the woman before it began to multiply against my will. But it had been a long time since I'd been a smart man. After the mentally exhausting day I'd had, but after the bomb he just dropped, I still couldn't bring myself to peel myself from my father's couch in the den and head home. My brothers had gone home long ago, leaving straight from Lila's, and my father had left to do God knows what. So I was alone. Or so I had thought, before I heard the distinct sound of footsteps from behind me. "You're more than welcome to stay here tonight, but you haven't done that in many years." My mother's voice filled my ears as she teased me. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll find the energy to leave soon," I replied, putting on the best smile I could so she didn't see the inner turmoil within. "Long day?" she asked, taking a seat on the couch opposite of me. "You could say that," I sighed. When it came to my mother, I always felt like I could open up to her, which was a stark contrast to my father. He hadn't been my go-to person since I was a child. "Tell me what's on your mind, Cade," my mother said softly as she gave me her full attention. I strained my ears to make sure there were no lurking footsteps around us, and then let out a huge sigh. "I'm just tired of this, Ma," I began. "I'm tired of this life and the nothingness it offers me. It's not like I have any choice in the matter. It's not like Dad would ever let me leave." "You underestimate your father, son," my mother scoffed. "Not to mention you underestimate my ability of persuasion." I laughed because she had a point when it came to my father and his weakness for my mother. She was the one person he'd never been able to say no to, and I don't think either of us would ever see the day in our lifetime. But even if she had a point about being able to persuade my father into anything she asked, I still couldn't bring myself to leave. This had been my family and I's life for as long as I could remember. Leaving the Mafia life behind felt like I would be abandoning my family, and I refused to ever do that. "I could never leave my family," I responded, and I knew by the twinkle in my mother's eye that she was up to no good in her train of thought. "One day, my son, you will find a motivation that's big enough to leave your family behind," she said. "And what would I care about more than my family?" I asked in disbelief. "Starting your own," she said knowingly. I shook my head, because my mother's heart was so pure still that she believed someone as broken as me was capable of a woman's love. Little did she know I gave up on that dream a long time ago, and there wasn't a woman out there today whose love I was worthy of.
5. Soren. The house was silent, save for the gentle breeze blowing through the curtains of the open window in my bedroom. You couldn't even hear my sobs, as my body silently racked with them. I knew as soon as Jude requested the driver bring the car and announced we were going back home, that hell would be waiting for me when we got there. If we had been staying at Lila's, he wouldn't have been able to punish me at all, let alone for something as simple as looking in another man's direction for a tenth of a second. Everything was made 10 times worse when the same man winked at me on his way out. I had no control over anyone's actions but my own, and yet I was still being punished for them. My marriage with Jude probably looked normal on the outside, as normal as marriage to a mafia boss's son could be. But behind closed doors, it was another animal entirely. One with a vicious nature that liked the smell of blood and the cry of a helpless woman. I hated myself for letting my life get this way, for not running away when I had the chance. I thought that if I did, my life would be filled with constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for Lila to take me back, to ruin whatever happiness I would have built. After years of planning what I would have done back then, and constantly looping through all the what-ifs, it all looked so damn easy. Cut my hair, dye it, change my name, leave the country, and make sure I was never found again. It's what I constantly and so desperately wanted, even to this day. But I knew the stakes were a lot more dangerous this time around. It wasn't just Lila that I would have to deal with. Jude wouldn't let me walk out on him or go anywhere he couldn't find me. It would be too embarrassing for him, and he'd go right back to being his father's bitch. And if our marriage ended, Lila would be in an entire world of hurt in the power department. The only reason she even stood a chance against the Lucchetis in the turf war was because of Jude's involvement. Without him, she was powerless. She would have no choice but to bow to their every wish. After my father had died and Lila took over the throne of the Canella clan, the respect for me and my family had dwindled significantly. Nobody cared about a woman who thought she was intimidating and knew what she was doing. The only reason she had any kind of street cred was being of the reputation my father worked so hard and tirelessly to build. The marriage arrangement between Jude and myself that she had set up only proved how small her power was becoming, and time was running out. She used me as the only way to save my father's empire that she'd tainted so easily. No matter what happened and no matter where I tried to go, I'd never be able to escape the life I was living. The sooner I accept my doomed fate, the better off my life would be. I couldn't keep wishing to be saved forever. The only person who was going to save me was myself, and I was so damn tired. I felt too weak, too fragile, too hopeless to do anything about it. The more I tried to fight back, the worse things turned out for me. I was better off pretending to be the docile and compliant wife that everyone thought I was. But that didn't stop the fire from burning inside of me. To try just one last time to get myself away from all the darkness that clouded my life. I'd grown up reading about princesses being rescued by their knights in shining armor, but I knew without any doubt that mine was never coming. I may be a Mafia princess, but this was no fairy tale. No one was coming to rescue me. If I wanted to be free, I'd have to rescue my damn self. That truth rang even more true as I heard the squeak of the door hinge. My heart began to pound because the last thing I would have expected tonight would be for Jude to come in and force himself on me. Nor did I think I'd see him practically begging me to be with him without even having to say a word. Jude wasn't one to beg or even ask for the things he wanted. Those around him were supposed to just know and give it to him. But it wasn't my husband who tiptoed into my room. And it wasn't my long-awaited impossible knight in shining armor. No, it was a monster hiding in the shadows. One who realized I was awake and quickly moved to the side of my bed before putting a black wool hood over my head and plunging me into darkness. In an attempt to break free, I kicked my feet and swung my arms, hoping Jude would put a stop to whatever was going on. I didn't yet know whether this was a game he had decided to play or I was in actual danger. I sadly hoped for the former, because nobody would be stupid enough to break into his home without his knowledge. He had to be the one behind whatever this was. But Jude didn't come. Never one to save me. "This would be a lot easier if you'd stop struggling, princess," a deep voice said through my struggling. Hearing this unfamiliar voice sent an icy chill down my spine, and I knew then that Jude was in no way behind this. The stranger's voice was the last thing I heard, as I inhaled a sweet aroma, and a dreamless sleep overtook me.
6. Cade. I didn't plan to do this myself, but here I was, kidnapping Soren out of her home under the nose of her husband. I didn't trust anyone to do this but me, knowing someone else would fuck it up. This was too important of a mission for it not to go perfectly. Getting past the patrols of minions Jude had circling the house was a pain in my ass, and I was lucky to avoid getting caught. Now, getting out would be another story, one that I wasn't looking forward to. I'd kidnapped people before, but my heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt as I pulled the hood over Soren's head and she thrashed to get free. I know her image of me would only get worse from here, and I was being every bit of the monster she thought I was. It didn't take long before she stopped and relaxed, as if she was already done and tired of fighting. Or maybe it was the chloroform beginning to work quickly. She went limp against the bed, hair splayed out in a heap of golden blonde mess. I took the hood from her face and couldn't help but think about how peaceful she looked. If the dark circles under her eyes were any indication, I would guess this is the best sleep Soren has gotten in a long time. Fuck. I couldn't feel pity for her, even with the rage blossoming in me at the sight of her and all the pain she had endured close up. I couldn't allow myself to. I was here on a job, and that's it. I had to detach myself and to keep the switch of Heartless turned on. That meant I need to turn off this obsessive beast within my chest and get us both out of here safely before we were found. I was incredibly shocked that Jude stayed oblivious to any of the commotion in here. Nor did he notice me breaking in. That just goes to show how little of a fuck this man actually cares about his wife. I mean, her own room, with no extra precautions whatsoever? What a tool. Although, if I were her, I wouldn't be too upset about not having to share a bed with him. With the way he acted around her during the meeting between our families, he was a real douche. And by the looks of it, he was one who couldn't keep his hands or his venomous words to himself. Could spot that a mile away. But maybe I knew nothing about her. Or him. Maybe he was an absolutely perfect gentleman to his wife, and she was sleeping in here because he snored. I wanted to burst out laughing at the impossibility of that thought, because the chances of that were slim to fuck all. But just as I thought about the lack of precautions Jude had in place, I heard the creak of a floorboard in the hallway outside of Soren's room. Shit. I paused my motions for a moment and waited to see what the person on the other side of the door's next move was, and gauge how much time I had left before everything went to hell. After a few moments of stilled silence, I took the gamble and decided to get the fuck out of here as fast as I could before I had to find out. I lifted Soren in my arms quickly, the fact of how light she was in my grasp not escaping me. So light I felt like at any moment she could wither and blow away in the breeze. I couldn't and shouldn't feel sorry for her, and I didn't even know I was still capable of feeling that way for another human. But I fucking did. I pitied this girl. She was just a pawn in a game much bigger than she could imagine. I looked around the room, knowing that the bedroom door was no longer an option, and peered out of the double doors which led out to a small balcony. Quietly walking over towards it, I noticed the latch was undone, and luck was on my side as I gently nudged the door open. Mercifully, it didn't make a sound, because as I peered over the balcony's edge, one of Jude's men was walking just beneath it. I had no fucking idea how I was going to get out of this situation. But I hadn't grown up in this life not being able to get out of a sticky situation. Even if I had to kill every person in said situation, I'd do what I had to do. Just as the door to Soren's room opened, I threw her over my shoulder and began to climb down the balcony towards the ground just as the guard disappeared around the corner of the house and ran as fast as my legs could carry me to my car. After practically throwing Soren in the passenger seat and turning the key in the ignition, the only thing I noticed in my rear view was the side of a dark silhouette standing in her bedroom window. Soren laid unconscious in my passenger seat, a light snore coming from her as she slept. I really wish I didn't have to knock her out. But how do you calmly convince a person to come with someone who broke into their house? I'd have been lucky to leave that house in one piece if I had taken the time to try to sweet-talk her into this plan, especially with someone coming so quickly down the hallway. I'd have a bullet in my head before I even uttered a single word. No matter how miserable she may be in her life, I still knew there was no way in hell she would have walked out of that house willingly. Nobody ever does anything without knowing the price of what it'll cost them. The streets are quiet, accented by barely lit street lamps as we drive through them to my house. I'm going on 36 hours of no sleep, and I know when I finally get the chance to sleep, I'll be dead to the world. For the first time in my life, I decided to turn my phone off and hope to God that nobody lost their shit in the meantime. My house loomed darkly in front of me, and once I made it through the gate, I pulled into the garage rather than in front. Wouldn't want any nosy neighbors seeing my precious cargo. Not that they'd get close enough to see and live to tell the tale, anyway. I nod to the men I have standing guard outside the garage door of my house, my father already wasting no time on upping security. Matthias ordered it as soon as he told me of his crazy plan, saying we'd need extra men at every house. We know Lila and Jude will blame us, but they'll have no idea who did what. It could have easily been any of us, though I knew Jude would know exactly who was behind it if he really put his thick skull to work and truly thought about it. "Welcome home, sir," my personal bodyguard Isaac says as I walk through the side door with Soren in my arms. The man is completely unfazed by any of my shenanigans, and this doesn't seem to be something that will ruffle his feathers either. You, my friend, have seen some shit. I knew if I asked Isaac to tell me about some of his military stories, we'd be talking for days on end. Again, my friend had seen some shit. The look in his eyes was evidence enough of that. Usually he was a wraith, hiding quietly in the shadows, while also keeping an eye out. Just as I liked it. But every once in a while he liked to make an appearance. He just always seemed to have terrible timing and caught me doing something particularly sketchy, like carrying an unconscious woman in my arms. "Isaac," I finally say, returning his greeting and swiftly kicking the door shut behind me. "I assume you got my message about preparing the guest bedroom at the end of the hall?" "Of course, sir." Isaac nodded, arms crossed in front of him in typical Isaac fashion. "Perfect," I replied before making my way up the stairs, Soren still unconscious and peaceful-looking. Despite my arms being full, I somehow managed to open the door. I waited for my eyes to adjust to the darkness of the room before walking through the doorway. Soren jostled in my arms, and I felt my blood heat unintentionally, the side of her nightgown riding up her thighs. If the little fabric she was currently wearing could even be called a nightgown. It was proof of how pitiful my sex life had become when just a flash of skin from an attractive woman was enough to get me going. I laid Soren down gently on the bed and took the quilt from the chaise next to the fireplace and covered her with it. I was practically tucking her in like a damn child. I again took in how peaceful she looked as she slept, how gentle her snores were, how her plump lips were slightly parted, and how her long hair laid behind her head like a halo. And I tried to ignore the bruises and cuts that littered various parts of her bodies that came to light once her makeup was gone. This was her true face, and as I took her in, I noted that all of her secrets and pain were out in the open for me to see. And from the look of the split lip she was sporting, the pain was recent. I felt the beast inside me grow stronger at the sight of it, and vowed to burn anyone to the ground for so much as looking at her the wrong way again. She was in my house now, and under my care. She was mine. I hadn't been able to save my sister from getting caught up in the evil of the crime underworld, and I refused to sit and watch another innocent soul snuffed out by it. Against my better judgment, and unable to fight the pull any longer, I pulled the chair up next to her bed and took a seat, crossing my arms over one another and my right ankle over my knee. Watching her sleep, paired with the darkness surrounding us, didn't help, and soon I slowly faded away into unconsciousness as well.
7. Soren. Fuck, my head hurts. I brought a hand to my head and willed the pounding to stop before slowly opening my eyes. But it wasn't my ceiling I was looking at. And then all the memories came flooding back. The hood over my face, the sickeningly sweet smell that invaded my nostrils, and then the utter darkness that consumed me. And that voice that still had the ability to send a chill down my spine even now. So where the fuck am I? I tried not to make any sudden movements, as I did my best to look at my surroundings without fully sitting up. I was in a beautifully designed room, shades of purple and gray everywhere, a stone fireplace with bookshelves on either side and a chaise next to it. It rivaled even my room at home. Wherever it was clear I wasn't being treated poorly as far as accommodations went, as long as that meant no more hoods over my face or aromas that made me pass out. A slice of terror went through me, because no matter how beautiful these surroundings may be, they were unfamiliar. The unfamiliarity of these surroundings caused a slice of terror to go through me. I had grown so used to the layout of my life, and this sudden change in my routine unsettled me. I felt scared for the first time about something that had nothing to do with my husband. I did my best to look down at myself and saw I was still wearing the same nightgown and covered in a soft, comfortable knit blanket. At least whoever the fuck had taken me hostage was treating me reasonably. Is that really one of my first thoughts about my current predicament? Fuck, Jude really has ruined me. Leave it to me to always be seeking goodness in a situation, no matter how shitty it seemed. As my mind flashed to Jude, I wondered what must have gone through his mind when I didn't come downstairs this morning. I'm sure he was furious at thinking I defied him for once. When I got back to his house, he'd probably try to blame this on me too, as if getting kidnapped was my fault. I felt like I was getting ahead of myself, assuming I was going to be back at his house so soon. I had no idea what my captors had planned for me. They could keep me here indefinitely, or seek revenge by killing me for something my family or my husband had done. There was no telling what kind of shitstorm I'd gotten myself into now. I was so wrapped up in my thoughts I almost didn't recognize the man sleeping soundly in the chair next to me. I took a cautious moment to take in his features and realized I knew him. The tousled dark brown hair, the first few buttons on the top of his white dress shirt undone, sleeves rolled up to reveal his assortment of ink. Some of the tattoos he displayed looked like it had faded over the years, and some even looked brand new. He had a rose on the top of his right hand, surrounded by smaller roses, and random tattoos of various kinds scattered over his arms, and even some on his fingers. I could see a tattoo on his forearm, a plain script that read, "Survivor of all my scars." I never knew I'd be a woman attracted to tattoos, but this man made them work in a deliciously dangerous sort of way. Just imagine how his tattooed hands would look around. "You are a pathetically horny woman." I shooed away the intrusion of my dirty thoughts and took inventory of the rest of the man in front of me. One hand supported his head and the other was holding a Glock. Cade Luchetti, ladies and gentlemen. He looked so peaceful as he slept, his breaths rolling through his body evenly, as if he wasn't a monster. Even though he'd kidnapped me from my home in the dark of the night, I still couldn't help but remember how he'd first looked at me when our eyes met at the table. How pity had sliced through them before his stony resolve slipped back into place. Something deep within me tingled and ached to be closer to him and to know all the secrets he kept locked away behind those stormy eyes. I didn't know the reasoning yet, but there was a slight chance that Cade saw me for the first time and decided to take me for his own personal vendetta that had nothing to do with his family. And yet I couldn't help but wonder what repercussions he and his family were facing by taking me captive. I also couldn't help but feel grateful in the same breath to be out of that house, no matter how short of a time it may be. Which sounded so pathetic and ridiculous that I wanted to smack my heart for being such a pitiful bitch to the first bit of twisted kindness someone had shown me in years. I'd never met Cade before last night, but I'd heard enough of the tales of the Luchetti brothers and of their heartless and vicious father, Matthias. It had taken everything in me last night, sitting at that dining room table, not to gasp at how Lila spoke to the entire family. It's like she was asking for a death wish. I had no idea what power she assumed the Canellas held over the Luchettis, if there was even any at all. But regardless, she was playing a dangerously lethal game. And their games were ones I wanted no part of. But now I had no choice in the matter. I was stuck right in the middle of it all. Cade moved slightly, stirring in the chair, causing the gun to twitch. Watch. It would be my luck I'd get fucking shot while he was sleeping. Pretending I was still asleep, I laid back down, like I'd never woken up or seen him at all. I slowed my breathing and heard him move around. The sound of his fingers scratching his stubble on his cheeks, the only sound. I opened my eyes ever so slightly, peeking through my lids, and saw him tucking the gun into his waistband before picking up the chair and moving it back by the fireplace. I squeezed my eyes shut again before he realized I was awake, and didn't open them again until I heard the door click behind him and the lock slide into place. Another tower I now belonged to. I didn't know why I felt such a fascination with this man, considering my history with Mafia men, but something about him called to me. The question was, would I answer that call? I hadn't realized it until I opened my eyes again, that I'd fallen back asleep. I only knew because Cade stood leaning against my wall as if he'd been waiting for an eternity for me to wake up. "Good morning, Princess. Or should I say evening?" he said in a way of greeting, and it took but a moment before I realized his voice was the same I'd heard when I was being kidnapped from my bed. A sadness hit my chest at the way he said princess. I had been too out of it when he'd called me that the first time, but now hearing it come from his lips only reminded me of my father. It was what he'd always called me, and nobody had used that nickname for me since. "Evening?" I asked, ignoring the nostalgic sadness in my chest, my voice hoarser than I expected it to be. "You slept the entire day away, sleeping like the dead," he replied. "You didn't even stir when the housekeeper knocked on your door for meals." My stomach grumbled in response, making me well aware of how hungry I currently was. My drugged state, lack of peaceful sleep, and stress had caused me to go into a long overdue sleep that trumped needing to feed myself. I hadn't felt this recharged in my life. "Is it already past dinner time?" I asked, almost afraid to feel any more vulnerable in his presence. I'd gone without food for extended periods of time before, thanks to my husband's negative opinion about my figure. So I wasn't sure what to expect in response to my question, fully prepared to go to bed hungry. "I'm afraid so. The cook has gone home for the night," he replied. My face fell, and I could tell by the expression of pity on his face that he caught it. I internally berated myself for showing him my vulnerability and seeming so weak in front of him. But I was so fucking tired of being strong all the time when I didn't always need to be. "But I'm sure there's something we could scrounge up," Cade said, in a surprisingly reassuring tone, as if he ate late-night snacks all the time. He walked towards me, quickly closing the gap between us before holding out his hand for me to grab. I hesitantly put my hand in his, feeling the warmth of his scarred and calloused hands. "This way," Cade said, in a tone that left no room for argument. I could tell he was doing it in a way to make me feel more comfortable, which shocked me to my core. What did he get out of being nice to me? Was he just doing it because he felt bad for me? Or was he genuinely kind behind his monster mask? I didn't know which reasoning would be worse, nor had I expected such a gentleness to someone of his caliber, and it threw my brain entirely out of whack. Every single story I'd ever heard of him painted him as a monster. But I should know better than to judge someone based on what someone else had said. I stood up, feeling lightheaded from the lack of food, swaying on my feet slightly. Cade put his hand on my elbow, steadying me in a heartbeat. His fingertips felt like fire against my skin, and I tugged my arm away from reflex and instinct. "I never knew a member of the Mafia could be such a gentleman," I quipped, doing anything to kill the awkward tension I felt spreading throughout the room and my reaction to his touch. I didn't know what the fuck to do or how to act around him, or these strange feelings I had. "Be careful, Princess. I can be anything you want me to be," he warned, a wicked smile lacing his features. "What would you like me to be? Someone who loses his gentle touch?" Against my better judgment, I could have melted right on the spot at his words, and the potential underlying meaning of them. I was a married woman, technically, but I'd be wrong to deny the need that pulled in my belly to see just how non-gentle this man before me could be. But again, a voice inside my head warned against it. "For once, woman, use your brains instead of your vagina." No matter how his touch may make me feel, positive or not, I didn't know if it was something I was willing to find out more about, especially not anytime soon. I had already been handed over to one monster against my will. I didn't know if I would survive finding out I'd fallen into a trap for a second time in my life. I squashed the inappropriate feelings into a tiny, manageable box and flung them into the darkest parts of my heart, where I hoped they wouldn't bother resurfacing again. "I don't think that's what truly matters here," I finally said, realizing he was staring at me and waiting for a response. He seemed to ponder my words for only a moment before he replied. "What you want should always matter." Damn this man and his words. "Not in this life, it doesn't," I scoffed, before stepping out of the bedroom door after him, determined to keep my resolve about me and keep that box inside hidden. We made our way down the obscenely large staircase before moving into the kitchen, his hand never letting go of my own. He was catering to me as if he was afraid I may run away, which wasn't entirely out of the question, I suppose. But what exactly would I be running back to? An abusive husband who gave me a room all to myself and never slept in the same bed with me even after we had sex? Yes, let me just skip merrily on my way back to that shit show. Cade wordlessly led me to the island in the middle of his beautifully gigantic kitchen, and I scooted myself onto a bar stool and watched him search through the fridge and the cabinets. I heard a low chuckle come from him before he pulled out a box from the pantry. It took me a moment before I realized what he was holding in his hand. A box of Kraft mac and cheese? Now I understood the chuckle. Boxed mac and cheese would be the last thing I'd expect to find in the cabinets of a Mafia member, too. But here we are, late in the evening, and making mac and cheese. I hadn't had boxed mac and cheese since I was a child, and it threw me headfirst back into that nostalgic feeling and conjured up memories of my beloved father. As Cade prepped the kitchen, bringing the water to a boil on the stove, I diligently watched him work. I found it was hard not to get lost in the gracefulness of the way he did things, the way he moved. Even doing the smallest of things was full of intention. I'm sure he had years of practice. Have to be stealthy on your feet in his profession, I assume. I watched this heartless man make me a meal, and my heart betrayed me despite my best efforts. Because nobody had ever done something like this since my dad died. I don't think anyone had actually taken care of me since then. I'd had to pick myself and all the broken pieces up and try to tape them back together the best I could. He was making it harder and harder to stuff things down and not make my heart yearn for him, and I'd only just met him. And here he was, bringing glue to the fight and piecing me back together without even knowing it.
8. Cade. I watched Soren eat her bowl of mac and cheese like she hadn't eaten a meal in weeks, and I don't think her insanely long nap was the only cause of her hunger. Her face looked sunken in around her eyes, and her wrists looked like those of a child. I didn't know if it was her husband not making sure she ate or preventing her from eating. Maybe she didn't like to eat at all. Maybe I didn't want to know. Because if I found out her husband had anything to do with it, it would give me all the more reason to tear him apart, limb from limb, for being such a controlling douche. But the way she was scarfing down her food, I didn't think she was the issue. She looked like life had put her through the ringer one too many times. I'd expected her to scream when she woke up in a different place, staring at the son of the opposing side. But she didn't even flinch. It was like she was used to the shitty curveballs that life continued to throw her way. After I had woken up this morning and left her bedroom, never intending to sleep there in the first place, I decided to find out everything I could about her. I knew about her acceptance to the University of Georgia, and how her father died when she was only 18 years old. How she worked only a short time for Canella Inc. before she was wed to Jude. I knew the surface-level bits of her life, but I wanted so much more from her. I wanted to know what made her tick, and what made her get up every morning and carry on with the whole charade. I know I'm supposed to be this bitter man with a dark heart, but knowing that she wasn't upset to be here or racing to get home gutted me. But I wasn't sure what caused me to care so much. My responsibility was to keep her here until we reached a peaceful agreement in our favor, and then she would go home. I tried to avoid the nagging thought inside my head that betrayed everything else by saying I should fight for her, because she sure looked like she needed someone to. I'm just not sure why the fuck that should be me. Why did my brain think that I should be the one to save her? I don't know what it was about her that pulled me in so deep. Was it the fight that was beginning to emerge in her dead eyes? The same kind that was in mine, that called to it like its other missing half? It's like I couldn't stop wondering what had caused her to become so empty inside. She was like sunshine in human form, and someone had trapped her in the dark. I was just now getting to see those sun rays from her, and I was desperate to break down all her walls and know everything about her, inside and out. I still couldn't explain what my infatuation with her was, but I could also do nothing to stop it. No matter how hard I fought against it, I just felt absolutely and irrevocably infatuated by her. The mystery of who Soren was entangled in my every thought like overgrown ivy. Soren was my enemy's daughter. I shouldn't have any good feelings toward her, but getting to see her up close and talk to her, I could tell she was wrapped up in something that she had no intention of ever touching with a 10-foot pole. I bet Soren Canella was an entirely different person than Soren Peirano. "Did you want some water?" I asked, needing to break myself away from my thoughts. I tried to tell myself I was only taking care of her so the repercussions of kidnapping were less severe. I thought that if she went back in one piece and had no horror stories to tell her husband, that he might just let me off the hook for the whole ordeal. But I knew nothing like that happened in our world. Nobody got off of something so easily. "Yes, please," she said, after gulping down another bite. "With ice, please." "As you wish, princess." I laughed before walking over to grab a cup from the cabinet. She wasn't shy even a little bit, and there was no fear in her tone. It's like we'd been friends for years, just messing around and having a conversation. Like we did this all the time. Like she was comfortable around me. It made nausea coil in my stomach, making my appetite for my own bowl of mac and cheese to almost disappear entirely. I placed it in front of her, and she went to grab it. Our fingertips brushed against one another, and a jolt of electricity went through me, jolting me like nothing I had ever felt before. I tried my best to not jerk my hand away and play it cool. Must be the static in the air. Soren took gulps of her water, oblivious to the effect she had on me. How she was naturally beautiful. How her blonde hair spilled down her back, and her green eyes changed shades effortlessly under the kitchen lights. Why am I noticing these things about her? I had a feeling that while Soren was staying here, I was going to be raging with myself internally for a while. But I had to just keep reminding myself that when this was all said and done, she was leaving, and I'd never see her again. Obsession or whatever this was be damned. "So, tell me about yourself," I said, wanting to fill the silence. "What do you want to know?" She replied, and a million questions flitted through my mind that I wanted to know about her. But I needed to use her willingness to talk to my advantage and remember why she was here in the first place. "Tell me about your husband," I said as nicely as I could, hoping she would say something remotely helpful about him that I could use. But it had the opposite effect that I'd hoped, and I could visibly see her clamming up without having to say a word. "Never mind," I snapped, before turning on my heel and walking out without another word. There was no point in getting to know her or get close when we wouldn't even end this situation as friends, or on any good terms at all. Finn. Meet at Matthias's in 10. I wanted to throw my phone at the wall and shatter it into a million pieces. I was beyond tired of listening to what my father instructed, and tired of my brothers doing it for him. Finn was so loyal to him it made me sick. How anyone could want to follow someone so monstrous to his core was beyond me. But that didn't stop me from jumping into my car and doing exactly what was asked of me by my brother. I stewed the entire time that I drove to my father's, running over impossible scenarios about getting out of this life, but not finding any that seemed plausible. There was no way one just left the Mafia scene behind. My father would never willingly let me walk away from the business, so even trying seemed futile. Another text came through while I was driving, but this one came from an unknown number, and I couldn't help but laugh as my car read it to me. Unknown. Where the fuck is my wife? I did what any sane person would do and deleted the message without giving the pathetic excuse of a man a response. I hope he saw that my red receipts were on and choked on his anger. As usual, I was the last to arrive at this impromptu meeting, if the cars in the driveway were anything to go off of. Thanks for gracing us with your presence, Finn teased as I walked in, and I said nothing as I threw my middle finger at him, which was a message enough in itself. It's not my fault you told me last minute about being here. I mumbled my response, taking my seat at the table after filling a glass with brandy. I never knew what to expect for these meetings, but I'd rather be safe than sorry and have alcohol in my system. A stiff drink made the good news better and numbed me to any bad news. I've asked you all here tonight to discuss the repercussions of our little decision to take the Mafia princess from her castle. My father started, interlocking his fingers and placing his hands in front of him on the table. Vanessa, Sawyer's wife, and my mother were sitting on the couch to listen, but not to partake in the conversation. What repercussions? I asked wearily. It had been almost 2 weeks since I had brought Soren to my home, and I hadn't expected Lila and Jude to act so suddenly. I knew it wasn't that they actually cared for her, but what she represented instead. Money. Some of Vincent Peirano's men were seen by one of our warehouses, and the following night it was set ablaze. Matthias explained, I'd say that's a message that they're not particularly happy about losing their investment and are resorting to low blows in terms of turf war as well. So what's the plan then? Return her already? Mav asked, and I was surprised he was paying attention to the situation in front of him. No, you fool, Matthias practically spat. We don't give in just because there's a bump in the road. That's what they want us to do. And I refuse. I want the land, and that poor girl is better away from them in the meantime, while all of this is taking place. Hearing my father show sympathy to Soren shocked me, and I looked at my brothers with wide eyes and saw they were just as surprised as I was. I could even see my mother in my peripheral vision taking a special interest in the conversation. What was it about Soren that had us all feeling a change of heart? And how do I make it stop? It had been weeks since my late-night meal with Soren. She'd stayed in her room since then, not even coming out for meals. She didn't even touch the trays that were left outside her door. I wasn't entirely sure why, but I knew better than to question it. She was a prisoner in all aspects that mattered, and I was surprised she'd been so open with me the first night. Maybe she was tired and it got the best of her. Now, after sleep and a good meal, she'd come to her senses and realized how fucked she was in this situation, and that she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one side, she had a douche husband who liked to hit her around, and on the other, she had the son of a Mafia king who she had no reason to trust. She probably thought I'd get violent too, because of who I was and the family that I belonged to. But today, I had a plan to help her feel more comfortable and not spend so much time in her room. I had a deep and secret love for books. I had built my collection up over several years, and I wanted to share it with Soren. I wanted to give her a part of my soul in turn for her trust that while she was here, that no harm would come to her. I had a feeling she'd enjoy it. I made my way upstairs with a plate of chicken breast, mashed potatoes, and green beans, all courtesy of my beloved cook, Murrow, who'd been employed by my family for many years. I made my way steadily up the stairs, making sure I didn't drop the plate in my hands. I held it in one hand and knocked gently with the other. "Soren?" I asked, keeping my tone even, hoping she'd answer and not continue to shut me out. To my surprise, I heard the lock of her door slowly turn, and she opened it up just a sliver so I could see just a small piece of her face. The dark circles under her eyes were still visible, her cheeks still as sunken as they had been. She could be getting more sleep, but without eating, she wouldn't begin to feel better. "I brought you some food, and I had something to show you," I said, keeping my voice neutral. I didn't want her to underestimate the monster that lived just under the surface of my skin. If I unleashed the monster within and it caused me to lose myself once and for all, I would never be able to get back to who I was. It's why I wanted so desperately out of this life. I needed to get out to keep the small bit of sanity left. Without a word, Soren opened the door further, grabbed the plate before I could think, and slammed the door shut. "Knew you couldn't stay hungry for long," I muttered, before turning on my heel and making my way back toward the stairs. Plopping down on the top step, I knew that when she was ready, she'd come out. Her eating was just a small step in the right direction. The fact that we were going in the right direction at all was good enough for me.
9. Soren. I planned to starve myself while I was here. Could I even trust the food he was bringing me? I watched Cade make our mac and cheese, so it wasn't as big of a deal. I knew unless he was insanely good at sleight of hand, there was no way he could have slipped anything in. I hadn't felt any different in the days since either. So when he came knocking on my door, and all I could smell was the scent of freshly cooked chicken, I tossed all of my doubtful thoughts out the window. Whether it was poisoned or not, I really didn't give a single flying fuck. I was starving and not made for this kind of lifestyle. I usually ate in small increments at home, and my husband monitored my diet. And before that, Lila wouldn't let me have a cheeseburger without throwing a gigantic bitch fit. But I had enough of letting someone else control me, especially when it came to my body and what I put in it. Thinking about Lila made me wonder what kind of hell she was giving Cade and his family for kidnapping me out of my bedroom in the middle of the night. I knew Lila didn't give a damn about me as a person, but I knew she had to be hurting without her investment. Without me, the alliance she had made with Jude and his family was null and void. I was a pawn in a game much bigger than I cared to understand. When I was younger and went out drinking close to every night, I would indulge in all the delicious bar food I wanted. It was my little secret, and the one thing I could control about myself and enjoy without Lila knowing or taking it from me. How pitiful my life was, and has become. I used the fork sitting on the plate and speared the whole chicken breast, not even bothering to cut it up before taking a bite. My mouth instantly watered when the spices hit my tongue, and I groaned with how good it tasted. It was like I hadn't eaten in my entire life, and this was my first meal. I used my fingers and picked up a green bean and bit into it. The same feeling washing over me. Whoever made this is fucking fantastic. I took another bite of the chicken. I will marry whoever made this. I stopped and laughed a pitiful laugh, realizing I was already married and couldn't even joke about marrying someone for their good cooking. And there was no way I could go back home and request a better chef, or, better meal choices. If I kept eating like this while I was here, when I went home, Jude would probably tell me that I had gotten too fat in my time away. He probably would actually starve me out until I lost the weight. It's times like these when I truly realize how fucked I am and how much I miss my dad. When the grief screams at me, causing the biggest pain to my heart. Grief was a fickle bitch. Sometimes I didn't feel it at all, and sometimes it hit me out of nowhere like a truck. I never knew what triggered it, or how to make it ache, besides time. But the grief had become more frequent the bigger the shitstorm became, because I knew he would never let my life be like this. I may have been a Mafia princess, but I at least had free will. At least I knew love. I don't even know who I am anymore. Soren? I heard Cade's voice, followed by a knock at the door, bringing me out of my pity party. I hadn't even realized he was still standing out there waiting for something. Didn't he have Mafia business to attend to? I didn't need a fucking babysitter. Bitter Betty I am. I rolled my eyes and ignored him, continuing to scarf down the chicken until the plate was empty, and I could have literally licked it clean. It was then I realized that I had managed to grab the plate from Cade's hand, but not the glass of water he had in the other, and I was freaking thirsty. All of the salt used in the food was now causing my tongue to scream for hydration. I rolled my eyes again, thoroughly pissed off, because now I was going to have to face him. I decided after the first night I didn't want to be vulnerable around him anymore. I didn't want him to see that side of me. I wanted to save that part of me for myself. I just had to get through my time here and then go back to Jude's house, where I knew what I had to do, and I was used to the routine of misery. I wasn't used to someone actually taking care of me, even in Cade's own twisted way. I slowly walked over to the door, knowing he still stood on the other side waiting patiently. I undid the lock and opened it slowly, and revealed a dashingly and devastatingly handsome Cade leaning against the door, glass of water in hand, tapping the side before looking up at me with those gray eyes filled with fire behind them. "Need this?" he said, holding the glass towards me. I took it slowly, my fingers brushing against his in the process, feeling a tingle go through my arm, like I had just touched a live wire. I wasn't used to the million emotions this man put me through. At least most of them were positive or neutral. He didn't make me feel anything negatively just yet, but I knew there was still time. "Thank you," I said, taking a sip of the water and holding my groan inside this time. I handed him the empty plate and turned back towards the door to my room to make my way back inside. "Before you go back into hiding, I have something to show you," he said, gesturing towards the stairs. I felt hesitant to follow him, but also, why the fuck not? What did I have to lose at this point? I'd given so much of myself. What else did I have to give? I shut my door and followed behind Cade and down the stairs and into the front hallway. He walked towards the back of the house and into another hallway, one with high ceilings and what felt like hundreds of doors on either side. At the end of this particular hallway sat two large oak doors that looked as if they hadn't been touched in years. I watched as he placed both hands on the handles and pushed, the door opening with a loud creak, confirming my theory that the doors hadn't been opened in a long while. I walked in slowly behind Cade, and I could have pinched myself. What I was seeing in front of me did not feel real in any way, shape, or form. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of books on shelves that went from the ceiling all the way to the floor. Rolling ladders, stairs leading to multiple levels and balconies, and large windows letting in a beautiful stream of sunlight. From what I'd seen of Cade's house, it surprised me that there was a library straight out of the Beauty and the Beast movie inside. Everything else looked fairly new, if not updated. But this was the son of a Mafia boss we were talking about, and you can make anything look different if you pour enough money into it. Granted, I hadn't seen the entire house or the outside yet, so I suppose I couldn't pass my judgment on its age just yet. I didn't know what to say or where to look. I couldn't read all of these books in my lifetime, but regardless, I wanted to jump in as soon as possible. There were several couches and chairs scattered throughout, beautiful, threadbare carpets, and a big stone fireplace begging for a fire to be started in the hearth. These books have been in my family for generations, but my brothers and father don't appreciate literature like I do. They would have probably thrown them out if I hadn't saved them, Cade explained, a small crack visible in his usual icy facade. But as soon as I saw it, it was gone, and I knew I probably wouldn't see it again. As much as he probably didn't want to admit it, I could see a man behind the monster that Cade Luchetti portrayed himself to be. This was the second time he'd shown me a hint of kindness, and the true man that lived behind the wall he'd built to be so heavily guarded around himself. I desperately wanted to break it down brick by brick and see what lay behind it all when everything was said and done. "You're welcome to come down here whenever you want," Cade said. "I'm sure you'll find favorites just as I have." He turned to leave, but I couldn't help myself from sharing a part of myself. "Romance," I blurted. "What?" he asked, halting his retreat out of the room. "Romance books are my favorite." He was turned almost entirely away from me, but I could still see the look of deep contemplation on his face. He gave a simple nod before turning and walking back out the double doors, closing them behind him. He didn't even give me the chance to thank him, even if I could get the words out. I may be a hostage here, but I was still being treated better than anything my husband had ever done for me. The man who was supposed to love me, who I was supposed to cherish life with. Jude was anything but my definition of what a husband should truly be. "The coffee fairy has arrived!" A voice echoed through the house, sending a bit of panic through my chest. Who on God's green earth was yelling so loudly at 8 in the morning? After I processed the fact that the voice was feminine, and the fact that she had mentioned coffee, I began to feel more relaxed. Jude had ruined all the remaining faith I had in the male species, what little there was left after growing up surrounded by Mafia men. Or men in general, if I was being honest with myself. I hopped out of bed and decided I gave no fucks about whoever this woman may be and her judgment of my t-shirt and pajama pants, and tiptoed towards the stairs. "Contrary to what my brother-in-law may say, I don't bite," the voice said with a teasing tone from her spot at the bottom of the stairs. I finally looked over the ledge and saw a girl about my height with light brown hair trailing down her back. And even from here, I could see her dark brown eyes had a playful tone to them. She looked to be the nicest person I'd seen in a long time, and something told me that I could trust her, and she had no ill intentions. Plus, she was holding cups of coffee and a takeout bag in her hand, and anyone who offers me free food is a friend of mine. "Well, hello, beautiful," she greeted as I walked down the stairs towards her. "I'm Vanessa, and you must be Soren?" "I suppose I am," I replied. I took the coffee from her outstretched hand. I wasn't used to friendly gestures from other human beings, but I could get used to this. I could especially get used to whatever hot cinnamon-flavored latte Vanessa had just placed into my hand. I think I'm in love with you already, I joked after taking numerous sips of my drink. Her warm laugh filled the room, and I couldn't help but join her. She had a personality that was kind, and her happiness radiated off her in waves. It was a surprising change of pace for me, and I knew if she was here in Cade's house, she had a deep connection to the Mafia. My sparkle had been dulled after all of these years, but hers was still here and shining brightly. It made me jealous in a way because I had felt like happiness was unattainable to me for so long. But she made me feel like it was possible again just by being her friend. I hope I'm not being rude, but who are you? I asked as we made our way to the kitchen island and took a seat at the bar stools. I'm Vanessa, Cade's brother Sawyer's wife, she explained, setting the brown paper bag in front of me and gesturing for me to help myself. Well, Vanessa, it's great to meet you, I said back, and gave her the most genuine smile I'd had in a while. I think you and I are going to get along just fine, she said with a smile. And as soon as I opened up the bag and saw a double chocolate chip muffin, I knew she was right. After Vanessa left, I made my way with my coffee into the library and camped out in my usual spot. Ever since Cade had shown me his family's library, when I wasn't sleeping, that's where I spent every waking moment. I was constantly jumping between worlds, reading up on classic romance tales and numerous fantasy novels. There were books from what felt like every era, even newer books as well. I was honestly impressed with the selection he had. I looked at books so old, they were in elaborate display cases. With one touch, you could tell they'd turned to dust. There were several books like that, but overall, no matter the age, the books were taken care of and preserved. I could easily tell which books were favorites among the family just by the love of wear in the pages. It was the library of my dreams, and if I got to sit here every day and read until the end of my days, I wouldn't complain. If only that were to be my fate. Cade and I had only crossed paths a couple of times in the last several days, whether I was coming and he was going or vice versa. Neither of us said much, his cold exterior shield back up. But it's not like I could blame him. I never liked letting people in either. Even though he had put all his walls back up, I always came across a mug of coffee and a bagel in the morning when I went to the library. Anyone who knew me understood my love of coffee, bagels, and books. So I took this small gesture to heart. I had begun to expect it every morning, just as I expected a new book to be seated in my spot that I knew he wanted me to read. What sucked about getting a routine in this house was that it made me not want to leave. I didn't want to go home to Jude when this was all said and done. I know that at the end of the day, a deal has to be made and I'll have to go home. But if it was up to me to choose between one prison and another, I'd choose this one. Nobody bothered me. I got to read all day. The food was delicious. And I had a big, comfy bed all to myself. So many different options went through my mind. I could run away and never come back. But with what money? My inheritance went into my shared bank account with Lila, so it's not like I could make any sudden moves without her being able to track my transactions. I could go back to my life with Jude and simply survive for the rest of my life. Or maybe I could sweet-talk Cade into letting me stay here. What was he losing by letting me stay? But each time I saw him, and the ice and coldness in his eyes, I knew there was no way that was an option. He may have a kind side to him, but no man in this life had a heart of gold and didn't carry a darkness inside of them. Although there was a man behind the monster, he was still heartless. 10. Soren. We're going to my father's house for dinner tonight. Make sure you wear something nice. Cade's demand had been playing in my head since this morning, so much so that I couldn't focus on the book that was currently in my lap. Not only was I annoyed about his demand, but I was a nervous wreck about being in the presence of his family again. It was only my second time, and before I wasn't worried about what they thought about me. I had no idea why I was so concerned now, not to mention the fact that there would likely be more of them in attendance this time. Why did it matter so much what these people thought of me? They didn't matter to me. Maybe it's because I had a feeling they were going to be scrutinizing me more closely. Their eyes would be on the dress I chose to wear, down to the way I ate my food. Before I was just something for them to ignore, just Jude's arm candy. But maybe it wouldn't be so bad, right? I had to try to at least have a little bit of hope. No matter how small and flickery the flame was, I had to keep stoking it to keep it alive. Because what would I be without hope? A shell of the human I currently was. No matter how optimistic I tried to be, my stomach still turned every which way. I had hopped into a book hoping to escape, but it was doing nothing for me. I swear I'd read the same line 52 times and not comprehended it in the slightest. "Mrs. Pirano?" A gentle voice came from behind me. Besides Vanessa's surprise visit, I'd only been used to men around here, so the feminine voice that came out of the small woman that met my eyes when I turned around surprised me. "Yes?" I asked skeptically, wondering who she was and what she could need from me. "My name is Astrid, and I am Kate's housekeeper," she said. "He's asked me to help you get ready for this evening." Now my stomach was knotting even harder, entangled in an endless snare of anxiety because I had no idea that tonight was such a big deal. I needed someone to help me get ready. "Thank you for the offer, but that won't be necessary," I said kindly, not wanting to kill the messenger. "Mr. Lucchetti insists," Astrid said, as a nervous blush crept on her cheeks. I sighed the biggest sigh I could muster before closing my book and gesturing for Astrid to lead the way to my bedroom. I knew I had no dresses good enough to wear tonight. So imagine my surprise when she opened the walk-in closet and a bounty of dresses laid before my eyes. "Please take a look at the selection from Mr. Lucchetti and choose your favorite," Astrid said kindly, before closing the doors to the closet and giving me some much-needed privacy. I have no idea how on God's green earth I selected something to wear, but somehow I had made a decision, and a good one at that. The silky material of the lilac spaghetti strap dress, combined with the slit up the side, felt delightful on my skin. My silver strappy heels I'd picked were necessary because, apparently, I had decided to be scandalous tonight. I made my makeup light, and after a lot of fuss, Astrid braided the front of my hair to keep it out of my face, giving me a crown made out of hair. I hadn't loved what I'd seen in the mirror in a long time, but standing before it now, I was absolutely feeling like hot shit. It gave me a boost of confidence I hadn't had in a while. It could easily be due to the fact that I knew Jude would never have the pleasure of seeing it. Who knew my time away from him would make my spite so much stronger? The voice in my head was such a chaotic, sarcastic bitch that I had grown to adore. It's lonely when the only person to talk to is the voice in your head, and that's the only person urging you to carry on. So, my alter ego in my mind and I had a love-hate relationship, but she'd never left me alone, figuratively and literally. "You look beautiful," a deep voice said from behind me, pulling my attention away from myself in the mirror. I made eye contact with the dangerously beautiful man behind me, who was no stranger to wearing a suit, but looked good every single time he put one on. His hair was tousled purposefully, and his eyes were the color of thunderclouds waiting to rain on my confidence parade. "Thank you," I mumbled, not used to getting a compliment from this man, let alone in general. "Do you clean up nice yourself?" "I know," he said with a smirk. The man was so sarcastic I could have throttled him. But alas, slapping a Mafia man could lead to me losing said hand. "Ready to go?" he asked, crossing his arms and leaning against the door, causing a feral zing of attraction to zip straight to my core. There was nothing this man could do that wasn't attractive at this point, and it was downright annoying. A man hadn't made me feel this way in, well, ever. It was a foreign feeling to me, and not one I was really tempted to explore. My life was already so chaotic and full of baggage, and even if I thought it was a good idea, it wasn't. Cade and I were wrong for each other on so many levels. Maybe one day I could find a normal man with a normal life, if I ever got the courage to leave Jude. "Soren?" he asked, the tiniest bit of worry lacing his features. Why did he look as if he actually cared? "Sorry. Lost in a daydream?" "Yes, I'm ready," I replied, breaking eye contact and smoothing my dress down one last time. I walked past him, just barely grazing him when I stepped through the doorway. I could feel his eyes watching me and burning a hole into me the entire time until my entire body felt like a wildfire that had no hope of being contained. The drive to Cade's father's mansion was quicker than I expected, and before I knew it, we were pulling into the circle in front of his father's house. That was, if you wanted to call this extravagant mansion anything other than that. I was in awe of my surroundings, and I hated to admit that I admired everything that I was taking in. We pulled up and parked, and before my hand could even graze the door handle to let myself out, the door opened on its own accord. "Good evening, Mrs. Pirano." Isaac, Cade's bodyguard, greeted me. He had ridden behind us, and I hadn't seen him before we left. I had very few interactions with this man, but already I could tell he oozed experience, and he was not to be fucked with. One of my least favorite interactions would be the time he watched Cade carry my unconscious body through the garage door. Of course, I have no memory of it, but it wasn't hard to put the pieces together since he seemed to be the only man whom Cade allowed within a 5-foot radius of either of us, besides his own family. It also had to do with the way he looked at me whenever he saw me, with such pity that it made me feel ill. Isaac walked ahead of me before opening the double-door entrance to the mansion and leading me inside the main hallway. I tried to wait patiently for Cade to make his way inside and lead the way into the den of vipers. My heels on the shiny granite floors were the only sound echoing off the walls, as Cade walked with his hands comfortably in his pockets and into the dining room, as if he owned the place. Arrogant bastard. As I made my way through the doorway, all eyes landed on me, the tension so thick I could almost smell it in the air. This is going to be harder than I thought. I took a deep breath, hoping that my nerves didn't show, and held my head high as I made my way to the empty chair Cade had pulled out for me. He moved so suddenly to the table that I hadn't even noticed he wasn't at my side anymore. He scooted the chair in gently, and I prepared myself for what I felt would be the interrogation of a lifetime. After the initial moment of anticipation and curious eyes when we entered the dining room, it felt like his family had paid me little attention. Conversation had started up as the food was served, and I felt like I was seeing the true side of this family. I even saw Matthias crack a small smile, something I never thought I would ever witness from the Mafia king of Boston. But the love he had for his wife and his sons was evident. He cared about them a great deal, and they were his kryptonite. I was seeing the side that they didn't want the world to see, the one that they could be behind closed doors and in the safety of their own home. I was incredibly surprised Cade and his family acted this way in front of me, and that they allowed themselves to be so vulnerable. I didn't know if I should take that as a blessing or a curse. Were they letting me be witness to their quality time because they knew I wouldn't tell anyone? Or because they would make sure I told no one? Being in this life was full of surprises. You never know what each day is going to bring. There were times it could be exciting and dangerous all in one. It just depended on which side of the coin you landed on. "So, Soren," Tell us about yourself, Elizaveta asked, suddenly giving me all of her attention and causing all eyes to snap to me once again. What do you want to know? I asked, nervously gripping my fork and causing my knuckles to turn white from holding it too hard. Anything you feel up to sharing, Elizaveta said with a smile. I can imagine you know plenty about us, though I'm not sure all of it is good. A chuckle escaped Kate's lips, and I almost choked on my bite of lamb in surprise. He smirked as if he knew exactly what I was thinking, which was that she was absolutely, irrecoverably correct in my less than kind knowledge of the Lucchetis. Well, I'm just your average girl who has an undying love for books, I answered timidly. That's pretty much the only good part of my days. Shit. If Jude knew I was speaking negatively about my life with him, he would make me suffer for it. I don't know what came over me to open up to Elizaveta, but I needed to be careful and watch my tongue. An awkward silence fell over the table, and I willed everyone to turn their attention somewhere else. I would have thought it would be a cold day in hell before I saw every single one of these men silent. So, Mom, tell me about the latest flowers you've planted in your garden, Cade said, breaking the silence. Soren, will you help me grab dessert in the kitchen? Vanessa asked, gesturing towards the doorway on the opposite side of the dining room with a nod. I pushed my chair out and followed her into the very impressive and extensive kitchen. Matthias secretly loves to cook, so this kitchen is his domain, Vanessa answered as she read the awe on my face. I would never have imagined that, I mumbled, causing a laugh to spring out of Vanessa. She didn't say it, but it wouldn't surprise me if she too had similar thoughts when she first met this family. Which begged the question of how she got wrapped up with them in the first place. She pulled 2 chocolate pies out of the fridge and worked silently to cut and prepare them to be served. How do you deal with it, being married to a Mafia man? I asked quietly, wanting to know the answer since I walked through the door and saw Sawyer's love for his wife. The way he looked at her with love so deeply in his eyes, just seeing her smile, and how he held her close like he never wanted to let her go. It was a night and day difference from the way my relationship with Jude was. He'd only ever looked at me with dollar signs in his eyes, and whenever he held me close, it was all for show. It was like Sawyer and Vanessa actually loved and cared for each other and wanted to be together. It wasn't easy at first. I'll be the first to admit that, Vanessa replied. Isaac is my dad, and he thought that marrying one of Matthias's sons would keep me safe when he couldn't. With Finn being the heir, Cade being an asshat, and Maverick being young and rambunctious, I would say I got lucky. Wait, Isaac is your dad? I asked in shock. He doesn't look a day over 30. Looks can be deceiving, Vanessa laughed. I'm pretty sure he took up the job of being Cade's bodyguard so I would stop giving him gray hair from stress. Well, it must be working since he doesn't even look his age. I laughed back, feeling comfortable for the first time since I walked through these doors. I've heard the rumors, and I know that your relationship with your husband hasn't been as lucky as mine with Sawyer. But not all Mafia men are heartless and cruel. I've not seen Cade light up like this since I've known him, so you might even be cracking his icy heart. I don't know why I'd have any sway over that man. It's definitely not me causing the lightness within him. I tried to explain, but I could tell it was useless against Vanessa. Say what you will, but I know what I see, Vanessa teased. This may have only been the second time I'd been around her, but I was already finding comfort in Vanessa. In the things she was telling me, she was bubbly, open, and happy. She reminded me of me, back when I remembered what it felt like to be an actual human being, and not this husk of a woman I was now.
11. Cade. The entire drive from my father's, all I could think about was Soren. The way that she opened up more as soon as she came out of the kitchen with Vanessa, and the way she genuinely laughed and smiled. It was as if she came out an entirely new person, and one I hated to admit that I couldn't take my eyes off of, no matter how hard I tried. Even after a shower, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, she wouldn't leave my damn mind alone. I was enamored with her and utterly intrigued by her. I wanted to know about the girl she was before she was beaten down by Lila and Jude. Most importantly, and more dangerously, I wanted to continue to make her smile, just so I could see it again and memorize it. It was like nothing I had ever seen, and I was desperate for another chance to see her light up in that way. I was borderline obsessed with making this woman happy, and I couldn't even come up with a good explanation why. Despite my mind telling me that I should be making Soren stay here with me miserable, for some reason, I just can't bring myself to do it. I'm not sure if it's the terrible history this girl seems to wear like a heart on her sleeve, or maybe after all these years, I'm finally softening up. Or maybe it's a little bit of both. I can see the sunshine dulled by the darkness that had been given to her. But I also see resilience. That no matter what happens, or how many times this girl gets knocked on her knees, she continues to get back up. It makes my stupid, dark, black heart warm when I see her. It makes me want to keep her here forever, and see if I can make the sunlight from inside her shine again, to see if she could even brighten the darkness within me. But then I realize that's probably the most selfish thing I can do, and she's more than likely had enough of people being selfish with her, and I need to learn to vanquish my darkness myself. Change into some workout clothes and come with me, I practically demand, standing over where Soren lay on the couch in the library reading yet another romance novel. I don't think she's read anything else, in all honesty. A disgusted look painted her usually cheerful face, and I could have burst out laughing. Being pissed off and disgusted didn't suit her features. "Am I allowed to ask what for?" she said, working to a sitting position and crossing her arms. Always on the defense. I'd tell you. I started leaning down and bringing my face close to hers. But then I'd have to kill you. I sealed my teasing with a wink before straightening my posture and seeing if she'd listen. Scarlet slowly made its way from her cheeks down her neck, and I couldn't tell what kind of nerve I'd struck, sexually or from frustration. But I wasn't opposed to either. "Whatever," she finally huffed, rolling her eyes and walking past me to make her way towards a room. I laughed, following behind her to make sure she actually came back out and didn't just go in and slam the door in my face. She did indeed slam the door in my face, but at least the lock didn't engage. I laughed under my breath and shook my head, looking down at my workout attire, which was so unlike my usual business get-up. But it felt freeing to be without a suit. I felt more relaxed and not as suffocated with the expensive material wrapped around my body. "Prick," Soren mumbled, thinking I couldn't hear her as she came out of her bedroom door. "Very nice, princess," I laughed, pushing myself from where I was leaning against the wall. She jumped, only slightly, not realizing I was still here waiting for her. She was wearing a loose band t-shirt and a pair of black leggings that did fantastic things to her ass. I sent a quick thank you to whatever company had made those leggings, because fuck. I willed my dick not to harden when it would be incredibly obvious in my sweats, and began walking back down the hall. I'm not sure when the switch flipped, but suddenly I couldn't stop the part of my brain that continued to imagine what she'd look like naked. It probably had to do with how tempting she looked in the dress from dinner the other night. That dress had hugged every single one of her delicious curves, and that I had vivid daydreams about since. I had lost track of how long it had been since I'd last had my dick buried inside of a woman, and I blamed that on the way Soren and her body infiltrated my every waking thought. I couldn't look at anything or think about anything without it trailing back to thoughts of her. After I kidnapped her, I gave her my credit card and access to my laptop, and let her order whatever she wanted and needed while she was here. The amount of boxes that came from various boutiques and stores would have made a lesser man's pockets whimper, but for mine, it was barely a dent. I never brought up the endless transactions on my card, and she never said anything about it, so it was another conversation we were avoiding. I had a feeling she ordered half of those things just to spite me, but I still kept my thoughts to myself. I had stolen her out of her home in the middle of the night, so she was entitled to spending my money how she pleased. So she had infiltrated my bank statements, making her mark every which way she could in my life, without even meaning for it to be so impactful. I made my way down the stairs and down a hallway opposite of the library, where I knew she was already dying to escape back to. But I couldn't send her back home with nothing, and that's why this little field trip was necessary. I rested my hands on the handles to the double doors, waiting for a moment for her to catch up before flinging them open, revealing the redone home gym that was almost as big as the library. "A gem?" Soren asked, scrunching her nose as if I offended her just by bringing her here. I kept walking, making my way over to the floor mat before shucking off my shoes and walking to the middle. I turned around, crossing my arms in front of me and giving Soren a silent order to join me. She rolled her eyes for the second time in a short span, and it made my dick twitch seeing her attitude come out. It meant she still had fight left in there. Good. Have you ever watched boxing on television, or know anything about martial arts? I asked as she made her way to join me in the middle of the mat. No, she said simply. No explanation needed on her end. Well, you're going to learn today, I said, putting my hands up in front of her, punching mitts ready, bending my knees and getting into position. I want you to punch my hands as hard as you can, I said. No room for argument, but I knew she would anyway. Why? She asked, still unsure why I'd brought her here. I want to see your form, I replied. Why? She asked again, like a curious toddler. I lowered my hands, moving towards her and gently grabbing her shoulders, looking her squarely in the eyes. I know who your husband is, Soren. I know what kind of man he can be behind closed doors. It's not hard to infer from those bruises littering your skin. When you go home, I don't want to know I did nothing to help you protect yourself from being thrown around like a rag doll. I explained, no sugarcoating my words. I saw her resolve slip, just a moment before I saw her get downright pissed. But I had a feeling it wasn't me. It was her circumstances. Good. Get mad, baby girl. Keep that fight alive. Fuck! I yelled, nursing my sore jaw. I hadn't realized taking it upon myself to teach Soren some self-defense tactics would result in me getting my ass kicked numerous times. I knew I'd been wrong to underestimate her and her strength, and she was proving that to me now. Oops. Soren shrugged her shoulders and gave me a look of fake sympathy before she laughed. She's really opened up to me in the last 2 weeks that she'd been here, which surprised me. But maybe knowing she could defend herself made her feel more comfortable, and knowing that I had no plans to bring her harm. She was invading my thoughts even stronger than she had before, and most times they were completely innocent. But seeing her panting and with sweat pouring down her body, clad in a sports bra and little shorts, was enough to make me consider letting those darker, dirtier thoughts turn into reality. You're gonna think oops in a second when I put you on your back, I teased, and watched Soren's face drop and realized how that sounded. Hands up, I ordered, trying to distract us both from my comment. We both circled one another, arms raised in front of our faces for protection and anticipating each other's moves. Soren took a step and swung, but I dodged it easily, and the one she threw after that as well. She yelped as I grabbed her arm and brought her in a headlock when she tried to throw another punch. Her back was to my front, and I wanted to groan at how good her body felt against mine, and how perfectly she fit against me. It didn't help that she was rubbing her ass on my already hardening cock, whether she realized it or not. A pain in my arm broke my thoughts, and I looked down to see her biting my arm to get free. Shit! I yelled, letting her go and spinning her away from my body. I was letting myself get in far too deep with this girl, and I had to stop letting my dick control my thoughts about her. There was no version of this story where things ended up working out in my favor, and that included Soren. That's it for today, I snarled, before leaving her standing there with a shocked expression on her face, and took a very long and cold shower.
12. Soren. Mrs. Pirano? Astrid's familiar voice came from the doorway of the library, as warm as always. Yes? I asked, looking up from my book, with only a bit of annoyance. Since I'd met Astrid, I hadn't seen her often, but when I did, she always had a motherly energy towards me, and it was something I wasn't familiar with. She made me feel more comfortable, and I found I could never be angry or upset with her in any way, even if I was currently in the middle of a good part of my book and wanted to do nothing but stay within this fictional world. Mr. Lucchetti has requested your presence at dinner, she said, in a tone that I already knew wasn't to be argued with. Of course, Cade wanted my presence at dinner when I was just getting so used to being alone. Since our last training session had resulted in Cade storming off for some reason I still didn't know, I'd seen little of him, and our time together had come to an abrupt halt. It'll be ready in about 20 minutes if you want to get ready, she added, before turning on her heel and heading out the double doors. Get ready? I looked down at my t-shirt and leggings and figured she did potentially have a point. The least I could do was make myself somewhat presentable. Maybe throw on a pair of jeans and a pair of sneakers so I didn't look like a complete heathen. I would love to not care what this man thought about me and how I dressed. But apparently I cared more than I thought, as I put on a simple gray cocktail dress. I had taken my hair down from its ponytail and combed it out, threw on some light makeup, and even threw on a pair of heels. I looked like I was about to go to the club, not eat dinner with a man in his own home. You look beautiful, dear, Astrid said from behind me, practically giving me a heart attack. The woman was small, but stealthy. "Dinner is ready." "Thank you, Astrid," I replied shyly, not used to the compliment. I followed her through the doorway and down to the dining room, where a spread of food was already waiting, as was the man of the hour himself. I took him in before he noticed me, and he was so devastatingly beautiful it's almost alarming. It's not fair for a man bred from violence and completely off limits to be so attractive to me. It took only a moment before his eyes flicked to mine, and his laid-back demeanor changed as I watched his sharp intake of breath. "Soren, please have a seat and join me for dinner," he said as he pulled out the chair across from him and silently gestured towards the seat. As I sat down and watched him return to his own seat, despite the table's average length, I still felt miles away from him. Scents of all varieties consumed my nostrils as we both began filling our plates, and I couldn't decide what I wanted fast enough. "This all looks delicious," I said to fill the silence. "I'll have to give my compliments to Miro." "Miro didn't cook this tonight," Kate admitted. "I did." "Oh," I replied, sure that the faint pink on his cheeks was nothing in comparison to the red on mine. I never thought I'd see the day where this man was flushed with embarrassment or shyness, but here it was right in front of me. "I didn't know you could cook," I said, as I scooped a bite of lamb into my mouth. "Oh my gosh, Kate, you can cook!" I let my eyes roll into the back of my head dramatically and let out a moan to let him know how good I thought this food was. I looked up to find Cade staring at me with wide eyes and blown pupils. He cleared his throat and looked down to his own meal. "I'm full of surprises," he said, as he looked back up to me with a mischievous grin. "That I do not doubt," I laughed, feeling oddly free for the first time in a long time. "Do you have any hobbies?" Kate asked in between bites of food. I mulled over my response in my head because the many sides to this man gave me whiplash. He could be funny or mean or cold, and he even had a tendency to lately show me he could be surprisingly kind. But even still, his question about wanting to know what interested me and what I did in my spare time threw me for a loop. "I like to paint and, as you know, read," I finally said, pushing my food around with my fork. "What about you?" In recent years, I had begun hating to talk about myself. Whenever I would talk to someone or try to open up to someone, they only ever wanted whatever I told them for their own gain. They would use what I told them against me, so I had learned to shut who I really was away from the world and to let them be free to form their own opinions. "I like to play the piano, and I like to read," he said honestly, not meeting my eyes as if he was afraid I'd judge him. "I wish I could play an instrument," I replied with a laugh, hoping to ease some of the tension in his shoulders. Why I cared so much about making him comfortable, I couldn't tell you. "I could teach you some time if you'd like," he offered, this time his strikingly beautiful eyes meeting mine. "I think I'd like that very much," I said truthfully, and I was surprised to find that I actually meant it. The next morning, before I made my way down to my usual spot in the library, I opened my door to find a gift-wrapped box waiting for me. My first thought was that it had to be from Vanessa or even Astrid, but as I read the familiar scrawl on the card, I never would have imagined it to be Kate. I opened the box cautiously, having no idea what this man could be sending me, and plucked the handwritten letter out from on top of the tissue paper. "Princess, I enjoyed our dinner last night, and I hope we can make it more of a regular occurrence. I know that this isn't much, but I couldn't stop thinking about what you said last night, and I'm curious to see what you can do. If you need more, don't hesitate to let me know, or just charge it to my card. Cade." I read over his words twice, but they still made no sense. I feel like we talked about 100 different things last night, so what exactly could he have in this box? I eased back the tissue paper, and tears welled in my eyes at the blank canvas and the array of tubes of paint and fresh sets of brushes. I lifted it all up, and there was a book full of piano music for beginners. I felt every bit of my resolve regarding my feelings about Cade and the box I had worked so hard to keep them stuffed in and buried deep shatter. Nobody had given me a gift this thoughtful in I couldn't remember when. It proved just how much Cade paid attention and how deeply he cared for me. It scared me, but at the same time, I craved more of it. I wanted more of this, and more of him. But how exactly did I broach that subject with him? Should I even try? Or would it be better to never try at all? My mind raced as I opened up the tube of paint and tapped into my creative side for the first time in years. But the only thing I was able to conjure up in my mind was a pair of beautifully dark and stormy eyes.
13. Cade. Good morning, I heard Soren say as I made my way into the library bright and early the following morning. She was seated with a cup of coffee warming her hands and a blanket wrapped around her legs. You sure haven't hesitated to make yourself at home, I say with a smirk, taking a sip of my own cup of coffee. A glare crossed Soren's face, but not before I saw the look of pain that flashed across it. It looked like she took my words to mean she was a burden to me. But really, her being here didn't bother me. When she was here, she was usually curled up on the couch with a book or two. I, on the other hand, end up grabbing a book and sitting by the chaise by the wall of windows. We didn't usually say anything at all, but our silence could speak volumes. So many unspoken things between us. That's how most of our days went, sitting in utter silence and just enjoying each other's company. But even still, I felt like I was learning things about her and building an unspoken bond with her. I knew what books she liked to read, her favorite snack to eat when she was reading, and the way she would giggle to herself during certain points. I craved so much more from her, though. I wanted more conversations and less of the heavy silence filled with possibilities. I know she must have questions about me, my family, my life. To confirm or deny the rumors she must have heard about us and who we were, and whether I was as deadly as she'd heard. But like I can't ask her about her life, it's as if she can't bring herself to ask about mine. She'd met my family over dinner, but looks can be deceiving. It was unwise to judge someone in our profession simply based on how they ate their food surrounded by their loved ones. But I don't want to talk about the darkest parts of my past. I'd rather talk about the rare gems of happiness with my family. But even those would be a short story to tell. I wanted to thank you, by the way, she mumbled in a shy tone. She said it so quietly I almost didn't hear her, and she was refusing to meet my eye. I debated on whether or not to put her out of her misery and make her tell me what she was thankful for, but I just nodded wordlessly to her and accepted her thanks. I sat down on the couch opposite hers and waited a moment before I spoke again. "What are we reading today?" I asked, trying to diffuse the awkward tension that was blanketing the room. "Pride and Prejudice," she answered, meeting my eyes without fear or hesitation. I could tell she was grateful for the topic change as much as I was. A classic, of course, I laughed, not at all surprised by her choice of book. It's a good read. "You've read Pride and Prejudice?" She scoffed, as if it was impossible for me to read a classic romance novel. Hard to believe, Princess? I laughed, watching her eyes narrow at my nickname for her. Like you wouldn't believe, Ace, she responded back, a devious smirk lacing her lips, giving me a taste of my own medicine and a new, ridiculous nickname. I knew she had a fiery side within her, wouldn't mind seeing that more often. I put my hands in my pockets, playfully shaking my head and laughing at the bite she had just barely shown me. It was the most emotion I'd seen from her since she'd been here, outside of her throwing punches at my face. I guess I couldn't very well blame her. When she was back home, I could imagine what happened when she showed that fiery part of herself. It showed a certain level of trust that she was willing to give me a sneak peek of it. There's a lot of things about me you'd find hard to believe, I said, shrugging my shoulders. I doubt that, she said, teasing me right back with a mischievous giggle. A twisted part of me got turned on trading verbal punches with her, watching the way her nose scrunched when I replied, and when she was thinking of a response. It was like my response disgusted her, and she had to put a lot of thought into her own. You better watch what comes out of that pretty little mouth, I said, looking her directly in the eye, wanting her to know I meant it and what I was planning to say next. Or what? She challenged, crossing her arms over her chest, another giggle escaping her lips. Or I'll fuck that giggle right out of your mouth, I growled. I didn't know what possessed those words to come out of me, but the attraction I was beginning to have for this girl was almost too much. I hadn't had a woman in my bed since Soren had been here, and I was dying for a release. What Jude didn't know didn't have to hurt him, right? She sat there with her mouth ajar, and no words coming out, wide-eyed with a blush running up her neck. I wasn't even sure if she was breathing properly. I think I short-circuited Soren's brain and any rational thought with my words. I've rendered you speechless, I see. I laughed, trying my best to pretend I was joking and hoping she didn't notice me straining against my trousers. Without another word, and unable to meet her eyes, I turned on my heel and made my way out the double doors to my bedroom to fuck my hand in the shower and try to keep Soren out of my head. It's just the lack of sex and the convenience of her. Nothing more. But I could feel the lie I was telling myself. This woman was beginning to warm my cold heart, and part of me had no intention of stopping it.
14. Soren. Or I'll fuck that giggle right out of your mouth. The words replayed in my head as I lay in bed that night, unable to close my eyes because when I did, against my better judgment, flashes of sexual fantasies with Cade were all I saw. I could count the number of men I'd been intimate with on one hand. I could count the times I'd orgasmed on one hand, too. And that was only by my own doing. No matter who I was with, they never did it enough for me. I had a hard time asking for what I wanted, whether it was out of embarrassment or that I was worried about repercussions. Or in the case of Jude, just wanting to get it over with. I faked it whenever we were together, letting him think he knew what he was doing. But the man wouldn't be able to find my G-spot if it slapped him in the face. Hearing Cade say the filthiest thing I'd ever heard come out of a man's mouth made my core throb instantly. I had to squeeze my thighs together just to dull the want and the urge to jump his bones. What made it worse was having to pleasure myself in the shower thinking of everything else that man could do. If that was what just one sentence from him did to me. On one hand, thinking about sleeping with another man made me feel guilty. When I was growing up, my father always taught me the importance of marriage, and about staying faithful to your spouse and loyal to the bitter end. But then Lila had gone and fucked the entire thing up by selling me off to the highest bidder and forcing me into a marriage I never wanted. So while a small part of me feels guilty about considering being unfaithful to Jude, that son of a bitch would deserve it for all he put me through. Not to mention, I deserved to have a good time, to have something good for myself for once, to take what I wanted. But although Cade said those things, did he really mean them? After he had spouted off his dirty threat, he had laughed it off and walked away, leaving me stunned stupid. Part of me wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing and somehow dozed off and had some kind of weird dream. But I knew that wasn't the case. I knew Cade was just that bold, even if he didn't mean it. He obviously had no shame in his game. But why on earth would he be interested in me? I didn't really take care of myself, never wearing makeup and looking like a hollowed-out version of myself. But even that was changing. Every day I'd look in the mirror and I could see my face begin to fill out, and the bags under my eyes begin to vanish. I had more energy throughout the day, and my mind felt calmer. I could stay up all night reading and not feel a thing. It's like I was on the verge of dying, and being here for just a short period of time had begun to remind me what it was like to feel alive. But what killed me was that I didn't feel this way in my own home. It was a thought that I constantly kept coming back to. Why had I let myself get this bad? Why hadn't I left Boston when I wanted to, like I'd planned? Why did I let Lila stop me, even before she had trapped me in a marriage? I could easily be living in somewhere like Seattle, with my own apartment full of glass windows and an easel in my living room where I could paint until my hand cramped and study fine arts like I'd wanted to. It blew my mind that getting kidnapped by a criminal was what it took to show me what I was truly missing out on, and what my heart still craved. Yes, I could still paint at home, but my heart was never in it. It felt like I hadn't touched my paintbrushes in weeks. All I wanted to paint was darkness and pain, instead of the bright colors of the world and happiness. I used to be such a happy person, but when my father married the Wicked Witch of the West, she slowly drained the life out of me year after year until my father died, and the rest of me faded away with him. After some time, my eyes would focus, having gotten lost staring into my own eyes in the mirror and in my own pitiful thoughts, restoring my clear vision. I would make my way down to the dining room to eat something for breakfast before taking my cup of coffee into the library and spending the majority of the day there. Every day felt so normal and routine. I rarely saw Cade in the morning for breakfast or in the afternoon for lunch. I didn't even want to know why he was gone so early in the morning and gone for so long. I'd only ever bothered to memorize Jude's schedule, so I knew he was coming home and when he'd leave. His schedule was the same every day, since his dad ran everything on the Mafia side and Jude ran his father's company for him. It looked like a legitimate company, but was far from it. But whatever works, I guess. My thoughts were bouncing all over the place, laying here, sleep nowhere in sight. But I couldn't get Cade out of my mind, the things he said to me, the way he'd looked in a t-shirt and a pair of sweats, the way electricity flew between our bodies when he taught me to defend myself, how his breath felt against my skin, how delectable he looked when he took off his shirt, the sweat dripping down his rock-hard abs and bleeding down to underneath his waistband. I couldn't even get the throbbing of my core to stop. I was laying here, itching to relieve the buildup, or itching for Cade to relieve the buildup for me himself. He'd made me this way. It would only be fair that he helped the situation. But as I laid there, I talked myself out of it. I didn't feel brave enough to go jump his bones at this hour, especially if he ended up rejecting me. Then I'd be mortified for the rest of my days. I'd probably be the punchline of a joke between him and his brothers until I died. I wanted to roll over so badly and sleep, but I was wide awake, buzzing with need. as if he could sense it all the way from wherever his bedroom was, which I assumed was the opposite side of the house. I heard the door open, and the side of the bed dip, not having to look to know it was Cade. "Can't sleep?" I asked, my throat dry, fighting with myself harder and harder against this man. "Not in the slightest," he responded, laying back onto the pillows with his hands behind his head. "What's on your mind?" I said after a moment, turning my head slightly to read his features. The only light in the room, the sliver of moonlight from the window. "You," he growled. "Me?" I said, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. "Yes, you," he said, not giving any room for questions. "You've been in my every waking thought since I brought you here, Soren. You're in my head when I'm out running the streets for my father, when I'm trying to read in the library, while you sit there on the couch, when I'm fucking my hand in the shower." I gasped, my heart beginning to pound. "Oh," I replied, the only thing I was able to get out. "Feel what you do to me, Soren," he said, leaving no room for argument as he grabbed my hand and put it over his straining erection in his boxers. I didn't mean to, but a moan escaped my lips, because this man was huge. I had never been with someone this big. I questioned my ability to even be able to handle him. His hand moved so fast I couldn't react. He grabbed my chin and ran his thumb over my bottom lip. "I'm dying to know what you taste like, Soren. What you feel like around me, what your lips feel like wrapped around me. I've tried so hard to deny it, but I don't know how much longer I can hold back," he said, his voice sounding strained. "Why me?" I asked, his hand cupping my jaw, not letting me go anytime soon. "I'm nothing compared to anyone else you've been with." "You are everything, Soren. Don't let anyone, especially your small dick husband, tell you otherwise," he growled, and he crashed his mouth against mine before I had time to protest. I could already feel my nipples hardening beneath my nightgown as I moaned into Cade's mouth. A bite of electricity went all the way from my lips to my core, pushing me past my limit when it came to this man. I broke our kiss, rolling from my back and on top of Cade, straddling him, and putting myself exactly where I wanted to be, grinding on his lap and feeling him hard against me. He made me feel brave, and like I didn't need to be shy when asking for what I wanted. "Soren," he groaned, pulling me down to bring our mouths together once more, running his tongue down the center of my lips in a silent command. I was more than happy to oblige. He tasted like mint and bourbon, something I'd never get tired of. "Heaven," he mumbled against my lips. I sat up, breaking the contact between our lips, and giving him a confused look. "What?" I breathed. "You taste like heaven," he said, before he pulled down the straps of my nightgown, exposing my breasts fully to him. "Perfection," he said, as he cupped them in his hands. He sat up, taking my nipple in his mouth, giving it a nibble, causing me to throw my head back. His tongue on my body was enough to make me lose it. He moved to the other side, working the same magic that he did with the other one. "Cade," I moaned, fisting my hand in his hair and giving it a small tug, bringing his mouth back to mine and grinding on him again. "What do you want, princess?" Even though he made me brave, my face grew red hot. I wasn't used to asking for what I wanted when it came to the bedroom. Nobody would ever listen anyway, so why bother? I was merely there for their pleasure. But fuck that. I want my own. I want you to taste me, Kate, I challenged, wondering just how serious he had been. Where? He teased, knowing this was all new to me. I didn't think at that moment my face could burn any brighter, but if I wanted my own pleasure, he'd make me tell him all of my demands. My pussy, Kate, I moaned, incredibly undone for him, even though he wasn't moving a muscle until I told him exactly what I wanted. You're playing with fire, Soren, he laughed. But don't worry, I won't let you get burned. I yelped as he moved me onto my back, positioning his face between my thighs. I could have died on the spot because he looked absolutely delicious in his current position. He kissed the inside of my thighs, taking his sweet time, teasing me with everything he had. He pulled aside my underwear, running a finger through my wetness. All of this for me, princess, he teased, slowly and agonizingly running his finger up and down, skillfully avoiding my clit. Kate, I groaned. I need you. You don't have to tell me twice, princess, he said, before he tore my panties off and then put his mouth on my cunt. Ah! I squealed, loving every second of his tongue as he moved it up and down, like I was his favorite thing to taste. The pressure of my orgasm was building, and I could feel myself so close to the edge already. This man making me come with just his tongue on me, and the way he savored me like I was his last meal. Come for me, Soren, he commanded, removing his mouth and putting 2 fingers inside me instead, thrusting them in and out at a rough, quick pace that I wasn't opposed to. I moaned his name as I felt myself fall apart all over his fingers, which he proceeded to put in his mouth, sucking off my arousal. Your pussy tastes divine, princess, he said as he adjusted himself in his boxers, reminding me again how big he was. I want you, Kate, I practically begged. Where, Soren? Use your words, he said, keeping his hands to himself and making me want to squirm. Inside me. I want your cock inside me, I replied, beginning to feel less and less afraid to ask for what I want with him. Like I said, you'll never have to ask me twice, Kate laughed, pulling his boxers down, revealing what I knew to be true, that his length was impressive. It exceeded any daydream of him I may have had. Are you on birth control? Yes, I squeaked out, taking in every single naked, impressive bit of him. He pumped himself once, and the anticipation was almost too much. I have to warn you, I'm not gentle. I'm not here to make love to you. I'm here to fuck you. Do you understand? He asked. Yes, I said, with complete and utter confidence. In my own twisted way, I trusted him with my body as much as I did with my life. Plus, when it came to Cade, I had a feeling I'd enjoy anything this man put me through. Good, because I'm finally going to take what's mine, he growled, hovering over me and running his cock up and down my entrance before thrusting himself inside in one swift motion. Fuck, he groaned, stretching me beyond what I'd ever felt. He began pounding me at a quick pace, hovering above me again and claiming my lips for his own, taking my breasts in each of his hands when he broke contact and squeezing them before biting each nipple. Kate! I squealed, already so close, feeling him hit every bit of me I needed. That's right, princess. Fall apart all over my dick like a good girl, he said, giving no mercy with his speed. Tell me you're mine. Tell me that bastard has never made you feel this way before, he demanded, wrapping his hand around my throat and squeezing gently, causing stars to move to the edges of my vision. "I'm yours, Cade. He's never made me feel this way before," I choked out. "And he never will," Cade quipped, relentlessly pounding me as I fell over the edge, screaming his name, and not giving a fuck if anyone else was in the house and heard me. He wanted me to be his, so everyone else would know too. He slowed, spilling himself inside me, before collapsing on my chest. Both of us were a sweaty, heavily breathing mess. "I'm gonna find a way, Soren," he said, in between breaths. "A way to what?" I said, not fully understanding what he meant. "A way to get you out of the shitty life you're living. I don't care what I have to do. I don't care if I do it, and you never want to see me again, although I hope you do. I just know you deserve better than the shitty hand you've been dealt." Before I could even respond, he sat up, putting his cock back into his boxers, and walked out of my bedroom door. I was left laying there, speechless, and stupidly hopeful. "Good morning, Mrs. Pirano," Astrid said over the rim of her coffee as I made my way into the kitchen the next morning. "You are far too stealthy for my liking, Astrid," I said with a hand over my heart, because fucking hell, that woman had already scared me one too many times. "Eventful evening?" Astrid said knowingly, and I felt my entire body flush beet red. I couldn't even come up with a response, as my mouth opened and closed like a damn fish. Because how on earth did this woman know? Did I have sex hair? "I stay here from time to time when my grandchildren aren't in town," she said, reading my expression. And I had absolutely no idea. From the silence of the house that I always experienced, I would not have guessed anyone else was in the house. I guess I always assumed the security guards Cade hired on were insanely good at staying out of sight and light on their toes. My bravery that I had last night about calling out Cade's name and telling myself I didn't give a damn who heard seemed to be biting me in the ass. "He's not all bad, you know," Astrid said, as she set a cup of coffee in front of me, just the way I liked it. I could marry this woman and her undying attention to detail. "Who?" I asked, finally piecing together that she had said something when she gave me this magical bean juice. "Mr. Lucchetti," she answered as if it was an obvious answer. "I've known him for many years, and it might be hard to believe, but he does have a heart underneath all that grumpiness." I laughed, because if there was one thing about Cade, it was that he was known to be grumpy, especially in the mornings, I had come to realize. We had that in common, because mornings were not for me, and I only got through them with the liquid currently making its way into my veins. "Ladies," Cade said as he entered the kitchen, and made his way over to the coffee pot and poured his own mug full to the brim. Astrid smirked at me again before nodding to Cade and making her way out of the kitchen, leaving me alone with this enigma of a man.
15. Cade. I couldn't sleep that entire night after being inside Soren. I couldn't stop thinking, trying to come up with a solution, and something that wouldn't be so damn messy. But in the crime world, nothing could be done in clean fashion, and nobody was willing to move a muscle or pull any strings for free. Regardless of how much it would cost me, I'd give every penny to my name if it meant Soren didn't have to go back to that scumbag of a husband. As a plan would start to form in my head, my doubt would start to creep in, and I'd be slammed right back to square one. I didn't doubt my ability to rescue her. No. My concern was about the fact that I'd fucked her. I'd allowed myself to get attached. I didn't just want to break Soren out of her shitty marriage. I wanted her to be with me, under my care and my protection. But I wouldn't settle with her feeling like she was going from one prison to another. I wanted her to be with me because she wanted to, not because she felt like she had to. So I'd have to sever these ties of attachment now, because I knew I wasn't the only one who felt them. Feelings were a dangerous game, and I'd be lying if I said considering letting them in was the thing that terrified me the most. I was no longer afraid of losing my life over some petty Mafia business. I was afraid of what this woman was doing to me and my dead soul. I wish I was the type of person who could lay in bed all day, but the fact that I'd already been laying here, tossing and turning all night, already put my body in a shitty mood. I pushed myself out of bed and sounded like an 80-year-old man the way my bones cracked. The pain in my joints made no logical sense to me, considering the fact that I was healthy as a horse, worked out every morning, and ate decently healthy. My bones and muscles should be singing praises at how well I take care of them. But instead, they punish me for one night's bad rest. I heavily considered skipping my morning workout, but knew I'd kick myself in the ass later for it. It could only help with the pain in my body and the thoughts running through my brain. I shrugged on a plain black t-shirt and a pair of sweats, lacing on my sneakers before jogging briskly down the stairs, opening up the doors to the home gym to find that it wasn't empty. For fuck's sakes. Seeing her this morning when I had grabbed a cup of coffee before scurrying to my room for a shower had been bad enough, but seeing her now felt like torture. If I had any hope of getting Soren far out of my mind, watching her ass on the treadmill wasn't helping. Nor was how I observed sweat pouring down her partially nude back, the parts not covered by her sports bra. I again sent a thank you to whoever invented those workout pants, because they did wonders. Her headphones were on, and I didn't want to scare her, even though there was an entire wall of mirrors in front of her, and she should have been able to see me. But I could tell already she was so in her head that she didn't notice my presence. I did my best to act like I hadn't been checking out her ass since I walked through the door, and made my way over to the workout bench on the far side of the room, where I hoped she'd see me. The last thing I needed was for her to get scared and fall and break a bone. That would not bode well for either of us. "Shit!" I heard Soren yell, knowing now she had finally seen me, and I wasn't as casual as I had hoped. She pressed the button on the treadmill, slowing down the pace before she hopped off and took off her headphones. "You scared me." She half laughed, half panted. Her face was glowing, absolutely radiant from the red flush and the sweat from how hard she was working herself. It did nothing to stave off the desire I had to have her as mine again, to watch her fall apart from me, to watch her come undone. "Sorry," I said as nonchalant as I could, shifting my weight between my feet, arms crossed over my chest. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked, taking a sip from the water bottle she'd picked up from the floor. "Could be better, could be worse," I replied, having a hard time meeting her eyes. "Everything okay?" she asked, worry etched over her face. "Soren," I began, taking a deep breath to get the words stuck in my throat out. "Last night shouldn't have happened. I want to help you get away from Jude, but I shouldn't have taken advantage of you like that." "I never asked you to save me," she scoffed. "And I wasn't taken advantage of, Cade. I fucked you willingly, and I would do it all over again." My dick twitched watching the word fucked fall from her lips and hearing her say she basically had no regrets about our night together. Because I knew deep down I didn't have a single regret either about last night, but I couldn't let her know that. I'm no better than your husband, Soren. We can't be together. I argued, trying to get her to see reason, but also hoping she didn't. I didn't want to hurt her, but I knew it would hurt a lot less now than down the road when she had to leave, and we really wouldn't be able to be together. I'm not asking for us to be together, Cade, Soren replied, making me question if the flush in her cheeks was still from her workout. I wanted you as badly as I know you wanted me. It was sex, nothing more. And as I said, I'd do it again. Damn it to hell. Fuck it. I closed the distance between us, crashing my lips to hers, not able to hold back anymore. I devoured her mouth, twining my tongue with hers and backing her up to the wall of mirrors. I broke away from her, wrapping my hand around her throat. You want me to fuck you, princess? Is that what you want? Yes, she whimpered, causing my already straining dick to become painful, dying to be inside her. That's my girl, I growled, claiming her lips again, tasting every bit of her, swallowing every moan she gave me. I trailed my hands down her sports bra and slowly made my way to the spot I wanted between her legs. I growled as I found her to be absolutely soaked for me, even through the fabric of her leggings. Oh, princess, all worked up for me, are we? I teased, gliding my hand in the seam of her pants, recognizing with a groan that she wasn't wearing underwear. I led her by the throat over to the workout bench, turned her around, and slowly pulled down her leggings, bearing her to the cold, open air. I reveled in the fact that I was right, and not a scrap of underwear was on her body. Bend over. Let me look at you, I demanded. She slowly but surely bent over, giving me a full view of her, sopping wet, and all for me.
16. Soren. What am I doing? That was all I could think as I was currently bent over, bare to Cade, where he stood behind me, taking in all my half-naked glory. He mercilessly teased me, gliding his finger through my slit, where I was soaking wet just from our little spat. You're absolutely perfect bent over for me like that, princess, Cade said, and I could already feel his breath against my thighs as he teased me, as if he could sense how badly I wanted his mouth on me. This man didn't hesitate ever to make me blush with his filthy mouth, and I had discovered that I liked hearing the filth he uttered. I'd never been spoken to that way, and it was incredibly hot, as was anything else coming from his lips. Before I could even ask for it or prepare myself, his mouth was on me, and his tongue was working magic over my cunt, licking, sucking, biting, making every single dirty fantasy I'd ever had about him as of late come to life. He'd just barely started feasting between my legs, and already I could feel an orgasm building up, hitting me like a freight train. Cade, I whimpered, doing my absolute best not to scream his name already, feeling embarrassed at how badly I wanted him, and how desperately I needed him. Give it to me, Soren. Lose control for me, he said, his words mumbled, vibrating my core that he didn't dare move his mouth from. And lose control I did. The orgasm flooded my body from my head to my toes, ecstasy running through my veins. I had never had the luxury of feeling anything like this, and I never wanted it to stop. I couldn't get enough. And with that came fear. Fear of attachment. Fear of hope. Cade must have been able to sense it too, because I watched a dark look grace his features. "Don't do that, Soren," he said sternly. "Don't take pleasure away from yourself. Pleasure that you deserve." He pulled my pants up over my ass, and I took that as a sign he was done with me. But then he gently moved me to my knees, my head level with his crotch. Giving Jude blowjobs was my least favorite part of our sexual activities. He made me feel like I wasn't good, and that I didn't know what I was doing or how to pleasure him. Cade pulled his pants down in one swift motion, his dick snapping to attention in front of me. I gripped his length in my hand, already eliciting a groan from him. "Cade, I'm not very good at this," I said, adjusting myself so my mouth was level with him. "I don't know what I'm—" Before I could finish, he grabbed a fistful of my hair and plunged himself into my mouth. "Soren, I'm sick of you doubting how fucking sexy you are," he growled, working me up and down his cock at a steady rhythm. "Now shut that pretty little mouth of yours and suck my dick, like the filthy slut I know you are." I moaned, lips wrapped around him, confidence building inside me. He upped his speed, but I took over, giving it to him just as fast, taking him in the back of my throat. "Show me those perfect tits, princess," he groaned, lending me a hand with lifting my sports bra over my breasts. He took a handful in each of his hands and squeezed. "Fucking perfect, Soren," he complimented. "Now play with them yourself." I moaned around him again, taking my nipple and squeezing it between my fingers, causing a buildup of need in my core, craving him inside me again. "If you keep going like this, I won't be able to control myself," he said, implying that I already knew, and surprised myself with how much I wanted him to spill himself down my throat soon, so he could take me again. I looked him in the eyes, and I knew he could read it in my face. "Such a dirty girl, Soren," he teased, gripping my hair again and thrusting himself into my mouth. He didn't hesitate before letting loose down my throat, with a moan so loud, and my name on his lips. I knew without a shadow of a doubt I was already soaked again for him. "Atta girl," he said, gripping me by the chin and pulling me to a standing position. "Now I'm going to sit you on that workout bench and watch you ride me in the mirror's reflection." He shook the pants from his legs and gripped my hand, pushing me into a sitting position on the bench and looking into my eyes through the mirror. Another fantasy I had no idea I wanted to make come true. He stripped me of my pants, took the sports bra over my head, sat down, and positioned me above him, ready to sit on his dick. He held me by my hips, taunting me, teasing me as his cock moved through my wet cunt. But two could play at that game. In one swift motion, I fisted his length and plunged myself down, letting him stretch me fully. "Fuck, Soren!" he yelled, but I knew it was more out of pleasure than anything else. I began bouncing on him, never breaking eye contact with him as he grabbed both of my breasts and squeezed, before teasing my nipples between his fingers. He moved one hand down to my clit and began rubbing in tight circles, causing me to throw my head back in pleasure. He brought his mouth up to my ear, his breath tickling my neck. "Do you like when I fuck you like this, princess?" he whispered. "Yes," I moaned, again losing all conscious thought and care in the world. He gripped my hips, taking control of the speed and pounding into me relentlessly. The only sound in the gym was flesh slapping together and our heavy breathing. "Eyes on me when you come on my dick, Soren," he said, eyes meeting mine in the mirror as I looked over my shoulder. And that was enough to send me toppling over. No matter how badly I wanted to close my eyes and give in to the wave of pleasure, I didn't break eye contact with Cade, screaming his name, causing him to spill himself inside me. We slowed together, leaning against one another and trying to catch our breaths. "Whose are you, Soren?" he asked. "Yours," I squeaked. "Damn right," he said, before kissing me more intimately than I ever thought he would be capable of.
17. Cade. I enjoyed watching Soren lose herself with me more than I ever thought I could enjoy something. The way her lips parted, the way my name sounded on her tongue, the way her body fit and moved so perfectly with mine. I was no stranger to being with women, but Soren was different, and that's what scared me. As much as I wanted her, I couldn't have her. When I was inside of her, buried so deep within her that I forgot my own name, it was easy to forget. I was the son of a Mafia boss, and no matter how badly I wanted out of it, I couldn't be. I was married to this life, a prisoner to it, never able to escape. I was a criminal, always looking over my shoulder and knowing that karma was going to come back around and give me a swift kick in the ass. It wasn't the life she deserved. She'd ridden the carousel of bad luck for a large part of her life, and now it was time to get off. I wouldn't hold her on it against her will. But no matter how hard I tried, I didn't know if I had the strength to stay away from her while she was here, or to keep my distance and keep my hands to myself. I killed men for a living, for fuck's sake. I could keep my hands and my feelings to myself with this woman, but I wouldn't break my promise to her. I still intended to set her free from this life she was living with her husband, and from Lila, who controlled her every move before him. She deserved to live a life that made her feel happy and safe. She deserved to be free. A scream filled the hallways of the silent house, and I bolted straight up in bed with my heart pounding heavily in my chest. At first, I thought I had been imagining things, or it had been part of a dream. But as the scream came again, I knew it wasn't just a trick of my mind. I grabbed the Glock from my nightstand and made my way towards the source of the sound, which happened to be Soren's room on the other side of the house. I counted to 3 before turning the doorknob, surprised to find it unlocked, and cautiously made my way inside the room. My eyes flew around the room before landing on a thrashing Soren in bed, and I made my way over and took in the state of her before my eyes. She was dripping sweat, shaking back and forth and whimpering in her sleep. It broke the heart I didn't think I had, and I put my Glock on her nightstand before kneeling gently on the bed next to her. I gathered her in my arms and began to stroke her damp hair, saying her name over and over, gently hoping she would snap out of whatever nightmare currently had its claws deep in her. "Soren, baby, it's okay," I said softly, and felt her body go limp, and her breathing begin to even out. "Cade?" she muttered sleepily, her eyes opening and meeting mine. My own body sagged in relief, hating to hear her go through something I had no control over and couldn't protect her from. I couldn't save her from her own mind. "Are you okay?" I asked, pushing a piece of her hair behind her ear as she looked up at me. I had laid her head in my lap, not wanting to restrain her limbs, so now that she was peeking up at me, she was practically breaking her neck to do so. I gently lifted her head and moved down so we were laying on our sides and facing one another. "I will be," she replied, and I could see tears brimming in her eyes. "I'm just so tired of this man having control over every aspect of my life, especially the ones I have no control over." I didn't have to ask who, because I knew without her even having to say anything. The monster she had married had scarred her so deeply and traumatized her so profusely that she had nightmares about it. I knew I was no saint, but fuck, what kind of man hurt a woman he was meant to love? "What can I do to help?" I asked, knowing there was a chance that there was nothing to make her feel better. "Will you stay with me tonight?" she asked hesitantly, and I didn't even have to think twice before pulling her into my chest and rubbing her back until her light snores filled the space. The steadiness of her breathing lulled me to sleep, with her warm body pressed against mine, and I slept good for the first time in decades. Matthias, my house, 7 p.m. It was the only information I'd received from my father about this last-minute meeting he'd pulled on me. But it wasn't new. I was his to control. Soren was controlled by her husband, and I, my father. We were both prisoners in a never-ending loop of forced dependence. I made my way from my office to my library, where I knew Soren would be holed up, just as she always was. I'd begun to learn she was a creature of habit, always striving for stability and a routine. I'd snuck out this morning before she woke, too much of a coward to face the intimate moment we had shared. I pushed open the double doors, already knowing she'd be curled up on the couch, a book in one hand, coffee in another. She was a simple woman, not hard to please. Give her caffeine and a book, and she'd be content. Give me a book and Soren's pussy, and I'm content. I shook off my dirty thoughts and fought against my dick hardening in my dress pants, putting my hands in my pockets and waiting for her to acknowledge my presence. "Soren," I said, trying to keep my tone calm, my annoyance at her lack of attention begging to seep through. She finally looked up, eyes dazed as she was caught in a world that wasn't her own. "Sorry, I've been sucked into this book," she said, marking her place, but not moving it from her lap. If she was upset about my abrupt departure this morning, she didn't show it. "I have to go to my father's tonight," I announced, cutting to the chase of what I came to say. Since Soren had been here, I'd been working these last several weeks from home the best I could, pushing all my other responsibilities outside of the house to Finn. But my father's text today left no room for argument. I had to be there. I had yet to see what happened when I disobeyed him, and I wasn't going to let today be the day I found out. "Okay," she replied, already tilting her head back down towards her book. That's it? I expected more of a fight, or more emotion from her about it since she hadn't really been alone in the house since I'd brought her here. "The cook will be here until 7, and I have a few men around the perimeter to keep an eye on the place until I get back. Shouldn't be too late," I rambled, not sure why she would give a damn about when I came back. "Have fun," she said, taking a sip of her coffee. She must have realized I was still standing here, perplexed, because she looked up at me again and laughed. "Cade, I'm married to a Mafia boss's son. I thrived and craved my time alone. He was always away doing business for his father, and I had no objections. She explained, using air quotes over the word business, because we all knew the Mafia had nothing to do with any paperwork or normal business tactics. Right. Well, I'll see you later, I said awkwardly, not sure what else I could or should say at this moment. Be careful, Ace. Your attachment is showing. Soren laughed, and I threw a scowl back at her, because damn her for being right. I turned on my heel, my dress shoes clacking against the marble floor, and made my way out to my car to head to my father's. Once I made my way out the front door, Isaac was already waiting patiently, ready to follow me there. Isaac, stay here tonight and keep an eye on Soren. I'll be fine on my own, I ordered. If she was going to be here on her own, the least I could do was make sure she was surrounded by the best protection I had to offer. Let someone fuck with me all they wanted, but I'll be damned if someone tried to mess with her while I wasn't around. Cade, Finn said, nodding to me as I made my way into the meeting room where everyone was already seated at the table and waiting for me. I wasn't late by any means, but here they all were acting as if I still was. I guess I technically was if I was always the last one to show up to places and to meetings. Sometimes I questioned if my brother texted me last and forced me to be late on purpose. Sounds like something he would do just to torment me in his typical older brother fashion. Maybe I wouldn't be so concerned about being late if it didn't feel like part of my job and not a family duty. It wasn't like we went out to do anything as a family. It was just focused on the business. We could never be a normal family. We couldn't go out and play mini-golf or go bowling. We had money to bring in and an empire to keep. I walked over to the table that held the bottles of liquor, pouring myself a bourbon before making my way to a chair. I didn't know what this meeting was about, but I knew a stiff drink never hurt. I took a sip, letting it burn as it went down my throat, numbing my frayed nerves, thinking about Soren being in my big, empty house by herself. I'd crush a man's windpipe with my bare hands if anything happened to her. She made me want to burn down the world just so she could be safe. I never felt like this before for any woman, only my family. So this buzzing under my skin felt foreign, something I couldn't name. "Cade!" my father said, irritation attached to his words, and I knew I had spaced out before the meeting had even begun. And that wasn't something you wanted to do in my father's presence. He didn't have to say anything else. Just one look from him, and I snapped my attention to him, not letting it waver again. As I was saying, Lila will be here shortly, and hopefully we can finish this measly battle once and for all. Matthias went on, his own glass of liquor in his hand, a cigar in the other. My gut twisted at hearing Lila's name, out of both anger and fear. The woman herself didn't scare me. Her ability to take Soren back home to her piece-of-shit husband did, and it also meant I was running out of time. Before he could continue on, the double doors to the meeting room opened, and the Wicked Witch of Boston herself walked in, as if she knew we were discussing her and wouldn't have anyone speaking about her without her present. "Good evening, gentlemen," she greeted, unfazed by the kidnapping of her stepdaughter. But we all knew that she was aware who had taken her. It wasn't a surprise. "Lila?" My father greeted nonchalantly, waiting for Lila to be seated before he began speaking again. I was just telling my boys that you were coming by so we could put an end to this useless turf war," my father said, using his hands to speak and gesturing to where we sat at the table. "I had hoped you'd say that, Matthias, and I'd love nothing more than to squash this misunderstanding and bring my Soren back home," Lila replied. I could have thrown up from the fake niceness she had in her voice, the way she pretended to care about Soren and her well-being. I chuckled under my breath and quickly realized my fuck-up when Matthias glared at me. "Yes? Did you have something to say?" Lila asked sweetly, giving me her full attention. From the look in her eyes, it was like she knew I was the one who currently had Soren in my care. "Not at all. We just all know how much she means to you," I replied sarcastically, hoping she could read the "fuck you" between the lines. "What did you have in mind?" my father asked, ignoring my smart remark and turning his attention back to Lila. "I thought we could meet at a warehouse I have near the dock in 3 days. I present you with the contract stating the land is yours, and you give me back my daughter," Lila said simply, as if it was that easy. "I don't understand why we couldn't do that in the first place," Maverick grumbled, proving I clearly wasn't the only one annoyed with the entire situation. "Mind your tongue, boy," my father snapped, shutting Maverick up instantly. "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Name the time and place, Lila, and we'll be there to collect the contract and return your daughter." "The old shoe factory down on 7th at 8 o'clock, Lila declared, before standing from her chair. She had decided herself that the discussion was over, and there was no room for compromise. I knew Matthias wasn't one to be told what to do, but for this turf, I knew he was willing to do anything. This turf was a gold mine for whoever it belonged to, and both of them were walking on thin ice to get their hands on it. I waited for the doors to close before I opened my mouth. Well, that went quicker than expected. I chuckled, sipping my drink. "You boys need to watch your fucking mouths," Matthias hissed, slamming his tumbler down on the table. "You are embarrassing me, and I won't stand for that." "Yes, sir," Maverick and I grumbled practically in unison. I downed the rest of my drink, placing my empty tumbler on the table before standing up, adjusting my suit, and heading toward the door. "Be ready in 3 days, Cade," my father warned, and I knew what his tone was implying. It was as if he knew how attached I'd become, as if it permeated in the air and he could smell it. "I'll be there," I replied as calmly and coldly as I could, knowing in the deepest part of my soul that I wasn't prepared for the goodbye that was inevitable.
18. Soren. The house was quiet without Kate in it. Even though we barely saw each other when he was home, I could still always feel his presence. Now that I was alone in an empty house, with men quietly surrounding the place, every noise made me jump. I was alone with my confusing feelings about the man of the hour, knowing without a shadow of a doubt that I was falling for him and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Something had always pulled me towards him, like the broken parts of my soul called to his. He's the first person since my dad passed away to actually be nice to me and give a shit about me. I couldn't get him out of my head no matter how hard I tried. I tried to read in the library for a little while, but eventually I got spooked, so I went up to my room and locked the door. If someone wanted to fuck with me, they'd have to come and get me in here. But I obviously didn't wish for that. My nerves are shot, for fuck's sake. I stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours, waiting for Cade to come home, which felt incredibly stupid. The fact that I was waiting for him was dumb. I could just go to bed and wake up tomorrow, and he'd likely be here. But my mind continued to buzz with the thoughts of his hands on me, skimming my skin, leaving sparks of electricity in the wake of where his fingertips had been. Then my thoughts decided to take a darker turn. I thought of Cade lying in a ditch somewhere, his car wrapped around a telephone pole, him tied to a chair in some creepy warehouse in the middle of nowhere. Somehow, in the short span of a month that I had been kept at Cade's house, I'd grown attached to him, to the smirk he wore on his face, how delicious he looked in a suit, and the way he messily fixed his hair, the way his dark, steely eyes would bore holes into me when I was reading, and he thought I wasn't paying attention. But I paid attention to everything he did, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why. Even when I had first been married to Jude, I didn't pay attention to him as much as I do Cade. I didn't care enough to, although I should have. Maybe I would have noticed his red flags a little sooner. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt when we first got married. The benefit that maybe Jude wasn't such a bad guy in all reality. Maybe I got lucky in my arranged marriage like you read about in romance books. We'd hate each other and fall in love. But try as I might, I couldn't fall in love with him, and for good reason, too. I would have loved a monster who dug his claws into me every chance he could get. My conversation with Vanessa not long ago rolled around in my head. She was right when she said not all Mafia men were bad. My father was living proof of that. He was proof that you could make mistakes and do bad things but still hold love in your heart. He never let the corruption that surrounded him seep into his heart. It's probably part of the reason he died. His heart was too kind for this world, too soft. My heart used to be soft and kind too, but unlike my father, I let the world harden my heart, and I'd learned having a good heart seemed to get you nowhere. I had managed to fall asleep around 2 a.m, and I knew I hadn't been asleep all that long when my door clicked open. I kept my eyes closed, pretending I was asleep, and hoping and praying whoever had just come in wasn't here to murder me in my sleep, and that they'd leave. But the question I should be asking is, how the fuck did they get through the lock on my door? I tried to keep my breathing even, feigning sleep, straining my ears to hear any further noise. I could feel my stomach in my throat, my heart beating fiercely in my chest. I heard the distinct sound of a zipper and the rustle of clothing, as if whoever it was stripping down for the night. The side of the bed dipped, the intruder sitting on the edge. Before I heard shoes kicked from feet, felt the sheets lift up, and whoever it was got underneath. A warm body curled against mine, spooning me and pulling me close. I stopped breathing, unable to intake any air. But when I did, the scent of bourbon and a familiar cologne filled my nostrils, cedar mixed with the faint hint of jasmine. There was only one man I'd come to know who wore that scent, and I breathed a sigh of relief that it was him. His body and skin was warm against mine, as well as his breath on my neck. It was only the second time we'd been this close, the groggy memory of his comfort during my nightmare faintly coming back to me. Before that, we hadn't been this close since we had sex the first time. The time in his gym had more clothes between us. It was a nice feeling, his body cozy and snug against mine. I would never admit it to him, but I had never laid with a man like this before him. I was usually used and dumped, no time for cuddling and spooning. So this was a nice change of pace, and one that I could get used to. But I knew in my heart that this was short-lived. I waited to see if he was going to say anything, or if he was just going to lay here holding me until we both fell asleep. But my mind was finally quiet, and I could have fallen asleep at any moment, finally knowing that he was safe. He was here. Just as I was beginning to doze off, more than willing to slip into oblivion, I heard his voice whisper gently in my ear. "Good night, beautiful," he breathed. "I'll miss you." For some reason, his drunken words meant more to me in that moment than I cared to admit. But then I realized that he said he'd miss me, and those words soured in my gut. I woke up alone the next morning. The space where Cade was cold. It was proof he hadn't slept here long, and had probably snuck out long before he knew I'd wake. It was the second time he'd done this in the span of a couple days, but I tried not to hold it against him. I peered over at the clock on my nightstand that read 9 a.m. and wanted to groan at the thought of getting out of bed already. I felt like I barely got any sleep until Cade had come into my bed. After that, I had a nice, dreamless sleep. But what if I had dreamt he came into my bed? I knew that wasn't the case, because I could still smell his cologne on my pillows, proof he'd been here recently. I was just confused on why he'd stumbled in here in the first place, and then why he felt the need to leave so quickly. At first, I assumed in his drunken state he thought he was in his own bedroom, but that made no sense, since his room was on the opposite side of the house. Not to mention the fact that he'd held me in his arms with a purpose, and spoken directly to me. So I just chalked it up to alcohol making our brains do things they wouldn't if we were sober, and soaked up his warmth and intimate actions while I could. Part of me didn't want to get out of bed because I didn't want to face him this morning. Would things be awkward between us now, more so than they already were, with sexual tension lacing the air whenever we were in the same room together? But I knew I'd eventually have to find out. I couldn't hide out in this bedroom forever. I'd have to face him, especially if I ever wanted to see the library again. And that is what pushed me out of bed more than my fear of embarrassment about my current relationship with Cade, with the Mafia man who kidnapped me out of my own house under the darkness of the quiet sky, like a dark knight in leather armor. I threw back the covers, slipping my feet into my slippers, and decided to pad down to the kitchen for some coffee before I started my day, and inevitably encountered Cade. But what I didn't expect when I walked into the kitchen was his hulking, messy bedhead form leaning over the coffee pot in a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Do men not understand the attraction of gray fucking sweatpants? I stopped dead in my tracks before playing it off and gaining my composure, making my way to sit on one of the bar stools at the kitchen island. "Morning," I greeted, trying to play it casual. Cade grunted. It was the most unkempt I'd ever seen him. While I was used to his messy hair, it usually had a method to the madness. Now it looked like he'd slept on it wet, one side sticking up. Don't even get me started about seeing him in something other than a suit and gym attire. I didn't even know his closet contained anything other than workout clothes and suits, let alone casual clothing. But this chaotic look, I could get used to. It was nice to see someone else out of control with their life for once. "There's Tylenol in the cupboard to your left for your hangover," I said, propping my chin on my hand and doing nothing to hide my smirk. Without even saying a peep, he opened said cabinet and pulled out the bottle of pain reliever. I laughed while making my own way to the coffee pot, while he leaned with his back against the counter, giving me his full attention. I could feel his eyes boring into my soul, like he could see every bit of darkness there, and he could see every thought, lie, and dream I'd ever had. "Soren," he started, while I added oat milk from the carton in the fridge to my mug, the oat milk that had just started showing up when I mentioned it one time in a coffee order to Cade. I replied, taking a sip of my coffee and groaning internally at just how badly I needed this. "I'm sorry about last night," he answered, not taking his eyes off his coffee mug, refusing to look at me now that I was giving him my full attention. "Which part?" I laughed. "The part where you stumbled into my bed at 3 a.m? Or the part where you snuck off in the middle of the morning and acted like it never happened?" I tried not to sound bitter, but I sounded like it despite my playful tone. I already wanted to stuff the words back into my mouth after I said them, but knew that wasn't a remote possibility. He visibly grimaced, trying to hide it by taking a sip of his coffee. "About any of it," he said, finally meeting my eyes. And damn if it didn't send a shot through my heart to know he regretted lying in bed with me when it felt so good and peaceful to me. I was letting myself get attached when I shouldn't. I was playing a dangerous game with my heart, and I needed to do what I'd been doing the last several years and keep it under lock and key. "Don't worry about it." I waved him off, putting on my careless act, letting him think it didn't bother me. It would make it hurt less. I smiled at him before making my way out of the kitchen and towards the library, but not before he halted me, saying my name like a prayer. "Sorry, we can't keep going on like this. It was stupid of me to sleep with you in the first place. Besides, the exchange goes down in 3 days. You need to make sure you're ready." And I knew in my heart of hearts, he didn't just mean packing my belongings. I had to prepare my heart to say goodbye too, and we both knew it. But neither of us made a move to do anything about it. Instead, we were pretending it wasn't a problem to begin with. The wall of armor slowly started building back around my heart, needing to be more fortified than ever, because I was going from being a prisoner with free will back to the prisoner of a monster in 3 days' time. "I'm sorry you feel that way," I replied, failing to keep my voice from shaking. "Thank you for sending me back to my own personal hell with my monster of a husband." I was seething mad, childishly so, and I couldn't help it. I wanted him to hurt as badly as he'd hurt me. "You're forgetting that I'm a monster too, Soren. We were never supposed to be together in the first place. You're not supposed to be attached to me." "I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Cade. I guess that means I'm in love with a man who believes he's a monster. But really, he's just a sad, lost man who gave me nothing but empty promises about being a knight in shining armor who would save his princess from her tower," I yelled, waiting and hoping for a response, hoping he'd do what he always said he would and fight for us. "If I really meant anything to you at all, you'd keep your word instead of acting like a scared little boy," I choked out, not giving him a chance to reply before I stormed off to my bedroom, locking the door and falling to the floor, tears flowing freely down my cheeks.
19. Cade. Although I couldn't see her face, I could feel the hurt coming off her in waves. There was no other way to tell her that her world was about to come crumbling down and that I wasn't able to keep my promise. I felt like a knife had stabbed my heart as I broke that promise to her that I'd made with such conviction. But what could I do in 3 days' time? My mind was blank on ways and ideas to save her, lest I put a bullet through Jude's head myself, which I would be lying if I said wasn't immensely tempting. Even if I sent her far away with a bucket of money to an unknown location, I knew that the Mafia would find her. It's what they were good at. Nobody ever escaped them and got away with it. Nobody ever lived to tell the tale. And I wanted Soren to continue to have a tale to tell, to grow, to keep living, to hopefully write herself a better ending. But right now, I felt like a fucking failure, and like I was basically sealing her fate for her. I wanted to give up and cuddle into a ball like a child would, except with a bottle of bourbon and drink all of my worries away. What the fuck am I doing? My brain may not have caught up to my heart yet, but I cared about this woman. I had to uphold my promise to her that I'd at least try to get her out of this situation, and I had 3 days of time to do it. What kind of man was I if I didn't take the remaining time that I had left and at least try? So I took my balls out of my ass and decided to put all my wallowing in negativity back where it belonged, and I refused to let it show its face again. The house was too quiet for my liking that night after promising myself that I would try to find a way to save her, like I was a damn superhero or something. All I was in the world was my dad's servant boy. Anger boiled inside of me as I sat here with a drink in my hand, stewing on what I was going to do, trying to think of some loophole. Pissed at myself for getting in this situation at all. Pissed for caring. Pissed at Soren for making me feel this way about her. So what did my slightly drunk again, sorry ass decide to do? I decided to go up to her bedroom out of guilt. My bare feet against the stairs were the only sound in the house. It was like the sadness Soren was feeling spread throughout the entire thing, throwing the entire vibe and mood of the house away. What I was planning to do once I got up these stairs, I had no idea, and I had not a single plan in my head for any aspect of my life. I couldn't make a decision on anything. It was just simple chaos and dumpster fires raging in my brain. I was hoping the booze would help me loosen my nerves, but it just made everything worse. It made me not worth a damn to anyone, and I knew it was going to bite me in the ass later, considering my father had called and texted me himself numerous times, and I'd ignored them all. He never took the time to communicate with me himself, so the fact that he skipped my brothers and spoke to me directly was a big deal. "Soren," I slurred, knocking on her door, realizing maybe I was way past buzzed. The line between right and wrong were blurred, and part of me craved her skin against mine. Sexual or not, I'd take it either way. Another part of me hoped I could have her body writhing underneath me in pleasure, taking my frustrations out on her body. But she deserved better than that, and I knew it, alcohol running through my blood or not. I was met with silence, but that didn't stop me from knocking on the door again. I hadn't even bothered to look at the time or consider that she might be sleeping. "What?" she grumbled, throwing open the door before I could even react. "Fuck." She took my breath away. She stood there in a silk nightgown, like she was just asking for me to want her. And I wouldn't lie and say it wasn't working, my dick already hardening in my pants. "We need to talk," I said, immediately feeling sober at the sight of her and the state she was in. Puffy, red eyes, blonde hair flowing beautifully down to her hips. I took in her green eyes and noticed they looked glazed, like she had just stopped crying and was already about to start again. It broke something inside of me to see her hurting so bad. I didn't want her to hurt. I wanted her to feel happy. I wanted her to be happy. So that's why I found myself crashing my lips against hers, wanting to drink her in, hoping I could tell her everything in my angry, frustrated, wanting kiss. She melted against me, bringing her body closer to mine. Her arms that were slacked at her side now encircled my face as she began running her fingers through my hair. I swallowed her whimper, running my tongue along her bottom lip, wanting to never forget what she sounded like, and tasted like, and never wanting to forget how she felt against me. I took my sweet time with this kiss, the heat eventually cooling down and our kisses slowing. We were both memorizing every piece of each other's lips, me feeling her curves and committing them.
Every good journey deserves a moment of rest. Please enjoy this carefully selected music to soothe your spirit. And remember, this audiobook is completely free for you.
I forced myself to break away, still having things to say, and knowing I needed to say them now before I lost the courage and didn't get the chance. "Soren," I whispered, scared to put everything on the table, and afraid to show her the vulnerable side of me, the side of me that was angry and fucking terrified when it came to her. "If this is your way of saying goodbye, please don't," Soren pleaded in a whispered tone. "I don't think my heart can take anything else." I swear, in that moment you could have heard my heart crack. But you also could have heard my blood pound and my anger boil over. Because what was I doing? Why was I letting her go? Why wasn't I protecting what was mine? "Soren, I don't want to say goodbye," I replied, meaning it with every fiber of my being. But you deserve a life better than I can offer you. You're forgetting that you deserve a life that you want, Cade. Even if it's not with me. You don't realize I've learned you like the back of my hand since the moment I first saw you. I know how miserable you are, and the only person that can change that is you. I was cupping her face, stunned by her words, because the only thing she was talking about right now was the truth. The cold, hard truth in tough love form. And I could feel the love radiating off this woman. The stupid love I didn't deserve. That's the thing, Soren. I want you in it. But I'm so fucking scared I can't give you what you want. I replied. You idiot, she scoffed. I want you. I want every bit of you. Your heart, your mind and soul. Even though you don't think you have a heart. Even though you think you're so broken you're incapable of love. I want the good, bad, and the ugly. Because even if you aren't ready to admit it yet, I know you want it too. I've never cared about the money or who your family is. You could have a penny to your name and the clothes on your back, and I'd still want you. I stood there, almost paralyzed in shock, because I don't think anyone has ever truly wanted me for who I am, and not my money, not my body, not my dick. And here is this woman wanting me for who I am and who I truly was beneath every layer and fiber of my being. You're not going back to that husband of yours, Soren, I said through gritted teeth. I know I've made a lot of empty promises to you, but I want to keep this one. If I keep my word on anything to you, this is it. You deserve the freedom to choose whatever life you want, and I'm going to give it to you. Now I watch as she stands there in shock, like we both just realized the truth, and that we'd both wanted the same thing all along. We were just too proud to admit it. Recognition seemed to hit us both at the same time as we closed the distance between us and our lips met, our bodies crashing together, our movements frantic. I wasted no time pushing her against the wall, thrusting my erection to meet her hips. A groan full of pent-up tension left her lips, and I swallowed it down, wanting to claim the sound. I didn't want to have to commit her body to memory. I wanted to be able to wake up to it and feel it against mine every day. I hiked her nightgown up past her hips, a groan leaving my own lips as I realized she wasn't wearing any underwear. Perfect, I growled against her lips. I broke away and trailed kisses down her neck, dropping to my knees and kneeling before the only person I ever willingly would, the woman who held my heart in her palms and my world, my future. My everything was hers, my very essence, my soul. It was all bound and intertwined to the woman standing before me. She was the thing I needed but never knew. I put my head between her thighs, tickling her skin with the stubble on my cheeks, causing a gasp to leave her lips. I teased her, my warm breath gliding over her entrance. I planned to take my time with her this go-round, to tease her in every way I could, to make her never forget whose she is. "Cade?" she whined, already growing impatient. "Yes?" I asked, not giving in so easily, and wanting to hear her say exactly what she wanted. I never wanted her to be afraid to ask for what she wanted. Not anymore. She looked down at me, desire in her eyes, blush creeping up her neck. She was glistening with arousal, and I knew she was wanting and desperate for my touch. A whimper left her lips, and her body tensed, as if she was trying to prevent herself from moving. "If you want something, princess, you'll have to tell me," I said, giving her my signature teasing smirk that I knew she loved so much. She groaned, and I could tell she was 2 seconds away from cracking, and I was loving every minute of watching her fall apart from me. "Unravel for me, Soren. Fall apart from me," I teased, giving her one lick up her slit, causing another groan to come out of her. "Cade?" she whimpered. "Yes, my love." "Ravage me," she said sternly. It was all I needed before I buried my face against her cunt, lapping up her arousal and giving her no mercy as I fucked her with my tongue. She yelled out, and I could already begin to feel her legs shaking from an impending orgasm. "Nobody's ever been able to make you feel this good, have they, Soren?" I said in between licks. "Especially not that bastard you have to call a husband." "No, never," she moaned, eyes rolling in the back of her head, hands splayed against the wall to hold herself up. I wanted her to tell me again and again, every time I fucked her, how nobody made her feel this fucking good. It was the ego boost I needed, and made my dick stiffen more than it already was at how much she meant it. I was itching for my cock to be inside of her, but I wouldn't stop now until she came all over my face. I was a man on a mission, and my only focus was getting my girl off. I grabbed underneath her thighs, bringing both her legs on my shoulder, before burying my face against her pussy again. I would never get tired of this. I would never get tired of her. "Cade, I'm so close," she whined, her thighs clenching against my face so hard she could break my jaw. "Come for me, Soren," I demanded, my voice muffled against her. I grazed my teeth against her clit, giving everything I had to this woman, my one sole mission being to get her release. "Ah!" she yelled, gripping my hair tight between her fingers, coming apart against me, her orgasm fresh on my tongue. I worked her through it until her legs stopped shaking and she was panting above me. I lowered her weak legs from my shoulders gently and took pride in the fact that the shakiness in her limbs was my doing. I adjusted her nightgown and came eye level with her again, my own eyes pooling with ecstasy. She tried to reach for my dick, which was still straining against my pants, but I gently moved her hands away, wanting this moment to just be for her. I cupped her face, holding her cheeks in my palms, and looked her square in the eyes. "We're going to figure this out. I won't let anything happen to you," I said, knowing I'd protect her with everything in my body, and that I meant every word. Now that I had found her, there was no way I was going to let her go. There was nothing in this world or the next that would keep us apart now.
20. Soren. I threw a pullover on and a pair of leggings before throwing my hair in a ponytail, already envisioning coming back home and spending the night with Cade. I didn't have to dress up to impress anyone anymore. We were going to go to this exchange and make a deal Lila couldn't refuse for my freedom. Something she's been wanting for as long as she's known about it. My inheritance. because all Lila ever wanted or cared about was money, and I was hoping this was just enough to get free of my shackles. Cade's father would get the land that he was after, and I'd be free. I'd be free to live my life exactly the way I wanted, and no longer be anybody's prisoner. I would finally be able to be with the man I loved, and see the world I'd only caught a glimpse of. "You look beautiful, Soren," a deep voice said from behind me. I turned from the full-length mirror in my room and fiddled with my fingers, still not used to his compliments. I made my way over to Cade and wrapped my arms around his neck, seeing a smile grace his lips, as if he, too, was ready for the craziness to be over. "Promise me everything will be okay," I questioned, trying to keep my voice steady, even though I felt like a bundle of anxious nerves. "No matter what happens, you'll be safe, and we will be leaving together," Cade reassured me, his voice soothing me instantly. "Nothing will tear us apart now, Princess. You're mine." He growled the last word, and I instantly felt that familiar heat begin to pool in my belly, wanting desperately to stay here with Cade and show him how much I appreciated him and his words. Not to mention I owed him for the other night, although he would argue that I owed him nothing. But for the first time in my life, I wanted to make someone besides just myself feel good. I wanted to give him all of me, all the dark bits that I hadn't shone the light on or admitted to in years, and the rare light pieces of my soul that were still fighting to stay. My heart had been locked up for so long I wasn't even sure I still held the key. But lo and behold, my dark night held my hand and navigated the way. "Let's get this over with, so I can come home and fuck you," Cade said, his words making me melt into a puddle. "Cade!" I playfully smacked his arm, although that was the only thing currently on my mind. We were on the same wavelength even when we weren't trying. I put my arm through his and walked with him towards the front door and to the end. I wasn't sure what kind of end to expect, but I knew no matter what kind it was, whether Lila and Jude let me go or not, it wouldn't go smoothly. They wouldn't just hand me off so easily. My anxiety was beginning to overflow, but knowing Cade was by my side dulled it to a quiet buzzing. "Both of you stay safe and come back in one piece," Astrid said nervously, and it was good to know I wasn't the only one anxious about this meeting. Cade had his stoic face on and didn't look the least bit concerned. I envied that about him, wishing I could keep my worries deep within. "I will do my best," I replied as she pulled me into a quick hug, and she felt so warm and safe that I didn't want to let go. Since my mother had passed, Astrid had slowly but surely begun to take that empty space in my heart that Lila would never be able to, and so I knew her worry was genuine. There was no ulterior motive behind it, and her kindness. I just hoped I could stay true to my word and return us both in one piece. As we drove, I tried to keep my attention solely focused on Cade's hand on my thigh and his smell that permeated the air. But the closer we got to the meeting, the worse my fear grew, numbing all my other senses. I trusted Cade, but I'd known Lila for a very long time, and I knew there was no way she'd let me go so easily. I had a feeling Cade knew it too, if the tension in his jaw was anything to go off of. We didn't speak, yet our silence spoke volumes. The anxiety was thick in the air like a fog first thing in the morning. "You know everything's going to be fine, right?" Cade said, as if he could read my mind. I didn't reply because I didn't know what to say. I knew he'd protect me, but I also knew nothing would go smoothly. Not for me. Nothing in my life would ever be easy. There's no way I could get off the hook this easily. Cade grabbed my hands, threading our fingers together and giving my hand a squeeze in reassurance as we pulled up to the warehouse. A number of cars were already parked in the gravel lot from what I could see. I could easily pick out Lila's as well as Jude's, which made my stomach roll. I took a deep breath in and went to open my door, but Cade gripped my thigh roughly before I had the chance. "Wait for me," he said, his voice tense. He let go of my thigh and reached into the glove box, pulling out a pistol and loading it quickly before my eyes. "If everything is going to be fine, why are you bringing a gun?" I asked, as he tucked it into his waistband. "You can never be too safe, Sauron. You know that," he replied simply. He exited the car and rounded the front, coming to open my door and letting me out. I closed my eyes, begging my heart to stop pounding, and for some ounce of bravery to slip in instead. I hadn't been afraid for years of everything around me. I didn't want to be afraid anymore. And as Cade opened the door and grabbed my hand, I knew I didn't have to be. "Hello, my dove," Lila said, all eyes flicking to us as we entered through the double doors. On the way here, Cade had explained that we needed to make everyone believe we hated each other. But how were we going to do that if he was going to ask me to stay with him? How was I supposed to hide my feelings for him from people who watched me with an eagle's eye? He seemed to have also realized this, because our hands stayed glued together as we made our way into the circle, never breaking contact. Jude, Matthias, and Lila's eyes snapped to our joined hands, each wearing a different expression of confusion, disapproval, and disgust. Like I gave a fuck what they had to think anymore. Matthias seemed to have softened to me in the tiniest amount, but I still could tell he didn't feel like I belonged in his family. After today, I was going to be walking away with my freedom. Cade and I were going to be leaving this place the exact same way we entered it, together. "What the fuck?" Jude's voice pulled me out of my daydream. "Get your hands off my wife." "Calm yourself, Judas," a man calmly said behind him, one I recognized as none other than his father, Vincent Pirano. The fact that he was here sent a shiver down my spine, because for the last several years, Vince Pirano had his son handle everything to do with his business. Well, he sat back and enjoyed the spoils of his blood money, without ever actually handing over the reins to Jude entirely, of course. Vincent being here was a bad omen in and of itself. Although this man terrified my very being, I wanted to laugh at his behavior towards his son, and the fact that Jude was kept on a tight leash. Ever since I'd known him, he had always been all bark, extra bite. He wasn't used to being tamed in front of his enemies and the people whose respect he craved. In a room full of purebred killers, I was glad I was the only woman from the Lucchetti clan here. I didn't want Vanessa or Elizaveta involved in any of these dealings. The Lucchetti family had already lost too much, and I couldn't bear to watch them lose any more. "Vincent," Cade nodded, finally releasing my hand and tucking it into his trousers. I let mine lay limp at my side, not knowing what to do with them, or what to do about anything right now for that matter. "Let's get this over with," Lila chimed in. "I'd like to go home and take a nice warm bubble bath." She gave Vincent a look full of promise, and I wanted to vomit in my mouth at the implication, because of course Lila and Vincent were sleeping together. Why would Vincent be loyal to his wife? The webs that were woven and intertwined within all our social circles were tangled beyond comprehension. "Cade has brought your daughter?" Matthias said, breaking up the silent conversation between Lila and Vincent. "Now, let's see that contract." "About that," Lila said, and in the blink of an eye, Jude had grabbed me from Cade's side and held me in a headlock. Lila slowly walked closer to Matthias, and by the look on her face, you'd think she'd won. But the joke was on her, because this man didn't care if I lived or died. He was concerned with his own family, his money, and the land that was up for grabs. I was nothing but a bargaining chip about to be turned in. "You think you scare me, Lila?" Matthias practically laughed in her face, further proving my point that he didn't give a damn about me. "It's not you I'm worried about instilling fear into," Lila said, before pulling a revolver out of her blazer pocket and shooting Matthias Lucchetti point-blank in the forehead.
21. Cade. It all happened in slow motion. 1 second I'm watching my father speak to Lila, and the next his body is falling to the ground, the light already gone from his eyes. The only sound that filled my ears was gunfire and the roar that tore from my throat. I saw nothing else but red and Lila's throat in my hands. "Cade!" I knew someone was calling my name, but it sounded so muffled, and my mind had only one objective. "Cade!" A familiar set of hands wrapped around my torso, trying desperately to shake me out of my murderous intentions. But it was no use. I was a man on a mission that was exactly what my family was known for: violence and bloodshed. I'm not only doing what was expected of me, but I'd finally snapped. My cool exterior finally broken. "For fuck's sake, Cade, she's dead!" Finn's voice said through the fog. I blinked, and the light had faded from Lila's eyes, just as it had from my father's. I couldn't help but feel a sick satisfaction out of it. But then I felt a pang of regret, like I should have made her suffering last longer. I shouldn't have ended her life as quickly as she ended my father's. She didn't deserve that mercy. For everything she'd done to Soren and my family, her suffering should have been prolonged. But watching my father be murdered, it caused my usual patience to snap, and it was only going to get worse. "Cade, it's Soren," Finn said with a deadly calm, one I knew meant that something wasn't right, and I'd been too distracted to notice. My eyes snapped up and tried to take in my surroundings. Dead bodies littered the floor painted in crimson. But my eyes landed on one in particular, held in the arms of Sawyer, skin pale and body limp. Even her blonde hair looked like it had lost its color. "Soren!" I roared, scooping her in my arms and running through the door and away from whatever remaining gunfire there was. From what I could tell of the noise, there wasn't much, seeing as most people were dead. I didn't even know if it was our side or theirs, but I just had a feeling that regardless, the death toll was high. "Soren, baby, open your eyes," I pleaded, gently smacking her cheek in order to wake her up. Her skin was cool beneath my palm, and nausea coiled through my gut at the prospect that I may be too late. She groaned, and I felt like my soul was one with my body again, and like my heart hadn't just been almost crushed into smithereens. I moved my hands along her body, and my hand came away with dark red blood where a bullet had entered her side. She was losing blood quickly, and I felt so fucking helpless. I was a gangster, not a doctor. And not for the first time in my life I regretted my life path, but even more so now. "It's okay, baby. We're going to get you taken care of," I assured her, rushing to Finn's SUV, opening the door and placing her in the back seat, doing my best to not let my nerves get the best of me. I didn't know what to do with my hands, whether to apply pressure to her wound or hold her face. I have to get the fuck out of this life. "Cade," Finn said, grabbing my arm, stilling my frantic movements. "I've got her. Get in the passenger seat. Mav can drive. Over my dead body, I growled. I didn't trust my younger brother behind the wheel of a car. He tended to have impulsive energy about him. But when Maverick came around the corner, the look in his eyes was enough for me to trust him. At least this once. I'd never let anything happen to her, Cade. Maverick assured me. And I'd be a liar if I said I'd seen my brother so vulnerable before. I'd never seen him take such responsibility in something before, or cared so much. I guess a crisis really does bring family together, I mumbled, finally letting go of Soren and hopping in the passenger seat. Wait, I said before Maverick turned the key. If he's alive, Jude is mine. Maverick peered in the rearview mirror at Fenn, nodding before turning the key. I knew at that moment a text had been fired off to one of Fenn's men to take Jude to a secure location until I was ready. I would snuff the light out of anyone who had ever caused harm to Soren. One down, one to go. The only thing I could hear was the beeping of the monitor, and the only thing I could see was Soren's pale face laying on the pillow of the hospital bed. I'd seen a lot of things over the years, but this image of her would haunt me for the rest of my life, not to mention the guilt that I should have been paying attention to her. I should have stayed by her side instead of letting my murderous tendencies take over. I could have protected her instead of ending a life. I would never be able to apologize enough or make it up to her. I'd forever blame myself for the pain she was in and the coma she had succumbed to. A coma that she'd already been in for several days. The doctor kept saying she'd wake up any time now, but as the days grew longer and longer, I felt my hope whittling further and further. I'd barely had time to cherish her and experience life with her. We'd been cooped up in the house, waiting for the dust to settle in our situation. There was so much left to do with her. Our time hadn't begun yet. It couldn't be over. I didn't want to die and realize too late everything good I had with Soren. I didn't want to be someone who realized too late how amazing of a woman was right there, who wanted me just as badly as I wanted her. I haven't even gotten a chance to admit how I felt about her. Sure, I'd told her she was mine, but I wanted to confess my love to her. I wanted to scream it from the rooftops, but it meant nothing if she couldn't hear me. A bullet had grazed my arm when I was carrying Soren's limp body through the door of the warehouse, but I had barely felt it at the time, only noticing it when a nurse at the hospital pointed it out. It was the equivalent of a bee sting to me. The pain in my heart at the state of the woman in front of me hurt more than a bullet. As the number of days grew without seeing the light in her eyes and her smile, the more my vengeance grew. I was staying at the hospital day and night, waiting for any sign of Soren waking up, and in that time, in the quiet, I plotted my revenge. Jude Pirano may think that he got away with hurting Soren and pulling one over on the Lucetti family, but that couldn't be further from the truth. His day was coming. As soon as Soren was awake and her condition was no longer in limbo, it would be time for him to pay his dues. My father didn't deserve to die in vain either, and although Lila had met her end, it wasn't enough. I had an unsatisfied hunger to inflict as much hurt as I'd been given. My father and I may not have had the best relationship, but never in a million years would I have wanted him to die that way. He was meant to die in his bed when he was old and gray, and his body could no longer keep up any longer. I couldn't bear to be there when Finn broke the news to my mother. I couldn't bear to see the pain on that sweet woman's face. She'd given and given her entire life, and I knew losing my father would break her. I knew she'd become a ghost of the woman I knew, and I couldn't be there to bear witness to it. So for her, Soren, my father, and the rest of my family, Jude Perano would pay in blood, and I planned to take my sweet time making sure he felt every bit. 22. Cade. 2 weeks later. The last couple of weeks went by at a snail's pace, and I would have given my entire soul to have Soren back with me. I'd give up my life to be in her position, knowing she was living her life and cherishing her freedom, because even if she decided she no longer wanted anything to do with me, at least she still had that. I would never let anyone take that from her again. Whatever she wanted to do in life, with or without me, I would make it happen. I'd be the dark guardian angel in the background, making sure not a single hair on her head was ever out of place. Like the little weasel he was, Jude had managed to slip his way out of the warehouse and gave us a hell of a time locating him. But I wouldn't rest until that man's fate was in my hands, and he didn't feel safe without having to look over his shoulder and look out for me. For everything he'd done to Soren, and for his part in the death of my father, I wanted him to pay. Thank fuck for whatever connection Sawyer has that allowed us to find Jude after a week of hiding and bring him to an abandoned warehouse where I'd meet him once Soren was awake and stable. "You smell like ass," Sawyer said as he entered Soren's hospital room, his facial expression pinched, as if he'd just smelled the worst thing ever. It's as if he knew I was thinking about him and just had to make an appearance. "Fuck off," I grumbled, running my hand down my scruffy face, knowing he had a point. But I didn't want to leave the hospital. And even stepping away for a moment to use the shower in Soren's room felt like a challenge. Plus, if I was going to shower anywhere, it was going to be in my expensive-ass walk-in shower with the shower head that pelted water onto my skin. I showered here once, and the pressure was absolute shit. I also needed to shave, and I'd rather cut off my left arm than use a dull razor from here. Oh, how grumpy and violent I am today. I was itching to get my hands dirty with Jude's blood, ready to give him back all the hurt he was due. Just sitting here while time ticked slowly by every day, watching Soren's unconscious body and not being able to do anything about it made me want to explode. "Touchy, I see." Sawyer laughed, pulling a chair up next to me by the bed and making himself at home. "Any news?" he asked gently, and I hated that it sounded like he was asking me out of pity. I didn't want anyone's pity. I had fucked up and went against everything I promised Soren when I didn't keep her safe. She was probably better off without me, and I would probably be doing her a favor if I disappeared. Took care of Jude, and she never had to see me again. "No," I replied coldly, hoping he got the hint that I was in no mood for chit-chat or his sunny disposition. Ever since Sawyer married Vanessa, he'd become a new, changed man, started seeing the bright side of things or whatever. And while I was happy for my brother, he got on my last damn nerve with it sometimes. Let me wallow in peace, for God's sakes. "Why don't you go home and shower? Get some rest," Sawyer suggested, lounging back in his chair. because I don't want to miss anything. And if I leave, I may not come back. I leaned back in the chair myself, utterly exhausted from getting the worst sleep in my entire life the last several weeks, and afraid to close my eyes. You make absolutely no sense at all, Sawyer snorted, pinching the bridge of his nose between his fingers. You're literally one of the dumbest guys I've ever met. And trust me, I've met a lot. The fuck is that supposed to mean? I snapped. It means, why aren't you taking care of yourself? Why are you punishing yourself? Because Soren got hurt? It was bound to happen sooner or later with our line of work, and there's not a damn thing you could have done about it. You're doing neither of you any good sitting here wallowing in your filth. Do you really want Soren to wake up and see you in a terrible state? He did have a point, but I also didn't want Soren to wake up and think I left her. I also didn't want to be too tempted to smash Jude's skull in and then never return here again. Why don't you let Vanessa drive you home? Clean yourself up, eat some actual food, and get a couple hours of rest. I can make sure V stays with you, so if there's any kind of update, she can bring you right back. I thought it over silently in my head. I wanted more than anything to thoroughly scrub my skin clean of all the dirt and grime from my body, and change out of these god-awful scrubs the nurses had given me after my crappy shower here the first night. Sawyer's words came ringing in my head about Soren waking up and catching sight of me this way. She was already going through enough. The last thing I needed to do was cause her even more stress by my disheveled appearance. I didn't want her to feel any guilt or blame herself. Fine, but we're stopping by Chick-fil-A on the way, I mumbled, already moving into a seated position. Works for me, a sing-song voice that could only be Vanessa said from the door. Thank you, babe, Sawyer said as he made his way over to her and kissed her tenderly. You guys make me want to throw up, I groaned, loving more than anything to give my older brother shit. I love you too, he said, grabbing me in a hug. Now seriously, go shower. You smell like a bag of feet. I walked out the door past a laughing Vanessa, flipping him the bird as I went. She's going to be fine, you know, Vanessa said, disrupting the otherwise quiet car ride home from Chick-fil-A, where I'd eaten so many chicken sandwiches I was afraid I would puke. I hadn't even realized how hungry for good food I truly was. And how could you possibly know that, Mrs. Sunshine? I asked, taking a sip of my drink. Because she's Soren. She's one of the strongest women I know. Plus, she's entirely too stubborn to let a bullet kill her after all this time. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. I laughed, because it was true. If my girl was anything, she was absolutely, undoubtedly stubborn, and although it was a fact that I loved, it was also what drove me crazy. That's what you love about her, right? Vanessa teased as if reading my mind. Yeah, it is, I replied, a smile gracing my face for the first time in weeks, just thinking about how much love I held in my heart for Soren. So it's true then, Vanessa gaped, her eyes flicking between me and the road. You love her? Shit. I hadn't meant to slip up and actually admit that, not having even fully admitted it to Soren yet. But if anyone was going to catch my slip-up, it would be Vanessa. Fine, you caught me. Yes, I love her. I admitted, crossing my arms over my chest and pouting while she laughed at me. It's okay to admit it out loud, Believe it or not, Cade, you do indeed deserve happiness," Vanessa said kindly, and it warmed a part of my soul to hear that. Vanessa's personality reminded me so much of Ava's, and what I would have imagined she'd been like when she was older, always reminding us we were still humans under the darkness we wore as a shield. No matter how much I used to deny happiness to myself, for the first time in my life, I was finally feeling like maybe I did deserve something good, like maybe happiness was in my radar, like I wasn't a lost cause, unlovable in every sense. Because even if we hadn't said the words directly to each other yet, I knew that Soren loved me back. I just hoped I'd get the chance to tell her when she could hear me. After getting a surprisingly nice bit of rest, I got a shower, shave, and a decent meal. I felt somewhat human again, but I had been dying to get back to the hospital, loathing the fact that I was away from Soren for so long. Life happened so quickly that something could happen in the span of a minute, and the pressure in my chest built up the longer I stayed away. I was currently sitting next to Soren's bed, my head in my hands. There was some medical drama rerun playing in the background, talking about some dude named McSteamy, and I was losing my grip on my sanity. I'd barely left the hospital for weeks besides yesterday. I hadn't been able to force myself to leave again, worried I'd miss any sort of update. Plus, I knew if I left, the universe would laugh at me and cause something to happen. Whether it was good or bad was still up in the air. A noise startled me out of my spiraling thoughts, and it felt like I was dreaming it. But then I looked at Soren, and it came again. A groan from her beautiful lips. "Soren?" I whispered, terrified to break whatever spell I was currently under. "Cade?" she said, her voice so hoarse from lack of use I couldn't help myself. I gripped both sides of her face and brought my lips gently to hers. I looked at her face, and a ghost of a smile graced her lips. Seeing it made me feel grateful that I was able to bear witness to it again. "What happened?" she asked, her face tired and her eyes unfocused, her mouth set in a frown. "You don't remember?" I asked, taking her hand in mine, rubbing my thumb over the top of her hand, careful to avoid the IV. "Not really." She laughed softly, a noise that I'd missed. "All I remember is going into the building. Your father." She paused, gauging my reaction. "And then gunfire started, and not long after everything went black. I honestly don't even remember getting hurt or being brought here or anything." "It's been almost 3 weeks," I said softly, "and you got caught in the crossfire." "You can't blame yourself, Cade," she snapped, reading the guilt on my face, her fire that I had always loved coming back. "You didn't pull the trigger." We sat in silence for a moment, and I could tell a million questions were going through her head in the way she rolled her lips together, unsure if she wanted to ask them. "Just ask," I encouraged her. "What happened to Jude and Lila and your father?" "My father died before he even hit the floor," I replied, a stone dropping in my gut just admitting it out loud. As for Lila and Jude, I was afraid to admit what I'd done and planned to do out loud, but I had no reason to lie. "I killed Lila when you got shot," I said. "As for Jude, well, his punishment will be coming soon now that you're awake." I half expected her face to contort in disgust, but to my surprise, she didn't bat an eye. She almost looked content. "That doesn't bother you?" I asked curiously. "You forget I grew up surrounded by murder and a world full of blood." She basically laughed in my face. If anyone deserved it, it was them. Where's Jude now? Waiting for me in an unknown location? I chuckled, already antsy to get my hands on him. "Cade?" she asked softly. "Yeah? Will you promise that you'll stay with me until they let me go home?" "Okay, done. But why?" I blurted. "Because I want to be there when you take care of Jude." She practically growled. There was a pause before she began speaking again. "The first time he hit me, it was over something so silly, and I told myself he was just having a bad day at the office. He promised he'd never do it again, and I foolishly believed him. But it kept happening again, and again, and again, until eventually I couldn't go out into the public eye because my bruises were taking so long to heal. Every time he hit me, he slowly took a piece of my soul away, until I felt like I had nothing left. I have protected the tiny last part of myself, because I won't be able to live with myself if that's gone too." She stopped again, and I knew there was nothing I could say in that moment that would even scratch the surface of healing what's been broken inside of her. Anything I say won't do justice to how I feel inside, and how protective I feel over the last bit of her soul. I don't want to be afraid anymore. I want to take my fate in my own hands, once and for all. I want to choose my own destiny. Soren wiped a stray tear that had left her eye, and a stony resolve slid into place. That's my girl. I knew how hard it must have been for her to open up to me about the trauma of her past, and I vowed in that moment to make sure her future was ingrained with peace.
23. Soren. It was crazy how fast time can fly when you don't even realize it. It had only felt like I had been asleep for the night, and right before I opened my eyes, I thought I'd wake up and be in my own bed, lying next to Cade with his arms around me. That was until I heard the beeping of the heart monitor and the smell of antiseptic, and I realized I was all alone under the sheets. But in reality, I wasn't alone. Cade hadn't left my side the entire time I'd been here. If the cot by my bed and facial hair that had grown was any indication. I woke up with my hand in Cade's, and my chest lighter than it had been in a long time, all things considered. I was lucky to be alive from what I could gather. The bullet had missed any major organs, but the blood loss was what almost took me out. I remember not so long ago, when I didn't fear death at all. The Reaper could have been on my doorstep, and I gladly would have taken his hand and let him lead me away from this life. But now I have Cade. I had a future I was actually looking forward to, and one that I didn't have to fear. I felt absolutely no sadness that Lila was dead. For everything she'd done to me and my father, that bitch should have met her end a long time ago. I'm just sorry I couldn't see it. Damn me for getting shot. But I wouldn't take my eyes off Jude's as the life bled from his eyes. I guess growing up around murder made me immune in a sick, twisted way. Once you introduce someone to the darkness, it's hard to keep them away from it. It's even harder to keep it from seeping into their soul. Now that Lila was dead, there was nothing to hold me back anymore, and Jude's end was finally coming. For the first time in a long time, I felt free. I'd soon be a widow, made by my own hand, in the hand of the man I loved. I took sick satisfaction in the way the universe was working out for the people who brought me the greatest amount of pain in my life. You'll want to take it easy the next few weeks. No driving, no exercise, and no sexual activity, the doctor instructed. I could have blushed at the last order, my mind instantly traveling back to the last time Kate and I had sex. It lit my nerve endings on fire in anticipation for the next time, and just a glance in his direction proved he was thinking the same thing. 3 days after I'd woken up, I'd been cleared to leave, and I couldn't be happier. I could only handle so many reruns on TV without itching to get my hand on a book. Hospital magazines did nothing to satisfy the need to read something. Since Cade promised to stay with me, Vanessa had been the one to bring me a change of clothes to go home in. I hadn't realized until it was too late to ask Cade for her to grab me a book or two. Once he realized, he did offer to go grab me a few, but I hadn't wanted him to leave my side. I felt like a clingy girlfriend. I would have texted Vanessa myself if I had any idea where my phone was, or what had happened to it in the chaos. Thinking of myself as a clingy girlfriend reminded me that I had no idea what Cade and I were. We'd had sex, and I knew we both had an immense amount of love for one another. He'd even called me his, for fuck's sake. But we'd never put a label on anything. How does one bring that up to the man she loves without sounding desperate and worried she'd be rejected? I knew he wouldn't, and I could feel that he cared deeply for me. But the nagging bitch in the back of my mind wouldn't leave me alone in peace. She just had to get her 2 cents in. But what else was new? My brain was something that never left me alone, even on my best days. But no matter what, I knew I'd survive. If I could survive a turf war between 2 of the strongest crime families on the East Coast, I could survive something as simple as the bad thoughts that plagued my mind. "Princess?" A deep voice that I'd come to know well said from beside me. "I'm sorry. I understand the rules." I nodded to the doctor, who gave me a skeptical look before handing me my discharge papers. I groaned as a nurse pushed a wheelchair up to the side of the bed, hating that my body couldn't handle a simple walk from my room to the car. "It's for the best, Soren," Cade laughed, noticing the sour look on my face and planting a kiss on my forehead as I took my spot in the chair. Yeah, I waved him off. "You're driving." All he did was laugh before pushing me out the door and into the hallway. Asshole. "This is it?" I asked, not bothering to hide the skepticism from my tone. Kate had brought me to a warehouse in the middle of literal nowhere, and I was beginning to question my judgment when it came to this man. "This is it," he repeated, putting the SUV in park. "Are you sure you feel up to this?" "It's been almost a week since they discharged me, Cade. I want to get this over with, so I know without a shadow of a doubt that this asshole will never be able to come near me again." "Fair enough, baby," he replied, grabbing the back of my neck and pulling me towards him, crushing his lips against mine. It was easy to resist Cade when I was confined to my hospital bed and hopped up on painkillers. But now that I was discharged and no longer in pain, the whole no sexual activity rule was proving to be difficult, especially when he kissed me like he was right now. "Cade," I warned, pulling away. "Soren," he growled, resting his forehead against my own. "Once you're able, be prepared to be ruined all over again when I fuck you." For fuck's sakes. "You, sir, are going to be the death of me," I teased. He gently wrapped a hand around my throat, looking me dead in the eyes. "Be careful calling me sir when my dick is hard, princess. My control is already slipping as it is. I'd be damned if this man didn't make a wetness pool in my panties with just his words. I could see the need for me burning in his eyes, and I desperately wanted to give in. But it would be my luck that we'd have sex, something would go wrong, and we'd have to wait even longer. But what's life without a little risk? He only advised against any sexual activity. He didn't say anything about other things. I teased, loving the effect I had on him. I am warning you, Soren. Do not tempt me, he rasped. I took my hand and ran it over his erection, painfully straining against his jeans, and he threw his head back and groaned in response. Baby, he breathed, as if begging for me to touch him. I undid his belt, unzipped his pants, and pulled his cock out of his pants. I wasted no time fisting it, and marveling again in its size, as if I could forget. Yes? I asked sweetly, before putting my tongue on his tip, causing his hips to buck. If you keep this up, I'll bust before you even get started, he said. I smiled wickedly before taking his full length in my mouth. Taking him so far, he hit the back of my throat, causing him to buck his hips again. Soren, he moaned before fisting my hair and fucking my mouth, choking me. He pulled me up by my hair and crushed his lips into mine, palming my breast in his free hand. Are you hurting? He asked gently. I'm fine, Kate. Now fuck me, I demanded. With pleasure, he replied, pulling me into his lap, before bending me over the center console and pulling down my pants and underwear in one tug. I gasped as his hot breath hit my thighs, already dying for his mouth on me. Already so wet, Soren, he said. So desperate for me, are we? Yes, I moaned back, pushing my hips back towards him, growing impatient. He wasted no time burying his face into me in response, his tongue already working its magic, as he licked my center up and down, using one of his hands to circle my clit. It was pathetic how quickly an orgasm was already building, and he had barely begun. Cade, I squeaked, the build-up almost too much to bear. Come for me, baby, he said, before diving back in and not missing a beat. He inserted 2 fingers inside me, hitting the spot he knew I liked, and sending me as far over the cliff as I'd ever been. Stars floated in my vision, and I rode my orgasm for a moment, panting as he kept going, taking in every last drop of my release. He pulled his face back, and I peered over my shoulder and saw him lick his lips, which made a heat build again in my core, ready for more. Good girl, he praised. Now get over here and ride my dick like I know you want to. Yes, sir, I said, straddling him and positioning his cock at my entrance. Before I had time to blink, he was thrusting inside of me. I yelped in shock, already feeling so full. What did I say about calling me sir? He growled, thrusting hard into me again. What should I call you? I challenged. And you better not say daddy. The only thing I want to hear falling from your lips is my name. I want to hear you moan it when I'm inside you, and scream it when you come. Okay. Cade, I teased again, knowing I was asking for punishment from him. His response was pounding into me relentlessly, hitting the spot I craved so desperately, and already causing another orgasm to build. Fuck, Soren, you're tighter than I remember, he groaned, and I could tell he wasn't far behind with his own release. Come on my dick, Soren, he demanded, using his hand to rub circles over my clit again, causing me to go almost cross-eyed with pleasure, sending me over the edge. Cade, I screamed his name, wondering if I'd ever be able to come down from this orgasm. "Atta girl, Soren," he replied, before roaring my name and finishing inside me, his movements slowing down. I leaned my head on his shoulder, both of us panting and sweating. I looked around, laughing at the fogged windows of the SUV. Cade grabbed my chin and gently turned my face towards his again, searching my eyes. "I love you," he whispered, and I felt like my heart stopped working. I was unsure if I had even heard him right. I had basically told him I loved him, but I'd never directly said those 3 words to him. Every fear I'd ever had that he might not love me back disappeared, and a sense of calm fell over me. It was something I hadn't experienced in a very long time. "I love you too," I replied, before gently pressing my lips to his and sealing our words.
24. Cade. "Wake up, fucker," I growled as I kicked the chair that Jude was currently tied to. Soren stood behind me, per my request, and I could tell as soon as June cracked open his bruised eyes and by the smirk on his face that he noticed her, as if she would be able to get him out of the situation and had come crawling back to him. "Miss me, baby?" he croaked. "I'll miss you when hell freezes over." Soren snorted, causing a smile to grace my own face. "Enjoy my leftovers, Cade," Jude spat. "I know exactly what's been going on between you two." Red flashed before my vision. At the same time, my fists connected with his jaw, hoping I knocked every single one of his teeth out in one hit. "Watch your fucking mouth when you talk about my girl," I snarled, grabbing the back of his head and yanking on his hair so he had no choice but to look up at me. "I know you've never known manners or how to treat a woman before, but the last thing you want to do right now is to be a prick to her in front of me. It'll just make this all last longer." "Make what last longer?" he rasped. His neck bent so far back by my hand, it was hard for him to speak. "This," Soren said from behind me, and before I could even comprehend what she was doing, a bat came across Jude's knees, cracking his bones in the process. I hadn't realized she'd seen my table of fun against the wall when she came in, filled with all kinds of things to make Jude's time here less than enjoyable. "You fucking bitch!" he howled, tears involuntarily running down his face. "I'm not fucking kidding, Jude. I'll cut your damn tongue out," I said, meaning every last word. Being the son of a Mafia boss, I was no stranger to causing misery to those that wronged us. It didn't mean I liked it, but knowing the hell that this piece of scum had put Soren through made it easier than I'd care to admit. I pulled out my switchblade for dramatic effect, and I could see the fear seep into his eyes. "Please, Soren," he begged. "I'm your husband. Think of everything I've done for you." Soren walked with a predator's gait, slow and confident, and with a promise of violence, though Jude didn't seem to notice. I stepped back and watched as she bent down, came eye level with him, grabbing his cheeks and squeezing his face, leaning in like he was about to kiss him. My heart thundered in my chest, knowing there was no way she could be so easily swayed, and I watched with absolute fucking glee as she spit in his face and punched him. "I am thinking of everything you've done for me. I'm only returning the favor," she cooed, and without a hint of love inside those words. I remember the woman Soren first was when I met her. She was so full of fear and had a bottomless pit of darkness in her eyes. As if she wasn't living her life, she was just doing her best to survive it. Now, when she turned to look at me, I could see a fire in her eyes, and a confidence and power I knew she'd buried deep down due to fear. But she would never have to fear anything again. Even if I wasn't around, I knew after everything she'd been through, she'd never be put in that situation again. "Let's make this quick, shall we?" Soren asked me. "I'm dying for you to take me home and bend me over that piano of yours." I knew she was saying it just to get a rise out of Jude, but damn if my dick didn't swell at her words. And I also knew without a shadow of a doubt that nothing about this would be quick. Not in the way we worked Jude's body to the brink of death, and not how I worked Soren's body later on when I fucked her. "I fully intend to, Princess," I replied, spinning my switchblade between my fingers and stabbing Jude in the side, causing a scream to rip from his throat. "Save your strength, Jude. We're just getting started." I pulled the blade out of his side after twisting it in just a hair, so I made sure he felt every groove of my blade. Anything I did to him would be little in comparison to Soren, but what I could promise him was an immense amount of pain before life finally left his eyes. My fist met his face over and over again until I heard the crunch of his nose breaking beneath my knuckles and the squelch of blood as it ran down his face. "I hope that hurts, you pathetic motherfucker," I hissed in his face before stepping back and gesturing to him to let Soren know it was her turn. She gracefully took the baseball bat still in her hands and slammed it into Jude's crotch, and I swear his voice went up 8 octaves as he screamed. Blood splashed on Soren's face as she hit him repeatedly, bludgeoning him with the bat, as all of the pent-up anger she had kept so far down finally began to surface. "Baby, give him a minute to breathe," I said, grabbing the bat to stop Soren's movements. She looked at me confused, and Jude looked at me like I had granted him mercy. We have all night, and there are still so many fun things we can do to him. A wicked grin slowly graced Soren's face, and paired with the droplets of blood splattered on her face, she looked manic, and I had never known her to be more beautiful. It was like watching a princess finally realize she was a queen and taking back her reign once and for all. The scalding water from the shower head worked wonders on my tired muscles, and I leaned against the shower wall, caging Soren in between my arms, and watched the flow of crimson-tainted water wash down the drain. I could tell by the end of our torture session that she was running on fumes. She'd never, to my knowledge, participated in something like that before, and it took a lot out of someone, both physically and mentally. "Stand in the water. Let me wash this off you," I coaxed her gently, leaning her head back for her hair to get wet. I know what it looked like when someone was tired in their bones, and that was what the woman before me was. I had every intention of taking care of her tonight, so she had nothing else left to worry about. I squeezed some shampoo into my palm and began working it into her hair, taking my time and massaging her scalp, all while her eyes were closed and she didn't make a sound. I lathered the washcloth with soap and kneeled down, washing her from head to toe. "I'm going to give everything to your family," she said quietly, and I paused my movements on her legs, taking in her words before carrying on. "What do you mean?" I asked, wondering where this train of thought had even started. "Meaning all the land, the money, the whatever? I'm giving it to Finn and your family. I don't want to be part of that life anymore. I don't want any ties to it. I just want my inheritance, and that's it. Everything else can be yours. Jude is gone. Lila is gone. I'm free now," she explained. It felt like someone had punched me in the gut, because I was tied to this life. Did that mean she didn't want to be with me anymore? Was I part of the ties she wanted to cut? "I'll arrange a meeting," I bit out, trying to keep my tone even while I rinsed off her body and grabbed her a towel. "Let me wash you off, and I'll be right out. There's a t-shirt on the bed for you." She didn't seem to notice my tone, and if she did, she said nothing. I wrapped the towel around her as she stepped out and tried to wrap my mind around what she said. Would I be able to come to terms with her not wanting anything to do with me? I had to ask her about it. The worst thing that could happen was she wanted me gone. Maybe I was reading too much into it. Or maybe you're not. I had always made it clear to her that I wanted her to be out of this life, whether it was with me or not. I guess I just never assumed, after all that we'd been through, she'd want to be without me. I scrubbed my skin raw before stepping out of the shower and wrapping a towel around my waist, quickly walking out of the bathroom and into our bedroom. I started, but stopped as soon as I saw her laying on the bed in nothing but my t-shirt, fast asleep. Would I be able to cut ties to my family and this life as easily as I wanted to? Or would the Mafia have a hold over me forever? Did I even dare give her hope that we could have some kind of normal future? Maybe she knew there was no way I'd ever be able to be free with her, and this was her way of letting me know. Jude was dead, and she was free now. But there was a chance I never would be.
25. Soren. I had absolutely no desire to get out of bed this morning. After the longest and most emotionally draining night of my life, I thought that causing Jude pain after everything he put me through would be easy, but it wasn't. It was at first. But then the blood and the pain and the tears and the screams gnawed at my nerves. I don't think I'd ever get those noises and images out of my mind. But it also felt freeing, watching the life leave his body, because now I knew he'd never hurt me again. I was free in a way I hadn't been in a long time. I was finally able to take my life back. And now I had a man who actually cared about me to do it with. Last night was the first night I'd showered with Cade, and one of the first times I'd slept in his bed. He was never getting rid of me now, because this was the nicest bed I'd ever laid in my entire existence. I smiled, despite the ache in my muscles, and rolled over to the man in question. Except he wasn't there. And from the coolness of the sheets, he hadn't been in a while. What the hell? I knew he was a morning person, but it was unusual for him to be gone so much sooner than me. And not to mention, I would have expected him to sleep a lot longer after last night to recoup. I looked over my shoulder at the alarm clock and saw it only read 9 o'clock. We hadn't even gotten home until after 2. Which means he either never came to bed or he barely slept at all. I pushed back the covers and tiptoed to his dresser to pull out a pair of pajama pants, so I wasn't walking around his house in nothing but a t-shirt and underwear. The last thing I needed this morning was Astrid seeing me in all my half-naked morning glory. I'm sure she'd seen and heard some questionable stuff in this house before, but God forbid she saw me in a t-shirt. The floor was cold beneath my feet as I made my way downstairs and peeked around the corners and peered into the hallways to see where Cade was hiding. But the gym was empty, and the same went for the kitchen. Even the library was eerily silent. Bile rose in my throat with fear that something was wrong, and that there had been a retaliation that came up about Jude or Lila's death. Although I'm not sure who would be stupid enough to challenge the Luchettis over Lila. I sure as hell didn't plan to. A piece of paper sitting on the kitchen counter next to an empty coffee mug caught my attention, and I peered over to see Cade's familiar handwriting. "Soren, running errands today. Meet at my mother's at 6. Isaac will take you. Cade." A lump formed in my throat at the fact that his family wanted to meet with me. For what reason? But then a memory tickled my brain from last night about my wish to sign everything over to his family. So my tie to the Mafia was done. And he had said he'd arrange a meeting. I guess I didn't expect it to be so soon. But the sooner the better, I guess. I wanted to be out of this situation once and for all. It made no sense to me why he wouldn't take me to his mother's himself, or the fact that he'd left me alone all day, unless he really wasn't worried about retaliation from Jude's family. Maybe it was silly of me to expect him to give me so much of his time lately. He did have a life outside of me that he had to attend to. I couldn't expect him to be cooped up with me in the house all the time. I couldn't help the ray of sadness that shone on my heart due to the fact that he wasn't here. And for some silly reason, I already missed him. I guess I just hadn't expected him to go back to his routine so soon. Something in the back of my mind told me that something was going on, and the life I had been planning to build was already crumbling before I could even begin. I don't know why every fiber in my body was screaming at me to wear a dress tonight, when all I really wanted to do was tempt fate and show up in my sweatpants and pullover, with my hair piled on top of my head, just as I had when I had gotten shot. The hours had ticked by ever since I'd seen Cade's note, and as much as I tried to pass the time with a good book, I ended up reading the same page over and over again, not absorbing any of it. I just wanted to get tonight over with and see Cade, and to help me realize that all the worry I had that something was wrong was all in my head. That things were the best they'd ever been, and would be for a long time. But I couldn't shake the ominous feeling that settled on my skin. So maybe that's why I gave in to the voice inside my head and got myself together, looking like an entirely different person when I stepped out of the bedroom. "Ready to go, Mrs. Pirano?" A husky voice came from behind me at the front door. I gasped and brought a hand to my chest, having gotten used to being by myself all day. I turned to find Isaac at the door, waiting, just as Kate had said. "Yes," I said simply, trying to regain my composure as discreetly as I could. I made my way out the front door into the car parked out front, Isaac hurrying to open the door for me. I wanted to ask him if Cade had made it a requirement to have the door open for me. I think I'm having a mental breakdown. In the shitstorm that had become my life, I had taken it upon myself to make my life motto: you either laugh about it or you cry about it. So damn it if I laughed hysterically at all the wrong times. At least I wasn't crying. I hated crying. Crying had meant weakness, and in my world, weaknesses could mean death. It's why Lila and Jude had such control over me. They saw any little weakness I had and used it against me until I broke. But now, I was going to piece myself back together again. I wasn't going to let anyone break me again. I'd spent far too long being broken. The ride to Cade's father's house was quiet. Thank God Isaac wasn't a talker, and before I knew it, we were pulling in front of the mansion. Even though I'd been here before, it still didn't take away the shock value of it. I'm sure Cade's family had so much money they didn't know what to do with it, and this house hadn't even put a dent in their fortune. I took a deep breath and waited for Isaac to come around and open the door. But when I looked up at the man who had opened the door, it was Cade who stood there, in all his dark, hot, Mafia man glory. "Soren," he greeted, offering me his arm to take. "Cade," I replied with ease, wondering where his cold shoulder was coming from. Had something happened? I held onto his arm, noticing how stiff he was beside me as we made our way inside the front doors. "Are you okay?" I whispered as we inched closer and closer to the table filled with his brothers. "Absolutely," he replied, not even glancing my way. What the fuck? Something wasn't right. I could feel it in my bones. But maybe it wasn't about me. Maybe I was overthinking it and being dramatic. Maybe the stress of signing over everything was getting to me. Not entirely impossible. I never thought I'd be able to leave this life behind, even if Lila was still alive. I thought I'd be a prisoner forever. I didn't think I'd be able to let go of the life that felt like the last piece of my father I could hold on to. But that's the point of letting go, to learn, to move on, to grow from it. If we spend our entire lives holding on to things that are working to slowly destroy us, we'll never have room to let in the things that will have the ability to rebuild us. I held my head up high as I walked into the room full of some of the most powerful men in Boston, and brushed off whatever was happening with Cade. It was the only thing I could do to get through this. Mafia men smelled weakness on people, and I didn't have time to be weak anymore. Weak Soren was gone. I'd killed her and tossed her in the marina.
26. Cade. I watched with pain in my chest as Soren walked into the den that held my brothers, my mother, and Vanessa. Because she was closing this chapter on her life, and I had to admit to myself that I was part of that chapter that she was going to close. Whether she wanted to admit it to me or not, she wanted out of that life, and this was for the best. I was a fool to ever think I could leave this life behind and be with Soren. She had been through enough shit in her life, and I didn't want to cause her any more pain. They always used to say if you love something to let it go, and even though I feel like I was losing a part of myself, I wanted what was best for Soren. She deserved to be happy, even if I wasn't. "Mrs. Perano, please have a seat," Finn said calmly, already embracing his role as the head man. I'd explained that Soren had wanted to meet with him, but not the part about her wanting to sign over everything she'd been left by Jude and Lila. I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Soren had to break the news herself. I pulled the chair out for Soren, and she sat down slowly. Although she was pretending to be strong, I could tell she was nervous. She'd seen my family before, but even I could admit that something about this time felt different. Not to mention we were all intimidating as hell when we were together, except for my mom. Elisaveta Lucetti was one of the sweetest women on the planet. One look at her and nobody would be able to believe she had been married to a powerful mafia boss. But seeing her sitting at the table now, a newly widowed woman, I could tell that something had broken inside her. The happiness that used to radiate from her was now shrouded by a cloud of darkness, one that she had fought so hard to get rid of after Ava was taken from us. My mother had the option to take over the responsibilities for the Mafia, but she'd refused, and nobody could blame her. The only other woman in the meeting was Vanessa, and she even had a serious tone about her for once. It was eerie how dark everyone's mood seemed to be today. The only time I saw her break her dark mood was when she looked at Soren and gave her a small, encouraging smile. "Cade hasn't told me what this meeting pertains to, so you have the floor, Mrs. Perano," Finn said, gesturing toward the table with his hands. I couldn't resist rolling my eyes at his dramatics. He'd been in this role not even 6 weeks, and he was already acting like he was hot shit. But if there was one thing Finn never did, it was anything half-assed. "Well, with Lila and Jude being gone, everything falls to me, aside from what Jude's father has control over. But any other assets and money or land or whatever that was left to me, I'd like to sign it over to you and your family." I could see Finn trying to hide his shock, but he recovered well, his face only slipping for a moment. "I see. You want to keep none of the property or the money?" Finn asked. I could almost see the sympathy oozing from his pores for Soren. Finn didn't have the emotional ability to be a Mafia boss, in my opinion. He cared too much about people. He didn't have the capacity to be heartless. If he wanted to lead this family, he'd have to learn to let his emotions go. He had a temper, but that didn't mean he had the ability to control his emotions in any other capacity. He wore an angry shell on the outside, but one day a woman would be able to bring out the teddy bear side of him that only we saw. All I ask is for my $2 million inheritance so I can set myself up nicely in another city while I try to find a job and consider furthering my education, Soren said, matter of fact, and a pang hit my chest at the thought of her living in a city that I wasn't in. But I also wanted what was best for her, and whatever she chose, I would support, even if that meant she chose a city 1,000 miles away on the opposite coast. That seems perfectly reasonable. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to make that accommodation for you, Finn said. If there's anything else you need, don't hesitate to let us know. Thank you, but I'd like to leave this life as far behind as I can, Soren replied, and I knew I wasn't imagining the sideways glance she gave me, as if to make me realize I was part of what she wanted to leave behind. Vanessa tried to stop Soren as she rushed away from the table and out the door, tears flowing freely down her cheeks, but Soren could barely speak and gently pushed her away. The look on Vanessa's face was equally as heartbreaking. I knew she'd grown close to Soren and cared for her, so seeing her friend in pain wasn't something she enjoyed. How did we get here? I could feel my heart getting cold again. The walls were being rebuilt around it with steel enforcements, never to be opened again. I pulled up to my house, utterly and entirely numb, wanting nothing but to wallow in a bottle of bourbon. I had stayed at my father's house longer than I thought I would, unable to move or process the fact that Soren signed the contract and didn't look my way again. My thoughts were utterly consumed by her, analyzing all of our recent conversations to see what went wrong and how I could fix it. I pushed her away because I thought it was in her best interest and what she wanted, but now I utterly feel like an idiot. My lack of attention to my surroundings is why it probably took me longer than it should have to realize my front door was wide open and none of my men were in sight. Nausea in my gut and a feeling of dread mixed into a combination I had never felt before and worked its way from my toes to my brain. Because Soren had come back here with Isaac after she had left my mother's. I knew that much because she had sent me a text to let me know. I pulled out my phone, making sure I wasn't imagining things, when one singular message glared at me from my phone screen. Finn, 911. Call me as soon as you get this. What the fuck do you mean she's gone? I hollered, my voice cracking despite my attempt at keeping a handle on my temper. I'd come home at almost 4 a.m. to find my entryway in shambles, my best security guard unconscious and bloody in the garage, and the woman I love missing. If the blood-stained floor was any indication, she'd been wounded during the grab, and nausea swirled in my gut thinking about her laying somewhere hurt and scared. The scene constantly and vividly flashed in my mind, as did the overwhelming negative emotions at the entire damn situation. It didn't take a rocket scientist to know that it was Vincent Perano who had done this out of retaliation for his son's murder. But after almost a week, we still had no leads on where Soren was. Vanessa had noticed first that something wasn't right after she'd texted Soren multiple times with no response. She wanted to give her space, but even still, it was unlike Soren to leave a message from her best friend unacknowledged. So she told Sawyer. Sawyer tried to call Isaac, and then Finn was alerted, who told me. I had been at my mother's trying to find the will to leave and come back home to an empty house, and if I'd have been here sooner, maybe she wouldn't have been taken. We'll find her. Finn constantly tried to reassure me, and just like when she was in the hospital bed, I was beginning to have a hard time believing it as time went on. We got lucky once with her life, and I was doubtful it would happen again. "She'll be okay, Cade," Astrid said to me when I came out of my room this morning after getting a measly 3 hours of restless sleep. I could count on one hand the number of times she'd used my first name since I was a child, and that's how I knew that this situation was one of my worst fears come true. Soren was not made for this life and constantly got stuck in the crossfire. Just since she'd been with me, she'd faced death more than she ever did when she was with Jude. I wanted to punch myself in the face for comparing myself to that man and feeling like he was better than me. But he was dead and gone now, so I was pathetically comparing myself to a dead, abusive husband. "How the fuck do you know that?" I snapped, checking my phone for the millionth time. It was still empty of any messages or updates, and I wanted to put my head in my hands and scream at the world for being so fucking useless. "She's the first good thing to happen to me in what feels like decades, Astrid. I can't handle a maybe or a possibility that she'll be found. I need to know with absolute certainty that she's okay, or I won't fucking survive this." Astrid looked at me for a moment, and I felt guilty for blowing up in her face when all she was trying to do was reassure me. "I miss her too, Cade. I love her and care for her just as much as I know you do," she said in a tone that was meant to be gentle, but I also took as her holding her ground against my outburst. "Cade!" I heard a voice come from the entryway, knowing immediately that it was Finn before even having to see him. "In here!" I yelled, practically jumping to my feet. I didn't know what kind of news he was about to give me, so I had to prepare for anything. On second thought, maybe standing wasn't such a good idea. "We found her," Finn said breathlessly as he made his way into the kitchen, panting for breath like he'd just run a marathon. "What the fuck are we waiting for?" I yelled, already grabbing my jacket and lacing up my shoes. "Hold on there, cowboy," Finn said, raising his hand as if to tell me to stop. "You can't go with us." "What the fuck do you mean I can't go with you? She's my—" I trailed off, not knowing what we were anymore. "Over my dead body are you going to get her without me?" "Fine, but your dumbass is staying in the car before you get both of you killed." I rolled my eyes, but reluctantly agreed, and ran outside to jump into my brother's SUV. "Don't worry, baby. We're coming." I would tear apart every square inch of this world to find her, and nothing or no one would stand in my way.
27. Soren. Vanessa, 8 p.m. I love you. I know that wasn't easy. Text me when you get home. 9:07 p.m. Did you make it home okay? Haven't heard from you, and want to make sure you're okay. 11:23 p.m. Okay, seriously, just let me know if there's a sign of life. If not, I'm raiding the liquor cabinet and making my way over to Cade's. 2:54 a.m. Soren? I could barely open my eyes. The best I could do was form slits, and even then I could barely see anything. My vision was blurry, and my head felt like someone had installed a jackhammer as it pounded incessantly. It took me longer than it probably should have to realize I couldn't move my arms or my legs. And there was something over my mouth. My eyes flew open as everything hit me, realization hitting me like a bucket of cold water. I tried to take in my surroundings, but the light was scarce. But from the pieces I could put together, I was in the same warehouse we had met for the exchange between Lila and Matthias, where they both had died. Who in their right mind would bring me here? Then a wave full of agony-filled memories all came floating back to me. "Rise and shine, my dear," a voice said from in front of me, and I realized someone had been standing in front of me this entire time. I'd been too focused on the rest of my surroundings, and the fact that I was tied up to realize it. Vincent? My eyes widened in recognition, and Vince Pirano seemed to take that as a sign that I recognized who exactly he was. "Surprise!" he chuckled, although he lacked any kind of humor. I had so many questions, and so many things to shout at him, wanting to spit in his eye for producing such a foul human. But the tape currently covering my mouth made it hard. I tried to say something against the tape, but Vincent held his hand up, wordlessly telling me to not even waste my strength. Even though, by my estimate, I hadn't been kept by him for long. His men had already done a number on me. If the sudden chill on my back was anything to go by, he'd ordered my hair to be chopped off, leaving it in an uneven bob above my shoulders. I could feel bruises blossoming all over my body, and a split lip caused the coppery taste of blood to fill my mouth. The irony that his son gave me them so often wasn't lost on me. This was the first time I could remember him coming here himself. It was the first time I could remember anything at all, whether from the pain or the cause of a drug they were slipping me. Every time I woke up in this hellhole, it felt like it was the first time. And as soon as I began to piece together what had happened, they'd subdue me again and start the process all over. "It's a good thing you can't talk, because I'm here to tell you what's going to happen. And you're going to listen." Dread filled my gut, because nothing about what he said or my current situation sounded good. I slowly began to grasp and accept the fact that this time, I may not make it out of here. "You and your precious little boyfriend killed my only son, and now I don't have an heir to take up the family business after me," he practically growled, getting directly in my face. He was so close that I felt beads of spit hit my cheeks, and I tried not to dry heave at how rotten his breath smelled. "So, I figured an eye for an eye, as the old saying goes," he explained. "Since your boyfriend killed my pride and joy, I'm gonna kill his." A single tear left my eye, and that's all I would allow myself to give to Vincent Pirano. It's all the weakness I would allow him to see. Unfortunately for him, being the daughter of a Mafia boss, I had come to peace with death a long time ago, knowing there was a strong possibility that I would die at the hand of my husband. Death had become an old friend to me, and if it meant I got to see my father again, then maybe it wouldn't be so bad. That's what I pictured in my mind as I heard one of Vincent's men cock his gun. The warehouse so quiet, I swear I could hear the bullet slide into the chamber. After all that he'd put me through, a quick death by a bullet through my skull felt like a blessing. I pictured every single happy memory I'd ever had with my father. The way he'd make me laugh so hard it hurt. And how he taught me to ride a bike. And when I would bring home my math homework, and we'd both be sitting at the kitchen table having absolutely no idea what we were doing, but getting through it together anyway. And even though I hated that I let him consume my thoughts, flashes of Cade went through as well. The way he smiled, and the look of concentration on his face when he read a book, and how he would put a bullet into anyone without blinking an eye, but would never lay a hand on me, unless I wanted him to. I felt weak that he still had the ability to enter my thoughts so freely. The gunshot rang out, almost deafening, as it bounced off the walls. But the pain never came. It took me a moment, once I opened my eyes, to realize that the man who had held the gun to my head was now slumped on the floor, dead. "Vincent, I suggest you take the rest of your men and leave. Unless you'd rather end up like your buddy there," Finn said with a deadly calm. If I didn't know how he was behind closed doors, I may have been afraid of him. The temper he inherited from his father was one of legend. "Your brother killed my son, so it's only fair," Vincent snarled, looking every bit like the weasel he was. "She's not leaving here unless it's in a body bag." Another gunshot rang out, and Vincent grabbed his thigh as blood pooled from the bullet wound, courtesy of the man of the hour himself. "For fuck's sake, Cade, I told you to stay in the car!" Finn yelled over his shoulder, clearly not a fan of his brother's negotiation tactics. "I'd do it again, too," Cade said directly to Vincent, and I knew he didn't just mean the bullet in his leg. "Now let her go, or the next one goes in your skull." I watched him ponder it in his mind, as if he was actually thinking he had a choice in the matter, before nodding to his men so they'd lower their weapons. "You think you may have won, Cade Luchetti, but the fun is just beginning." Vincent spoke as his men practically carried him towards their own SUV, promise lacing every word. Cade's men kept their guns trained on Vincent and his men, and I didn't blame them. The man was a snake, and just because he seemed to be raising the white flag now meant nothing. He didn't kidnap and torture me just to give up so easily. Cade ran over to me, and relief exploded in my chest at the sight of him. But with it came doubt, and the realization that when I left his house, I was leaving town for good. And he had done nothing to try to stop me. "You okay?" he asked, as he gently ripped the duct tape from my mouth, and Finn worked to cut the zip ties. "I will be," I replied with a tight-lipped smile, hoping he couldn't see the thoughts currently swirling around in my brain. "Let's get you out of here," he said, wrapping an arm around me and gently walking me out of the warehouse and into a waiting SUV. "Look out!" a voice yelled from behind us. Cade pushed me out of the way, just soon enough to avoid a blacked-out SUV speeding towards us, and bullets ricochet off the glass with ease. I cowered on the ground, covering myself with my arms and praying for the madness that was my life to just end already. The gunshot ceased, and I slowly looked up to make sure it was safe. A dozen of Cade's men surrounded us, but thankfully none of them looked to be injured. "The fuck was that?" Cade roared, jumping up into a standing position from where he was hunched over me. "That was Vincent Perano, sir," one of the guards I wasn't familiar with said. "It looks like he's gotten away." A chill went down my spine, colder than the Arctic, thinking back to Vincent's promise of this being only the beginning. And now that he had escaped, instead of being captured and held prisoner by Cade's men, that promise felt even more real and deadly. I had never been so grateful for fresh clothes and a shower in my entire life. I'm also certain I've never taken such a long shower, working to get the blood and dirt out of my hair. As I massaged the shampoo into my hair for the second time, I began trying to piece my memory together of what had happened. I knew Isaac had driven me home, and I had just walked through the door when I was taken. But that's all I really remember. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in the warehouse today, and realized how long I'd truly been gone. It made me laugh to think Vincent could be so stupid and think he could hide right under Cade's nose. But then another thought made my stomach almost bottom out. What happened to Isaac? Is he okay? I had no idea where my phone was, having lost it again. So I had no way to know if Vanessa had texted me, or to know if her father was okay. I didn't want to wish losing a parent on my worst enemy. "Everything okay in there?" A soft voice came through the bathroom door, after an even softer knock. "I'm all right, Astrid, thank you," I replied, grateful for this woman and her caring feelings towards me, even though she didn't really know me. Maybe Astrid knows what happened to Isaac. "Actually, Astrid, I have a question," I yelled, hoping she could hear me through the door. "You can come in if it helps you hear me better." I heard the door creak open, and Astrid's timid footsteps against the tile of the bathroom. "Yes, my dear?" she questioned sweetly, too kind for her own good. What was a woman like her working for a Mafia family? "Do you know what happened to Isaac?" I asked as I rinsed out my hair. The beat of silence that followed my question did nothing to make me feel better. "He's at the hospital," Astrid said in her quiet tone. "But he's expected to make a full recovery, so there's no need to worry." "Fuck, Astrid. You could have led with that," I scolded, trying to recover from the heart attack she gave me when she said he was in the hospital. "I'm sorry, Soren," she apologized, before seeing herself out of the bathroom without me even having to say a word. I didn't know where life was going to take me next or what my plans were, but all I knew is I was going to miss Astrid. Even though our interactions felt few and far between, Astrid was the definition of someone who had a quiet love. She did things for me without expecting anything in return, and made me feel like I was finally worthy of a motherly kind of love. She treated me like I was one of her own, and it was something I had never gotten to experience since my mother passed away and I had been stuck with Lila against my will. If I was on fire and there was only a glass of water to save me, Lila would drink the glass and laugh in my face as I perished. Now, because of Astrid and her unspoken kindness, I would never have to wonder what the love of a mother was like again. I just wish I could take her with me wherever I went. I never would have thought she would have been one of my hardest goodbyes. But the hardest goodbye went to the man who I loved more than I ever thought possible, and I have no idea how I was going to leave him behind. I didn't know what had happened or how we'd fallen so fast from where we were. We hadn't talked about it or even stopped to discuss if this was truly what either of us wanted, or if he wanted to come with me. He just shut me out and gave me the cold shoulder with no hesitation. I guess I'd never know what was running through his mind about us, and somehow, with my heart breaking all over again, I walked away.
28. Cade. The same day that Isaac was released from the hospital was the same day that Soren left town. It was one of the most bittersweet days I'd had in a while. She had barely looked my way when she walked out the door, and I didn't know what to do or say, because I had no idea what the fuck happened, and she didn't seem to be inclined to talk it out. Had Jude's torture been too much? Had I turned her away and ruined everything we had? Had she realized she enjoyed bringing him pain and didn't like that side of herself? These questions and what-ifs plagued me, and I didn't feel I'd ever get the answer to them. If she didn't talk to me, how would I know? Me. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're safe. I miss you. Every text I sent to her remained unanswered, and I couldn't stop thinking of worst-case scenarios, although it was incredibly likely that she had blocked my number as soon as she'd left. I knew she could take care of herself, but fuck if her safety wasn't the thing that kept me up at night. Without her usual witty banter keeping me company, what else did I have to do but sulk? Which is exactly what I'd been doing the past week. I'd stayed camped out on the couch in the living room, takeout containers and empty beer bottles littering the coffee table, and empty bottles of all the aged bourbon I'd saved up for a special occasion on the floor. I couldn't remember the last time I showered or shaved, let alone left my house. I also couldn't remember the last time my brothers had left me the fuck alone. Even Maverick had been blowing up my phone, which was unusual enough as it was. I left it on the first couple days, hoping they'd all get the hint, and secretly hoping to hear from Soren. But eventually I'd had to turn my phone off just to get some peace. I'd even given Astrid time off, paid and indefinitely. I wanted to be holed up for as long as it took to get Soren off my mind and out of my heart, and I wanted to do it in misery. She was the best thing to happen to me. I felt like getting up each day was chasing something that I could never have. I was chasing a temporary happiness. It was as if I was putting a Band-Aid on the gaping hole where my heart used to be. I wanted to roll my eyes at myself for being so dramatic, but I didn't even have the energy to do that. A knock sounded at the front door, and I made no sudden move to get up from my face-down position on the couch. I thought I had made it pretty obvious that I had no intention of leaving this house. Someone hadn't gotten the memo, apparently, and that much was clear when they continued to pound on my door relentlessly. "Fuck off!" I barked, doing nothing to help the throbbing in my head. "You'd do best to watch how you speak to your mother, Cade Andrew Lucetti." "Fuck!" I flinched and groaned as I pushed myself to a standing position and made my way to the front door. Leave it to my mother to whip out my middle name when she was pissed off and standing on my doorstep. "Mother?" I greeted in a mumble as I opened the door and got a full-on look at the fuming woman who'd given me life. "Son," she replied, pushing past me into my house. "You look like shit. Where's Astrid? This place looks like a pigsty." I hung my head and closed the door as she inspected the house. Leave it to my mother to come in and kick a man when he's down within 2 seconds of being here. "Yes, please. Come in and tear my already fragile ego to shreds," I mumbled. "You have no reason for your ego to be bruised, Cade," she snapped as she spun around, looking still thoroughly pissed off. "What are you talking about?" I questioned, utterly confused by her statement. "You have no reason for a bruised ego. You let Soren walk away. She didn't leave you. I saw the way that girl looked at you, you fool." I felt the muscle twitch in my jaw as I clenched it in anger. "As much as I love our chats, Mother, I think it's best you leave." I gestured to the door. "I just got here, and I haven't said what I came to say yet," she replied, making herself comfy on the couch I'd just been wallowing on. I sighed loudly, making sure she heard it, before sitting in the chair across from her and giving her my full attention. My father's death had truly changed her, making her rather bold. "I've watched you grow from a rambunctious little boy into a man, and I know you and your brothers like the back of my hand. I have never seen you affected so strongly by someone that isn't your family before," she began, and I watched as the fire left her eyes and was replaced by sadness. I hated being pitied more than anything, but I knew every bit of negative emotion I was feeling my mom felt tenfold. "Soren brought you happiness I haven't seen in a long time. A happiness you deserve. I don't care what you have to do. You have to go after her. You can't let her slip away. I know she would want you to." "I'm not good for her. I would just mess everything up and drag her right back where she didn't want to be. She didn't want the Mafia life anymore, Ma. She made that perfectly clear. The life I live isn't something she wants to be part of." "My son, I think you're forgetting that life is all about choices. You've chosen this life for many years. You're the one who can leave it all behind and go after the life you truly want. To be with the woman you truly want to be with before you let her go forever. I hated how my mom always had a tendency to be right, how she always seemed to have an answer for everything wrong in my life. Mom, I don't even know where she went. I groaned, dropping my head in my hands, feeling like what she was telling me to do was impossible. But nothing was impossible when it came to the people you loved, right? Luckily for you, Vanessa has been kind enough to confide in me that she has kept in contact with Soren and knows where she may be. My mother said with a smile, and I know she'd accomplished exactly what she'd come here to do. Not only that, but she had finally caught a glimpse of my heart that I'd kept locked tight for so long. Tell me, I said, a new wave of determination running through my veins. Soren was the light in my darkness, and my mother was right. I was a fool to let her walk away. I wouldn't make that mistake again.
29. Soren. I sunk my toes into the white sand of the beach, soaking up every bit of clear blue water that my eyes could handle. Coming to Bora Bora had been a split-second impulsive decision, but one I couldn't bring myself to regret. As soon as the money hit my account as promised by Finn, I decided that I wanted to take myself on a nice little vacation before I went back to reality, having chosen to settle down in Colorado. I wanted to be surrounded by mountains and trees, and my cute little cottage was already waiting for me when I got back. But for now, I couldn't get enough of the sun on my skin and the sand between my toes. I only had a couple of days left, the week having flown by faster than I could handle. I'd gotten a job at a quaint art studio in town, not far from my cottage, about a 10-minute drive, and a second job, bartending on the evenings and weekends. It seemed so normal that I relished in it. I hadn't ever had a taste of normal, so I was going to jump in the deep end. I'd never had to worry about money before, or tending to things myself. I'd always had someone to guide me, or control me, or do things for me. Now I was truly on my own. It felt like I'd jumped without a parachute. But a majority of the time it felt like I had finally learned how to spread my wings and fly. I'd pushed back against the wind that tried to pull me down, sending me back to the hole I'd crawled so hard to get out of. Nothing would take me back to that place again. I wouldn't let it. I had goals and dreams swimming in my head that I refused to let die again. I wanted to save up and open a huge exhibit in Colorado and showcase local art. I hadn't wanted to take more money from my marriage with Jude and from Lila's death than I could swallow, wanting to cut my ties with them entirely. The $2 million from Finn was just enough to not make me want to hurl every time I thought of it. It was always destined to be my money, even though they thought to take it for themselves, so it dulled the thought inside me. It allowed me this time in paradise, a fresh start, a safety net, and the possibility to fuel my once-dead dreams. Laying in the sun, running a hand through my newly chopped hair, my mind couldn't help but flash to Cade, because he helped the girl with dead dreams who'd been growing soulless by the day get out of that hole she'd been in so long. I'd been screaming at the top of my lungs and clawing to get out, and he reached his hand out to grab mine and pull me out. It may not have been his intention at first, since he pulled me out for his own gain, but he ended up saving me, while taking my heart at the same time. Never in a million years did I expect myself to actually fall in love with a Mafia man. Well, that's not true. I'd hoped to fall in love with my husband, but he ruined that as soon as we said our vows. I tried to have hope that something good could come out of the arranged marriage, and like some silver lining could come out of the bullshit. But no, I couldn't be that fortunate, Instead, I fell in love with the man who was supposed to be the secondary villain in my life. I had no intention of ever leaving Cade or turning my back on the one bit of love I ever truly felt. But asking him to walk away from his family was something I couldn't bring myself to do. Not to mention, he was acting so cold towards me when we got to his mother's house for that meeting. It hurt less to walk away then, rather than have rejection staring me in the face later. At least walking away gave me control over the situation. I was the one who decided to cause myself pain for once instead of someone else. I tried to pull myself back out of that headspace, trying to keep with the good vibes. But fuck, I missed Cade. I missed the way his skin felt against mine, and the way he smelled, and the way I could make him smile, and the way he felt inside me. I had an ache that I wondered if it would ever be filled. Nothing could replace that storm of a man who had blown into my life and swept me entirely off my feet. I couldn't help but feel pissed off at this man for wiggling into my mind while I was trying to relax and enjoy my little sliver of peace. I closed my eyes and relaxed my mind, trying to clear it of all the negativity that strived to drag me down. "Hello, princess." A very familiar, deep voice came from behind me, belonging to the grouchy man who had just filtered into my mind. How the fuck? My eyes flew open and I sat up and turned slowly, sure that I had just imagined his voice behind me, because there's no way on the face of the planet that he was here right now. I had done everything in my power to fly under the radar and avoid him finding me. But it wasn't like I had expected him to show up anyway. My eyes connected with a familiar pair of silver eyes, and I searched them, feeling like the air was zapped from my lungs. He looked absolutely delicious standing before me, shirtless and in a pair of swim trunks. He looked the most relaxed I'd ever seen him, and so incredibly out of his element. Apparently, the lack of oxygen I was experiencing by seeing him made my brain slow to process the question of how he found me. "Vanessa," I grumbled, flopping back on my lounge chair. That little minx had spilled the beans on my location. I hated her, but loved her at the same time, because while I felt dread at his presence, I also felt relieved to have him back at my side. But I knew these feelings of happiness and relief were temporary. I'd walked away from that life, and I knew he didn't have that capability. "Glad to see you too," he laughed, plopping down in the lounge chair next to me. "What are you doing here, Cade?" I asked, avoiding the way his laugh made me feel. "I came for you, love," he said gently, and I felt like I was in a fever dream at the complete 180 his personality had taken. I also felt like I was in that episode of Grey's Anatomy where Izzy was sitting with her dead fiancé on a beach after he said he had come for her. She ended up being diagnosed with cancer. Was this the universe's way of telling me I was dying? The lack of oxygen was definitely getting to me now. I surprised both of us by laughing out loud, and I covered my mouth to try to stifle it. His eyes turned to slits as he glared at me. There's the man I know and love. "What's so funny, princess?" he asked, his glare still going strong. "I'd try to explain it to you, but it wouldn't make sense," I explained as my breathing slowed. "What do you mean that you came here for me?" "I mean that I came here for you. I've come to take you home with me, where you belong." "Bold of you to assume I belong to you?" I scoffed. "You do. There's no question about it, Soren. I love you with everything I have. You were made for me. Your mind, body, and soul speaks to me. We're forever intertwined. I don't think I'd ever be able to get you out of my system. You are forever ingrained in my being, and I'm sorry it took me so long to tell you." I sat speechless, because what do you say to that? What was I supposed to do? How does one process that love declaration? I turned his words over in my mind, and I knew he meant every word he said. He was a man who felt things deeply and intensely. But I couldn't jump for joy and crawl into his arms yet. I had to remember why I'd walked away in the first place. Cade, you have no idea what that means to me. But I have to keep in mind that I walked away for myself. I walked away to escape the life that had kept me prisoner for so long. That life is all you know. It's your family. And I can't ask or expect you to walk away from your family, no matter how much my heart beats for you. The smirk that graced his features was full of mischief, and I couldn't understand or tell what was going on in his mind. "What's so funny, Ace?" I asked, throwing his question and his glare right back at him. "It's funny that you think I wouldn't give up anything and everything for you. I would burn the world down if you asked me to. I'd swim across the ocean if you needed me to. Which is why I've left the family business. My mother was actually the one who pulled me out of my emotional stupor," he said with a laugh. "But what about your family?" I asked, still not quite convinced. "What kind of family would we be if we didn't think about each other's happiness and put it before all else?" he answered with a smile. And my heart cracked. "I don't know if I can put myself through heartache again, Cade. Your family is your life, and the Mafia is all you've ever known. How am I supposed to believe you're willing to just give it all away for a girl you just met?" "You're not just some girl to me, Soren. You are everything I have been spending my entire life looking for without even realizing it. In the time that I've known you, you've healed what used to be broken inside of me. You've shown and proven to me that there's more out there for me than blood and money, which I've been wanting to escape for years. If you didn't come along with your smart-ass comments, your love for books and coffee, who would I be? You've proven there's still good in this world when I've been surrounded by bad for so long." I took in every single thing he said, tossing it around in my mind. Would I be willing to take the leap for him? Could I trust what he was saying? He'd had his moments before, but this time felt different. He'd literally chased me down courtesy of his sister-in-law just to tell me how much he cared for me, not even knowing if I'd give him another chance. Sitting here, pondering his words, I couldn't hold myself back anymore. I practically hopped up from my chair to throw myself into his lap, straddling him and wrapping myself around him. His arms felt like home, and his scent filled me with utter ecstasy, feeling like things had finally fallen into place. "I love you, Cade," I breathed, sitting up and meeting his eyes once more. "I love you, Princess," he smiled, hitting me with a sucker punch of happiness. "I'll never let you go again." He gently held my face, and the amount of admiration in his eyes was enough to make me melt. He brought his face close, and his soft lips met mine, and all felt right with the world. I pulled away from him, a devious idea already infiltrating my gutter of a mind, especially feeling his chiseled muscles under my fingertips and remembering the last time he had made me fall apart beneath him. "Cade?" I asked breathlessly, glancing towards my bungalow on the beach and hoping he got the hint. "Yes, Princess?" he asked with a smirk, and if the lust in his eyes and his erection growing beneath me were any indication, his mind was just as dirty and his body was just as wanting as mine. It's what makes us so perfect for each other, right? I said nothing as I peeled myself away from him, already missing the feeling of his skin underneath mine. I grabbed his hand and led him towards the beach house. I had never been so happy to splurge a little extra for privacy. However, I didn't necessarily plan on having to worry about anyone hearing me scream Cade's name when I first booked it. Liquid pooled in my belly just thinking of what was to come. And as soon as I walked through the doorway, Cade turned and shut the door, slamming me against it and crushing his lips to mine, in complete and utter need. His signature taste of bourbon filled my mouth, and I drank him in, never wanting to forget it. He took both of my hands and lifted them above my head, pinning them with one of his hands. He was holding nothing back in this moment, and I relished in it, not wanting him to slow down or go easy on me. If Cade had taught me anything about myself, it was that I didn't have to worry about asking for what I wanted when it came to sex, and I liked it rough. His free hand trailed down my body, skimming over my bikini top, and already causing my nipples to pebble, before torturously taking his time to my bottoms and skimming the band of it with his finger. As his hand moved back up, I heard the intake of his breath as his fingers passed over my scar, and saw his eyes begin to sadden and the guilt began to seep in. That just won't do. Stop blaming yourself, Cade. Enjoy this with me, I said gently, and I could tell my plea didn't entirely work as his lips met mine again at a gentler pace. A thought crossed my mind, one to distract him from his darkening thoughts, and I broke away from him, kneeling before him. "Soren," he groaned, already reading the intentions all over my face. "Please, let me do this for you. Let me finally return the favor," I replied, pulling his swim trunks down and allowing his erection to spring free. I gasped slightly, my mouth already watering, almost forgetting how big this man was, and questioning how I'd ever taken him before. "See something you like?" he teased, and I already knew my plan to keep him here with me and out of his mind was working. "Always," I smiled, before taking his length in my mouth slowly, savoring the taste of him and the way his cock felt against my tongue. Never in a million years would I have thought I'd enjoy giving a man head, but watching Cade's reaction alone to my mouth on him made me never want to stop. "Undo your bikini bottom strings," he rasped. "I want to watch you play with that pussy of mine." I moaned around him, the pleasure already too much from his demands. I kept working him over as I undid my strings with one hand, leaving me bare before him. I began circling my clit with my fingers, building up the pace. "Fuck, Soren," he growled, before gripping my hair and fucking my mouth, letting my other hand free. "Play with those perfect tits." I could have exploded with just his words alone, palming my breast and taking my nipple between my fingers. With his noises of approval and the stimulation I was giving myself, I could already feel an orgasm cresting, and I began to cry out around Cade's dick. "Come for me, Soren," he demanded, and it was enough to send me over, my fingers working quickly and sloppily over myself to work through my orgasm. Cade took himself out of my mouth, his cock leaving with a wet pop, and practically dragged me over to the four-poster bed. He laid down flat on his back, ushering me on top of him so my legs were straddling him. "Sit on my face, baby, I want to taste you," he said, wiggling down the bed so my cunt was hovering over his face. I did what I was told as he gripped my ass in his hands, and he worked magic with his tongue, lapping up every bit of my arousal that I had to offer. It was almost enough to make me combust again, but I couldn't resist not having him inside me anymore. "Cade," I whimpered, "I want you." "Where, baby?" he asked, his words muffled against me. "I want your cock inside me, Cade. Please," I practically begged, for once feeling no shame at demanding what I wanted. If his moan of approval was anything to go off of, he was happy to oblige. He scooted himself closer to the headboard, positioning my entrance right above him, ready for him to claim me again as his own, and to thrust inside me and fill all the cracks of my soul that were already beginning to heal. We were staring into each other's eyes, speaking without words, waiting to see who broke first. I couldn't hold much longer, ready to have this man inside me. But he beat me to the punch, slamming me down onto his cock, causing me to gasp at the way he filled me, stretching me deliciously around him. I can't believe I forgot how perfect you fit around me. How your pussy was made for me. I'm gonna need a reminder every day, he said in between thrusts, pounding me without mercy. And I didn't want mercy. I wanted him to give me everything. I wanted him to fuck away every little worry that was left in my head. I wanted him to take every thought away, so I didn't have to process anything anymore. I wanted my brain and my body to only be filled with Cade. And that he did, as I became lost in him, the only sounds being flesh on flesh, him fucking me relentlessly, and our heavy breathing. As my orgasm built so intensely, I knew that soon the room would be filled with me screaming his name. Cade, I moaned, using his name as a way to let him know he was about to push me over the edge for the third time. And I wanted to take him with me. I'm there, baby, he growled, using the last of his energy to thrust in me harder and harder, leading us both into release. Zoran! He practically roared, and I had never been more turned on to hear my name fall from his lips. It was the most erotic thing to hear him lose control, and it was by my doing. I fell against him, chest to chest, my forehead resting on his shoulder, and both of us panting for breath. I felt like I could stay in this little bubble of ecstasy forever, thoroughly satisfied, and not having a single worry in my mind. I could get used to this, I mumbled against him. I could too, Kate agreed, finally pulling out of me and moving me to his side so he was holding me in his arms. I don't know where life is going to take us, Soren, but I can promise you that I'll never leave you again. If you'll have me, he teased. I would love nothing more, I replied, because he was right. Without a shadow of a doubt, I'd be by his side. He had sacrificed everything to be with me. If that wasn't true love, I didn't know what was. I was just grateful that after everything I'd been through, I had finally found him. Granted, he was my dark night, but he had saved me nonetheless.
Epilogue. Cade. 3 years later. The rocking chair creaked as I rocked gently back and forth, taking in the early afternoon sun rays. I had a glass of my favorite bourbon in one hand and a well-read book in the other, and there was nothing better. I could have died a happy man sitting here watching my very pregnant wife tend to her flowers in the garden outside our cottage. The sunlight hit her hair just right, giving it a golden glow that made her look absolutely ethereal. She was a goddess, to me at least, having been one of the biggest blessings in my life and able to bring me to my knees. Now she was carrying another of our biggest blessings, our son Ben, who was due any day now. Our firstborn, Alora, had just turned 2 years old and was running around in a flurry of blonde hair that made my heart warm. She was the spitting image of her mother, and her miniature in every way that mattered. Having been from a family full of brothers, I hadn't expected to have a baby girl, but without a doubt, she was everything I could have wanted, and I would protect both of my princesses with my life. And I'd teach my son to always protect the people he loved with the same amount of fire I had. If someone had told me almost 4 years ago that I would have left my family business behind to marry the most beautiful woman on the inside and out, and now be awaiting the arrival of our second child, I would have laughed in their face. I would have laughed even harder if they would have told me that I was living in a cottage in Colorado and wearing flannels or t-shirts and jeans most days. I had officially gone from a suit-wearing man to a full-blown lumberjack, beard and all. I had let myself and my heart go entirely, and I'd never felt more at peace with everything. It felt like before I knew Soren, I was living in an alternate universe or a different timeline, like I was a completely different man, which in a way, I guess was true. She'd turned my world upside down in the best possible ways. I had dreamt of knowing a life of peace, craved it more than anything. I just wish my father was here to see it and meet his grandchildren and get to know more about the woman I loved. The same woman who'd made me a better man in every way that mattered. Soren used to tell me I had rescued her, but in truth, she's the one who rescued me. And I would live every day for the rest of my life, making sure she knew just how much.
Bonus epilogue. An entangled wedding. Soren. I almost didn't recognize myself when I looked in the long mirror before me. The girl who was prisoner for so long was finally free of her shackles and getting the wedding she always hoped and dreamed of having. A wedding not out of obligation, but love. Oh, Soren, you're such a beautiful bride, Elisaveta Luchetti said from behind me, and I made eye contact with her through the mirror to see her mascara already running down her cheeks. Eliza, the wedding hasn't even started yet and you're already ruining your makeup, I laughed, smoothing my dress in front of me, relishing in the feeling of the chiffon material beneath my fingertips. She stepped closer to me, dabbing her eyes with the crumpled tissue in her hand. I just never thought I'd see the day my Cade found someone to love, who loved him in return. This wedding is a celebration of true love, and I couldn't be happier, she said, her voice cracking. I always thought I'd have to kick him down the aisle with a wife of my choosing. I laughed because I could totally see it. When I first met Cade, he was one of the grumpiest men I knew, the ice from his heart leaching out to his outside facade, causing his entire persona to scream cold. He had built a wall of armor around his heart, determined not to let anyone in. And as the years went on, I had become closed off too, in a marriage I didn't want that was killing me slowly. My husband, Jude, had ripped my heart out of my chest and stomped on it, squishing it almost beyond repair. Until Cade. Our two lost, broken souls found each other and became whole again. He helped me pick up the pieces of my very soul when I never thought I'd be fixed again. Cade made me believe in love again. He made me realize that love was real. Like my parents' relationship hadn't just been a fluke, that they hadn't been a one-time situation that would never happen again. It made me teary-eyed thinking about it, and I dabbed my own eyes with my fingers, thankful more than ever for waterproof mascara. What is with the waterworks in here? Vanessa Luchetti, Cade's sister-in-law, said dramatically as she waddled her way in through the door and into the bridal dressing room. She was 7 months pregnant and had the cutest baby bump. Seeing her caused a twinge of excitement in my chest at the thought that I finally felt comfortable having children and bringing them into this world. When I was married to Jude, I never thought children were a possibility. I didn't want to bring another monster into this world, or worse, another victim of his abuse. How come you're not emotional? I laughed, wanting to tackle her in the biggest hug I could imagine. I'm carrying a boy. I think he's making me stronger emotionally," she explained. "But don't worry, once you're walking down the aisle, I'll probably be sobbing and snorting and snotting everywhere." "I feel bad for Sawyer," I teased, elbowing her arm gently as she stood next to me. Vanessa was my best friend and my favorite person, besides my soon-to-be husband. She was the one who convinced me that not all Mafia men were heartless, even though they may look it on the outside. Her love with her husband Sawyer inspired me every day. She'd turned him into a total softie when it came to her, a love-struck idiot of a man. She'd told me briefly about their love journey when we first met, but I'd yet to pull the entire story out of her. But that was hers to tell, and I knew she'd spill eventually. As my mind flickered with glimpses of my own love journey with Cade, I thought back to the night he proposed and the absolute beauty of it. It had been our last day in Bora Bora, where he had found me thanks to Vanessa's loose lips. Sneaky minx. I still remember the shock I felt at seeing him there, never imagining he'd come after me, let alone surprise me as he did. It had been decided once he showed up and we had reconnected that we'd spend the last couple of days I had reserved at the resort together. He scheduled so many things for us to do, both to pamper me and treat me, and also explore together. I got to eat the most delicious food, listen to the best live music, and swim in the bluest water. I fell asleep in hammocks, dove in the depths of the ocean, and saw everything the island had to offer. And then, finally, got to do the things I'd always wanted. I had been trapped and suffocated for so long under the watchful eyes and chains of my stepmother and then my husband that I never thought I'd get the chance. I thought the hope I'd have of exploring every bit of the world was snuffed out. But Cade made me see that the beauty in the world is a lot bigger than the darkness I had gotten used to. We had been sitting on the end of a dock, next to the cabana Cade had upgraded us to, watching the sun begin to set, with the smell of sea salt in the air. My hair was blowing gently in the wind as I laid my head on Cade's shoulder, watching the sky be painted with soft purples, pinks, and oranges as the last of the sun's rays reflected off the crystal-clear water. Cade sighed, and I could feel the shoulder relax under my head. He sounded so peaceful and looked the most serene I'd ever seen him in the time I'd known him. These last couple of days had been good for both of our newly rebuilt souls, but it made it incredibly hard to want to leave, to burst the little bubble of peace that we'd built and return back to reality. "Soren?" Cade asked, the sound of his voice vibrating against where my ear pressed against him. "Yes?" I asked sleepily, already fantasizing about the cool shower and soft sheets I'd be treating myself to soon. "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" he asked, a gentleness to his voice that I wasn't familiar with. "What kind of job interview question is that?" I laughed, wondering where exactly he was going with this. "I just want to know what you picture your future looking like," he answered, no sense of teasing in his tone. "Why? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" I asked, turning the question back to him. "With you, loving you, building a family if you wanted to, spending every day for the rest of our lives, showing you what kind of love you deserve, and never letting you question yourself or your value again." I slowly raised my head, finding him already peering into my eyes and holding a glittering ring in his fingers between us. It was an oval-cut diamond ring, 3 carats, if I had to guess. The silver band was pavé-cut, with tiny diamonds embedded in it. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever laid my eyes on. It was as if Cade had picked into my brain and plucked this ring right out. It was everything I had ever dreamed of when I used to picture myself getting married as a little girl. It was nothing like the gaudy ring Jude had given me when we had gotten married. That stone had been so big that I swear it hurt my hand to keep it lifted. I never wanted something that big or that extravagant. I wanted something simple, beautiful, and purchased out of love. Tears began to prick at my eyes, and before I could stop them, they began to roll down my cheeks. I found myself in utter shock, not able to get a single word out. "Soren, princess," he said gently, tears filling his own eyes. And his emotional vulnerability only caused my heart to flutter even harder. "I have loved you ever since I laid eyes on your broken ones across the table at my father's. I just didn't know it yet. But getting to know you, and letting you see every single dark part of my soul, and watching as you didn't bat an eye at them, that's when I knew I had to have you in my life forever." He looked at me, his eyes pleading. "Marry me. Spend forever with me as my wife." A lump had formed in my throat, choked with emotion, but I had been able to utter one word. "Yes."
Cade. I wiped my sweaty palms down my black trousers, trying my best not to panic. My brain told me I needed to see if Soren was still in the bridal suite and planned to walk down the aisle, or if she had fled. I don't know why I felt the need to be so nervous about it. I didn't question her love for me. I just questioned if I was deserving of it. After all the pain I had caused, I was surprised that karma had granted me such a beautiful future with one of the most selfless women I had ever met. She made me want to become a better person every day, to be someone she deserved and make up for all my wrongs, to be a man worthy of her and her love. "Ready to go, big brother?" Sawyer asked from behind me as he straightened his ridiculous bow tie. "Remind me again why I made you my best man and not Fen," I said with a roll of my eyes at the antics I could already see forming in his eyes. "Because I am the best man for the job," he said with a laugh as he grabbed both my shoulders and squeezed them. "Yeah, it has nothing to do with the fact that Finn said no and Cade refused to ask me," Maverick said as he came in and plopped on the couch in the groom suite, tossing a grape into his mouth as he did so. "You can hardly handle wiping your ass, let alone the responsibilities of a best man," I scoffed. "Ha ha, very funny," Maverick muttered, and I felt the grape hit the back of my head. "Keep throwing things at my head and you'll be walking down the aisle with a black eye," I teased, only partly joking. Boys, not on his wedding day," Finn said as he entered the room, matching each of us in a black suit. Us Lucetti men had always looked great in black, so why mess with perfection? As I asked before Mav decided to be a raging annoyance, "Are you ready to go?" Sawyer said with the goofiest smile I've ever seen on his face. "What are you so excited about?" I asked, my laugh matching his own. "I'm just reminiscing on my wedding day, that's all. About how it was nothing like this, and how badly I want to give that to Vanessa one day." "Well, I'm sure we can make that happen," I said with absolute certainty. Because if anyone deserved happiness, it was Sawyer and Vanessa. She brought my brother back to life and changed him into a better man. I was so grateful to her. She was the little sister I never had and had always wanted. "Let's get this show on the road," Sawyer said with a clap before gesturing me towards the door. Towards my future. Towards my bride. Towards my love. "Stop fidgeting, you ass," Maverick loudly whispered as we stood and waited for the music to begin playing for Soren to make her way down the aisle. I was a nervous wreck waiting to see her, just wanting to get a glimpse at her, to make sure that she was real, that she had stayed. Just as I had this thought, the music began to play. An instrumental violin cover of Middle of the Night, her favorite song. And then I caught the first glimpse of her blonde hair, her body draped in white, and then her green eyes crashed into mine, and I was instantly transported back to the past, to a different time, to a time before I knew her, and true happiness. I'm in deep shit. That was the first thought that crossed my mind as my eyes connected with a pair of stunning light green ones. I tried and failed not to stare at her and take in everything about her. But it wasn't her beauty that stuck out to me the most. It was the cold, dead look in her eyes. The hopelessness. I knew it all too well, because whenever I looked in the mirror, I saw it in my own. Pity sliced through me like a knife, because she looked too young and innocent to already seem so dead inside. That same night, my father requested that I steal her away from the life she had been living, and that order changed both of our lives forever. She had taken me and my life by storm in the best possible way, because where would I be without her? I had never thought I would be so grateful to get a mission from my father. But here we are, and it was fitting and ironic that it was the last one I ever did. Now, looking into her eyes as she stood before me, holding my hands to prepare to be bound together in front of God and those who loved us, I saw nothing but happiness and utter, maddening, undying love within them. Soren Talia Canella, I have loved you since the moment I first laid eyes on you. I didn't see a girl that needed rescuing. I saw a strong woman who needed to be reminded of her strength. Tears glistened in her eyes as she listened to me say my vows. I hope that's what I've done so far, and I hope that's what I continue to do every day. You are strong enough to handle anything that comes your way, and it's one of the things I admire most about you. You inspire me every single day with your soul and your kindness. A shaky laugh slipped from my lips as I said the next part. I wish I could bottle your smile and your laugh up and look and listen to it forever. So cheesy, but true. I will spend every day for the rest of our lives loving you in every single way possible. I could see the tears welling in her eyes, and I tried so badly to stomp down the ones threatening to run over from my own, especially as she started her vows. Cade Andrew Lucetti, after my dad died, I thought I would never know what love was, because the only person who had protected me was gone. I had to fight tooth and nail for my happiness, until I met you. You showed me what love was and protected my heart no matter how slowly I gave it to you, piece by piece and bit by bit. My Adam's apple bobbed as I listened to her poetic vows, knowing in my heart how lucky I was to be loved by her. I'm so thankful you gave me your heart in return and trusted me to love you. I will never be able to thank you enough for everything you've done for me and continue to do for me every day. I will love you and all of your darkest parts until the Lord calls us home. I had to physically hold myself back from grabbing her face, bringing her close, and pressing her lips to mine. I gave the pastor a look, hoping he could read the impatience to kiss my wife in my gaze. Quickly, he rattled through the classic vows, laughing when both of us rapidly said, "I do," after his words. "Cade and Soren, I now pronounce you husband and wife." He looked at me with humor glittering in his eyes. "You may kiss the bride." I gently grabbed her face and brought her lips to mine, savoring the softness of them and the sweet taste of red wine that lingered on her tongue. I tried to communicate my intentions for our wedding night with my kiss, without words, how I planned to ravage the body of my wife, and from the shudder I felt roll through her body, I think she understood. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you for the first time Mr. and Mrs. Cade Lucetti." I forced myself to separate from her and held our hands up higher, joined now and forever. This concludes Entangled by Vera Kane, narrated by Reagan West and Tyler Darby. Copyright 2024 by Vera Kane. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Vera Kane and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.